Chapter 3069. Ning Beixian. My name is Ning Beixian. Ning Qi smiled. Ning Beixian. Oh, I got it. Lucifer Morningstar smiled as he continued to walk toward Ning Qi. The two sides were originally only about 10 steps apart. As he moved, the distance between the two became even closer. Moreover, Lucifer Morningstar's aura was extremely terrifying. He completely released the aura of a peak early-stage demon lord. Chun Qing and Pei Pei, who were both perfected Tai True Immortals, had difficulty breathing due to the terrifying aura. The other Tai True Immortals were even more uncomfortable. Those who were below the Tai True Immortal level had already activated their immortal Qi to protect themselves. Only then could they protect their legs. They wouldn't tremble. The suppression between different levels was too terrifying. Then remember this. Even if you die, you must remember this name. Ning Qi laughed. The third level of the 8-9 arcane art. His body suddenly turned into a giant ape. At the same time, he opened the 9 inner hidden gates. The power in his body doubled. In the blink of an eye, Ning Qi's power had increased by 512 times. His basic strength was already terrifying, and he had opened the 9 inner hidden gates. At this moment, every heartbeat of Ning Qi could almost make the earth tremble. The immortals on the northern wilderness planet felt an aura even more terrifying than Lucifer's. Everyone stared at Ning Qi in disbelief. At this moment, Ning Qi's aura had already overshadowed Lucifer's. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't accurately sense the difference between the two's auras because they weren't there. However, they could see the flash of astonishment on Lucifer's face. Ning Beixian is so powerful. This form reminds me of the great demon ape from the central planet. Ning Beixian is also from the ancient immortal clan. Could he be the descendant of that great demon ape? If that's the case, the northern wilderness battlefield will be saved today. You're wrong. I suspect that Ning Beixian is that great demon ape. That's impossible. Although they can both transform into apes, their forms are very different. Plus, Ning Beixian's strength hasn't reached that level yet. Have you all forgotten about ancestral patriarch Yu Qing and those 2 women? According to the information I received, one of them is Ning Beixian's wife. Also, the little girl in the ape's arms was Ning Beixian's daughter. That's impossible. Where did you get your information from? Xianjian sect. All sorts of comments were filled with speculations and analysis. Initially, many people did not believe that Ning Qi and the great monster ape were the same person. But gradually they began to have doubts. Immortal monarch? This person was a mid-stage immortal monarch? No, this aura. Why is it so similar to my devil races? He's also a body refinement cultivator. Lucifer looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Is this his true strength? Chun Qing was dumbfounded. The feeling that Ning Qi gave him at this moment was that it would be extremely difficult to even get close to him. If he were to attack him, he would most likely be killed with a single punch. This feeling was even stronger than when Lucifer's morning star walked towards them. The sixth sense of a Tai genuine immortal was very accurate. Planet North Wilderness is saved. Pei Pei's face flushed red. This was caused by his blood rushing to his head due to excitement. Are all the first on the Tai True Immortal leaderboard this strong? Ji Shan mumbled to himself as he looked at Ning Qi's back. Brother Ji, you're wrong. Boss is not an ordinary number 1 on the Tai True celestial list. Ever since I knew him, no one at the same cultivation level was a match for him. I've even seen battles between cultivators who are a few cultivation levels higher than him. Why do you think I'm so calm? Do you think I know that, Lucifer? Do you think I know that Lucifer is no match for Boss at all? Duan Ingjuan's lips curled into a smile. Even though his voice wasn't very loud, everyone heard it. Lucifer and Morning Star naturally heard it clearly as well. No matter what method you use to increase your combat strength to this level, I'm still a demon lord and you're still a Tai. The difference between the two realms is insurmountable. It's like the difference between a mortal and a demon. Lucifer sneered as 8 pairs of black wings slowly spread out. At this moment, his aura was rising continuously. Bang! Lucifer's aura seemed to have not reached its peak, but Ning-Chi had already moved. His mountain-like fist smashed onto Lucifer's body. Crack! There was a loud sound accompanied by a crisp sound. Lucifer's body was sent flying. You talk too much. Ning-Chi moved again and appeared in front of Lucifer, who was sent flying. At the same time, Lucifer's face showed a trace of shock. His extremely tough demon body was seriously injured by Ning-Chi's punch. At least 70% of his bones were broken. This was just a punch. Lord Lucifer. On the dark clouds, all the demons showed a hint of shock on their faces. They stared at Lucifer, Qin Shing, and Ning-Chi in disbelief. Ning-Chi raised his fist again. Wait! Lucifer's morning star eyes flashed with a hint of panic. Bang! This time he smashed down hard. Lucifer's morning star was like a meteor, crashing vertically into the northern wilderness planet. There was an empty space there, and the terrifying shockwaves spread in all directions. The ground was like a wave, with Lucifer's morning star as the center, pushing in all directions layer by layer. The entire land was overturned. A head popped out of the ruins. Lucifer said in a daze, "Your Majesty." 1 sentence, 3 words, and he only managed to finish it now. The immortals on the northern wilderness planet were stunned. Even the demons on the dark clouds were stunned. Countless viewers in the live stream felt suffocated when they saw this scene. At that moment, the bullet screen was completely cut off. On the Azura battlefield, Tri-Chi Deity Lord and Lin-Shui Deity Lord, who had been watching the battle, looked at each other. The Tai behind them were shocked. They could not believe that the person who attacked was only a Tai true immortal. This completely overturned their worldview. How could a Tai true immortal beat a demon king so badly that he did not even have a chance to fight back? His body, I'm afraid it's comparable to a mid-stage demon king, Lin-Shui Deity Lord said. The Tai in the palace gasped when he heard that. His eyes locked on the terrifying figure in the screen. Mid-stage demon king. What kind of concept was that? Chapter 3070. On the All Heavens live streaming platform. As the All Heavens talismans became more and more popular, the All Heavens talismans, which were originally equivalent to supreme-grade immortal instruments, were now replaced by low-grade immortal instruments. These All Heavens talismans had very few functions. They did not even have the right to buy things on the black market because they did not have the ability to descend. However, they could still read the posts and watch the All Heavens live streaming platform. At this moment, the number of online users on the All Heavens live streaming platform had exceeded 8 billion. The most popular live streaming room, which was the one that was broadcasting the battle on planet Northern Wilderness, had exceeded 300 million users. In the early days, a live streamer who could surpass 1 million users was already considered a famous live streamer. After the hundreds of millions of users recovered from the shock, there was a period of silence on the screen. But soon, the screen was filled with comments. Ning Beishuan's strength is comparable to a demonic lord? Unbelievable. Looks like there's going to be another immortal lord in our world. But I took a look at the Heavenly Tao ranking just now. Ning Beixian is still ranked first among the Tai perfected celestials. This means that his cultivation has not reached the immortal lord stage yet. But he already possesses such terrifying strength. What should we do after reaching the immortal lord stage? Forget it. The demons have miscalculated this time. The Hanyang celestial lord has stalled that perfected demonic lord. And that demonic lord is obviously not Ning Beishuan's match. Let's wait and see. Boom! Ning-Chi landed in front of Lucifer Morningstar, reached out, grabbed his head, and pulled him out of the ground. Lucifer Morningstar's body was a little soft, and he looked like a creature without a backbone. In fact, other than his skull, which was the hardest. The rest of his bones had been broken, turned into powder. Yes, it was powder, not broken. Ning Chi's smash just now had a vast and terrifying force that shattered more than 95% of Lucifer's morning star bones. Your wings are a little too flashy. Ning Chi smiled. What do you want? Lucifer's morning star face revealed a trace of horror. A bad premonition arose in his heart, but he had no ability to resist. Because of his carelessness, he was hit by Ning Chi's 2 punches consecutively. These 2 punches had disintegrated 99% of his combat power. Rip. Huh. Ning Chi let out a soft sound of surprise. He grabbed a pair of wings of Lucifer's morning star with one hand, intending to tear them off, but he didn't manage to do so. Lucifer, on the other hand, was in so much pain that his entire body was twitching, and his face was filled with shock. You dare? It's a little hard, Ning Chi smiled. It seemed like these wings were extremely important to the Lucifer clan. Otherwise, his attack just now would have been able to tear apart a Lucifer Morningstar, but not his wings. The Lucifer clan could have an extra pair of wings for every realm. Could it be that these wings represented realms? What would happen if he tore it off? Outside of Planet North Wilderness, Lucifer Morninglight was focused on fighting with Hanyang Immortal Lord. He knew that he did not have the ability to kill Hanyang Immortal Lord, and Hanyang Immortal Lord could not kill him either. He was just buying time for his brother to devour all the deities on Planet North Wilderness. However, when he discovered Lucifer's current state, he immediately lost his composure. How dare you? If you dare to harm a single hair on my brother's head today, I will make sure you die without a complete corpse. Lucifer's dawn light let out a furious roar and was about to head to the North Wilderness planet. Hanyang Immortal Lord was taken aback. When he understood the situation on Planet North Wilderness, he let out a long laugh and flew to stop Lucifer Morninglight. Brother Morninglight, your opponent now is me. Don't get distracted. I'm afraid that I might accidentally kill you. Hanyang Immortal Lord laughed. How dare you stop me? Lucifer Morninglight's expression was extremely ugly. Why wouldn't I dare? I know how to buy time too. Hanyang Immortal Lord let out a long laugh. At the same time, his voice was heard on Planet North Wilderness. Fellow cultivator Ning, just do it. Lucifer Morninglight is being held back by me. Take good care of his brother. Let them know that the heavenly realm is not that easy to bully. Because of that, the deities on Planet North Wilderness's morale skyrocketed. They were no longer afraid of the demonic tribe on the dark clouds. Instead, they looked at them with a hint of mockery. On the other hand, the demonic tribe, who were very confident in their trip to the border, did not look any better. Their advantage seemed to have disappeared, and they became extremely passive. All right. Ning Chi laughed. Then the muscles on his face tightened again, as if there was some kind of creature swimming under his muscles. No. Lucifer Morningstar let out a desperate cry when he sensed Ning Chi's movement. He grabbed his wings tightly with his big hand. Break! Ning Chi roared. He focused all his strength on his arm. Rip! Ning Chi tore off a pair of wings on Lucifer Morningstar's back. Blarg! Lucifer Morningstar spat out a mouthful of blood. His unsightly expression turned even paler, and his aura started to weaken. Even though he was injured, his aura was still sufficient to deter the Tai true immortals present. However, after losing his pair of wings, Chun Ching and the others discovered that Lucifer Morningstar's aura. But after losing a pair of wings, Chun Ching and the others realized that Lucifer Morningstar's aura was dropping rapidly. Master, the demonic tribe on the dark clouds finally could not hold it in anymore. They were about to attack, but the deities on Planet North Wilderness were already prepared. They flew into the sky and stood on clouds, facing off against the demonic tribe. The Tai true demons on the dark clouds looked at each other and decided not to attack. The demonic tribe was hot-tempered, but they were not fools. Lucifer Morningstar was no match for Ning Chi, and his cultivation had been destroyed. Lucifer Morningstar was also being held back by Hanyang Celestial Lord. It was not wise to attack now. You crippled my cultivation base, Lucifer's Morningstar stared at Ning Chi. The hatred in his eyes almost dyed the ocean black. It's just a pair of wings. Ning Chi smiled. What? Don't tear off my wings. I surrender. Lucifer Morningstar suddenly screamed in fear. His cry made the demons on the dark clouds tremble. Lucifer Chengwang, who was outside the starry sky, was filled with grief and indignation. He wanted to save Lucifer Chengwang, but he was held back by the Hanyang Immortal Lord. He could not be distracted at all, unless he was willing to risk being seriously injured by the Hanyang Immortal Lord. But the price was too high. But that was too high a price to pay. He might even be killed here. Rip. Another pair of wings. Lucifer Morningstar's aura dropped to the level of a mystical demon. Rip. Another pair of wings. Tearing. Chapter 3071. That's terrifying. A demonic lord was crippled just like that. Human demon? I could easily beat him up. The demonic race has suffered a great loss this time. A demonic lord. If we can get Lucifer's dawnlight to stay, it will greatly alleviate the crisis in the heavenly realm. Don't even think about alleviating the crisis. There are more than 40 demonic lords in the demonic sky realm. We've only crippled an early-stage demonic lord. I'm afraid that the demonic race will take revenge on us and bring forward the date of their invasion. Ning Beixian did not do a good job this time. Why? Don't let me find out who posted this, or I'll definitely come looking for you. You're full of bullshit. Those who still want to maintain a tacit understanding with the demonic race at this point are usually idiots. Do you really think you'll be fine after defeating them? What's going to come will come. Humph. That's my opinion. If you're not happy, come and look for me. I told you that Ning Beixian was wrong. He wanted the northern wilderness battlefield to fall. If you don't believe me, I'll make another post to bet with you. Can anyone find out who this pot of wine guy is? Does anyone recognize him? Go ahead. I'm a Tai. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The bullet screen, which had been arguing fiercely, quietened down for a while because of this sentence. So what if you're a Tai? Do you think you can find me? I don't believe that a Tai would say something so stupid. I don't believe it either. All right, everyone, stop arguing. I've already made a post to find out who this pot of wine guy is. I'm a late-stage Tai perfected immortal. Many posts appeared on the All Heavens forum. However, Pot of Wine did not want to be outdone. He also made a post to analyze his point of view. No matter how intense the discussion was, the situation on planet Northern Wilderness had already been decided. Everyone, are we not going to make a move now? Are we going to keep the demonic race alive for the new year? Ning Chi turned around and looked at Chin Ching, Pei Pei, and the others with a smile. The immortals immediately reacted. With a long howl, they all soared into the sky and charged towards the group of demons on the dark clouds. Duan Yingjun howled loudly as he rushed to the front. His fearless appearance really made people. How envious! A hint of envy flashed in the eyes of Murong Fong and the other Grand Unity experts. The sky was immediately covered by two different colored clouds. One was white, auspicious clouds, and the other was black, demonic clouds. Up above, Pei Pei and the other Grand Unity immortals led a group of immortals, casting all sorts of immortal spells to fight the group of demons. Perhaps it was because Lucifer's morning star cultivation had been crippled, and they were afraid of Ning Chi's attack, causing the overall combat strength of these demons to drop. They were beaten back by the immortals who were full of fighting spirit. Soon, the casualties of the demons far surpassed that of the immortals. The battle was so intense that the viewers on the All Heavens live streaming platform were so excited that they could not wait to be on Northern Wilderness Planet right now and join in the slaughter of the demonic tribe. You are dead, Lucifer Morningstar took a deep breath, and a hint of madness appeared on his face. "You've completely offended my Lucifer clan by destroying my cultivation today. When the Almighty of my clan descends to the immortal world, your family, friends, and anyone you care about will all die. What's the cultivation level of your clan's great elder?" Ningqi laughed. "Demon Emperor. A demon emperor stronger than the Hanbei demon emperor. Ha ha ha. Are you afraid? Tremble. When the immortal world is ruled by the demons, I will kill billions of immortals as repayment for what you've done today." The madness on Lucifer Morningstar's face deepened. He looked like he had gone mad, not even considering if he would have such a chance in the future. After all, his life was in Ningqi's hands now. "Demon Emperor? I'm so scared." Ningqi's lips curled up, and he said in a low voice, "Let me tell you a secret. I've killed several immortal emperors, let alone a demon emperor." "Impossible. Trying to trick me with such a low-quality method? Do you think I'll believe you?" Lucifer Morningstar grinned. "If you're afraid now, it's not too late. Let me go, and I may go easy on you in the future. There are many things in this world that are unpredictable. Nothing is impossible. For example, I have the heart of the demon ancestor. As long as I want to, I can kill an existence like the demon emperor." Ningqi looked at him mockingly. "So, I'm looking forward to seeing your entire Lucifer clan descend. That way, I can settle this once and for all." Heart of the demon ancestor? The madness in Lucifer's Morningstar eyes gradually faded, and his eyes became clearer once again. When he saw Ningqi's current appearance, he suddenly recalled that his elder brother had shown him a video when he had just descended. In the video, there was a great demon ape holding the fiend ancestor's heart. His strength was terrifying. Even a demon emperor would die if they encountered him. "You are—" There was a trace of fear in Lucifer Morningstar's eyes, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Lower your voice. Don't be too high-profile. Bring this news to the people below." Ningqi smiled. Rip. Ningqi tore off the last pair of wings of Lucifer Morningstar. Then his aura began to plummet. Not only his cultivation, but even his life force was plummeting. "Elder brother." "He is." Lucifer Morningstar suddenly let out a furious roar. However, before he could finish his sentence, his eyes turned extremely cloudy, and there was no longer any sign of life on his body. Lucifer Morningstar, the true genius of the Lucifer tribe, a peak early-stage demon emperor, had died. Second brother. Lucifer Morningstar let out a furious roar when he saw his second brother die. He glared at Ningqi. "I must kill you. I must kill you." Whoosh! After saying that, Lucifer Morningstar turned into a stream of light and flew in the direction of the Devil's Sky Immortal Realm. He was retreating, and he didn't bring his subordinates. The Hanyang Immortal Lord didn't chase after him. He let out a sigh of relief. Lucifer Morningstar was too powerful. Everyone was very cautious when they fought, not daring to show any flaws. Therefore, the mental consumption was much greater than the physical consumption. Lord Morningstar. The Grand Unity demons were fighting with Pei Pei and the other Grand Unity demons looked at Lucifer Morningstar's retreating figure in disbelief. The aura of the demon race plummeted when Lucifer Morningstar died and Lucifer Morningstar retreated. On the side of the celestial race, their aura was unprecedentedly powerful. Even the early-stage Heaven Immortal race, celestial race, could retreat again and again. Chapter 3072. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Because the demons were in deep despair, they erupted with even more powerful combat power. Since there was no hope of survival, they only hoped to kill as many celestials as possible. Thus, all the demons began to use attacks that hurt their enemies and themselves, causing the pressure on the celestials to instantly increase. Suddenly, the pressure on the immortals increased. Roar! There was a loud roar. Ningqi, who had turned into a giant ape, charged into the battlefield and punched one demon at a time. No matter what level the demonic tribe was, they would explode and die if they were hit by him. Ugh. Chun-Ching and the others realized that the battle had nothing to do with them anymore. They stood in the air and watched Ning-Chi harvest the demonic tribe's lives like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Each devil represented merit points to Ning-Chi. No matter how small the meat of a mosquito was, it was still meat. To reach the third level of the Four Spirit Saint art required 100 million merit points. Ning-Chi had originally felt that it would be difficult to gather so many merit points, but now he decided to get them from the devil race. If he could bring the Four Spirit Sacred art to the third level when the demonic tribe invaded, Ning-Chi's strength would increase again, which would be very beneficial to the future. One demonic grand unity after another fell. Then came the mystical demons. The viewers in the live broadcast room were shocked. So this is the combat power of an immortal lord. Even a grand unity immortal is like an ant. He killed them with one punch. Who dares to say that Ning Beixian is a traitor? If he was a traitor, Planet North Wilderness would have been wiped out. Oh no, we've completely offended the demonic tribe. I bet the demonic tribe will take revenge soon. Even if they don't come to Planet North Wilderness, they will still be heavily injured in other battlefields. It's this pot of turbid wine again. Don't come out and embarrass yourself, trying to impress the crowd. The dark clouds in the sky had disappeared, and the sun shone down on the ground again. This time, all the demonic tribe that came with Lucifer Dawnlight were dead, including his second brother. Only Lucifer Dawnlight managed to escape. So many demonic tribe, but they only gave me less than 1 million merit points. Ning-Chi's body turned illusory, and he returned to his human form. He glanced at his attributes and felt a little speechless. Fortunately, he only needed to fight another 100 battles like this, and he would be able to accumulate 100 million merit points. This number was no longer so unreachable. While Ning-Chi was calculating the results of the battle, the immortals present were looking at him with complicated expressions. Their gazes contained a multitude of emotions: fear, admiration, fear, and a hint of hostility. Whoosh! Han Yang, immortal monarch, flew to Ning-Chi's side, laughed, and said, "Younger brother Ning, you really surprised me this time. I didn't expect that a person at the peak of the early stage Devil Monarch realm would die at your hands. He couldn't even fight back. I think younger brother Ning already has the combat prowess of a middle stage immortal monarch, right?" "Maybe." Ning-Chi smiled. In terms of celestial techniques, he was worlds apart from a middle stage immortal lord. However, in terms of pure strength and physical body, after this battle, he discovered that he was at least comparable to a middle stage Tai, true demon. In this way, even if he were to fight against a middle stage immortal lord, he would not be able to kill his opponent easily due to the various mystical celestial techniques and divine abilities. He would lose. On the contrary, it was a bit easier to fight the devils. After all, the fighting style of the devils was somewhat similar to that of Ning-Chi. They were both simple, pure, and violent. Over the years, I've seen countless geniuses. In my opinion, even Brother Amosia is a lot weaker than Brother Ning. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. That's right. Han Yang, immortal lord, sighed. After a pause, his eyes revealed a hint of expectation. "Why don't Brother Ning stay here and guard this place with me? Although the Northern Wilderness battlefield is not comparable to the Azura battlefield, it is still one of the more important battlefields. Brother Ning's talent is not wasted here." Ning-Chi thought about it and declined with a smile. If he wanted to complete the advancement quest, he had to go to the most important battlefield. Only then would his success rate be higher. Moreover, the Azura battlefield would definitely have more battles than the Northern Wilderness battlefield. Naturally, he would obtain more merit points there. "Han Yang, immortal lord, although I can't stay in the Northern Wilderness battlefield, we can add each other as friends in the All Heavens. If you need anything in the future, Just send me a message, and I'll rush over to help. Ningqi smiled. Fine. Hanyang, Immortal Lord, sighed. Brother Ning, what's your name in the All Heavens talisman? I'll add you. The king sent me to patrol the mountain. Hanyang, Immortal Lord, looked at Ningqi with a strange expression. Could there be a deeper meaning to this name? Could it be that his position in the ancient Immortal clan was not high and he was only responsible for patrolling the mountain? Ningqi had no idea that Hanyang, Immortal Lord, had so many unreliable thoughts in such a short time. After the two added each other as friends, Ningqi did not stay on planet Northern Wilderness for long. He left with Duan Ingjun. As for Jishan, Fenglin, and Xianguang, they chose to stay on planet Northern Wilderness. They knew their limits, and the Azura battlefield was too dangerous. It was better to stay on planet Northern Wilderness. They could defend against the demons and increase their chances of survival. Pass down the order. There's no need to go to planet Northern Wilderness. The battle is over. Dongfang Haojia, who was on his way, suddenly opened the All Heavens talisman and took a look. He then pulled Dongfang Yulua and said with a strange expression, So fast? Dongfang Yulua opened the live broadcast room. There was a recording function in it. After watching it, she gulped and started to use the All Heavens talisman to pass down the order. All the disciples of the war god temple returned the way they came, but they looked proud. Niwa. Ningqi went to visit Hanyang, Immortal Lord, on planet Northern Wilderness to add him as a friend. That way, if there was any battle on planet Northern Wilderness in the future, he would be able to get there immediately. That way, the success rate of the advancement mission would increase. Next, he had to visit Sky River Immortal Lord and Kuan Peng Immortal Lord before going to the Azura battlefield. Deep in the demonic sky realm, Han Bei, Demon Emperor, sat on his throne. On both sides stood the demon lords that had recently arrived. There were about 30 of them. In the middle, a All Heavens talisman floated in the air. This talisman was special. It was emitting demonic chi. Clearly, it had been modified and could be used by the demons. Everyone watched the battle on planet Northern Wilderness from start to finish. The demon lords on both sides did not say anything, but their expressions were strange. Some were serious, some were surprised, and some were gloating. The Lucifer clan had a lot of enemies in the Demon Clan continent. Chapter 3073. People from North Hanbei. That immortal boy is so arrogant. Even the strongest prodigy of the Lucifer clan, Morningstar Lucifer, died in his hands. Should we go and capture him? A demon lord looked at the Hanbei demon monarch and cupped his hands. There's no need for that. I'll go there myself. The Hanbei demon monarch's lips curled up as he stood up. The demon lords were shocked. The Hanbei demon monarch would go personally? Didn't they hear that he had some friction with the strongest expert of the Lucifer race? Weren't they on good terms? Why would he personally make a move for a mere junior? They remembered that the last time the Hanbei demon monarch made a move was to deal with a rather famous immortal lord in the celestial world. Hanbei, this grand unity immortal, is not worthy of you taking action personally. Although his combat strength is strong, he's not as strong as a late-stage demon lord. At most, he can fight against a mid-stage demon lord. I'll be enough. The demon lord who spoke first was stunned for a moment before replying. Many gloating gazes fell on him. This demon lord had just arrived and had never interacted with the Hanbei demon monarch before. Perhaps he didn't know the Hanbei demon monarch's personality, but the Hanbei demon monarch was a man of his words. If he said he would take action personally, then he would. Oh, what's your name again? The Hanbei demon monarch looked at the demon lord and smiled. I'm Tingyu. The demon lord cupped his hands and said, Tingyu. Not a bad name. Your cultivation is also at the demon lord great circle, right? Just a little bit more and you can break into the emperor realm? The Hanbei demon monarch smiled. Thank you for your compliment, Hanbei demon monarch. I'm still a distance away from the emperor realm. Ting Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of pride as he pretended to be humble. Since you know this, why don't you shut your mouth? When you reach the Emperor Great Circle in the future, perhaps you'll be qualified to order me around. The Hanbei Demon Monarch said faintly. The serene Devil Lord glanced awkwardly at the Hanbei Devil Emperor and knew that he had failed in his attempt to flatter the Hanbei Devil Emperor. How about this? Lucifer Dawn disobeyed the orders of the higher-ups and appeared at the border, causing the death of his second brother. He will have to bear this suffering himself. When he returns to the Devil Sky Immortal Realms, we will use the rules of our devil race to punish him. As for the situation at the border, you guys don't have to worry about it. Devil Monarch, when you pass the message, you must keep your word. Before the time is right, I won't attack the ancient heavenly court. Hanbei Devil Emperor smiled. This is my intention. At the same time, it was also transmitted to me by the existence under the heaven-destroying Devil Lord. The demon lords nodded. Yes, we will obey the orders of the people of North Handu. Not only would the Lucifer tribe lose a proud son of heaven this time, even Lucifer Morning Light would be implicated because of this. Everyone knew that Hanbei Demon Emperor must have done this on purpose. However, they were also very curious and puzzled. Since the demon race's channel had been opened, why didn't he directly attack the Celestials? Did he have to wait for a period of time? Everyone only dared to think about this. Even after Hanbei Demon Emperor had left, they only exchanged glances and did not dare to talk about it. There are only 6 demon lords in the Lucifer tribe, right? Now that one is dead, it's a huge loss. One of the demon lords laughed in schadenfreude and turned to leave. Shura Battlefield. After Ningqi and Duan Ingjun visited Sky, River Deity, Lord, and Kuan Peng, Immortal Lord, they went straight to the Shura Battlefield. Although the 10 years for the advancement mission had already started from the moment he arrived at the border, Ningqi did not intend to do it half-heartedly. Since he was going to guard, he would guard the most important pass. Because Sky River Deity, Lord, and Kuan Peng, Immortal Lord, had seen Ningqi's performance on the Northern Wilderness planet, they were very enthusiastic when Ningqi came to visit them. What surprised Ningqi was that both of them were demons. Sky River Deity, Lord's original form was a river. However, it was not an ordinary river. It was a celestial river located in a certain star region. It was born with spirituality. When its consciousness was fully born, it directly advanced to the immortal Lord level. It had never experienced the human immortal, earth immortal, or heavenly immortal stages. It could be considered an existence that was second only to the spirit of the secret realm. As for Kuan Peng, Immortal Lord, just like his name, he was naturally a Kuan Peng. It was just that his bloodline was not as pure as the Kuan Peng before the Great War. From Ningqi's point of view, even if the combat strength of these two couldn't be compared to Hanyang Immortal Lord, they wouldn't be much weaker. From this, one could deduce that although the existences on the Immortal Lord leaderboard had differences in strength, the gap between them wouldn't be too big. Maybe only Mo Xie and the Tiandao clan's Immortal Lord would be slightly stronger. Just a little. Boss, we will reach the Azura planet in a few days. Do you think we should get the disciples of the War God Hall to come here and listen to your commands? In the Nuwa space shuttle, Duan Ingjun sat paralyzed on the sofa as he stared at Ningqi's back view. There's no need for that. It's sufficient for us to temper ourselves in other places. There's no need for us to come here. Ningqi calmly spoke. Is that so? Duan Ingjun felt a little disappointed. If the disciples of the War God Hall came here, as an upper echelon of the War God Hall, he would naturally be escorted by them. After a short pause, Duan Ingjun's eyes suddenly brightened. Boss, didn't the monkey enter the depths of the Devil Sky Immortal Realm? Quickly call him back. Let's guard the Azura battlefield together. He had interacted with the monkey for a period of time before. They had similar interests and almost became sworn brothers. After that, because of the difference in seniority between them, they temporarily put it aside. After all, he was of the same generation as Ning Qi, and the monkey was Ning Qi's disciple. If they became sworn brothers, he was afraid that Ning Qi would beat him up. However, with the monkey in the Azura battlefield, it was the same as having a backer who would be by his side at all times. If not, it would be boring if he brought Ning Qi out for everything. I temporarily can't contact him. He should be hiding somewhere to break through. Ning Qi laughed. Break through? Duan Yingjun subconsciously straightened his body from the sofa. He spoke in disbelief. The monkey is already at the peak of the immortal monarch realm. Wouldn't that be the emperor realm? My heavens! Calculating the time, it's about time. Ning Qi smiled. The monkey was formed from the stone left behind by Wukong after his death. This was equivalent to a reincarnation. Ning Qi was in a deep slumber for several hundred years. Most probably, he had found an opportunity to break through to the Emperor realm in the Devil Sky immortal realm. This was why he didn't show himself for such a long time. Ning Qi was filled with anticipation. When the monkey broke through to the Emperor realm, its combat prowess would surely not be an ordinary immortal emperor. Ordinary immortal emperors could match up to him. Once the deadline that the Blood Pool Demon Monarch mentioned was up, if the monkey could rush back in time, then it would be a great help. Several days later. Chapter 3074. The shape of the Niwa airship was unique among all the magical treasures used for transportation. Furthermore, with the widespread use of the All-Heaven talismans, the news spread very quickly. When the cultivators in the Shura battlefield saw the Niwa airship that Ning Qi was riding, they all became excited. What kind of magic treasure is that special immortal boat? Have you seen it before? A few cultivators happened to be passing by, and one of them asked curiously when they saw the Niwa flying across the sky. The other cultivators looked at each other excitedly. That's Ning Beishuan's celestial boat. He's the only one in the celestial realm who would ride such a unique celestial boat. I didn't expect Ning Beishuan to really come to our Azura battlefield. He must be heading to Azura planet. Let's go. Have you gone mad? Outside Azura planet, there would be a small battle every 6 hours and a huge battle every 10 hours. The battles here are extremely dangerous. Isn't going to the Azura planet the same as courting death? If we meet a scouting team from the devil race on the way there, even if we had 10 lives, we wouldn't be able to survive. What's there to be afraid of? Why should we cultivators fear death? Ning Beishuan is a genius of our generation. It's an honor to be able to fight alongside him. This, if you're not going, then we'll part ways here. Let's go. Who's afraid of who? All Heaven's Forum. Rumor has it that Ning Beishuan is planning to stay in the Shura battlefield. The news came from a good friend of mine on planet Northern Wilderness. It's true. Many people replied to this post. Most of them admired Ning Qi for daring to go to the most chaotic and important battlefield. But there were also a small number of people who had different opinions. Even though Ning Beishuan is strong, there are already 3 immortal monarchs guarding the Azura battlefield. Ning Beishuan isn't a match for any of them. Since that's the case, I might as well head to the other battlefields to avoid wasting resources. The commenter above has a point. In my opinion, Ning Beishuan is stronger than an early-stage demon monarch, but he's at most equivalent to a mid-stage demon monarch. There are still late-stage and peak demon monarchs that are stronger than him. He won't be of much help to the 3 immortal monarchs in the Shura battlefield. Humph, there's one thing you didn't realize. Ning Beishuan went to the Shura battlefield because he was afraid of the demon race's revenge. That's why he went to the safest place. Not only did he protect his reputation, but he also had the protection of 3 immortal monarchs. If they stayed in the Northern Wilderness battlefield or went to other battlefields, they would be beheaded by the Fiend King. Hey, isn't the one upstairs that idiot 1 pot of turbid wine? Although I also think that Ning Beishuan should go to the other battlefields. Brother Muddywine, your words are too much. A pot of muddy wine posted a betting post saying that the demon race will definitely take revenge on the North desolate battlefield in the near future. There are many people betting on him now. If he wins, he'll earn a huge sum of heavenly coins, which is equivalent to ascending to the heavens in one step. You bunch of paupers! I have plenty of heavenly coins. The purpose of my post is just to prove that I'm right. Ning Beixian killed a demon king this time. He's definitely going to anger the demons. What he'll get in return is revenge. How many immortals and mortals are going to die because of him? If he had only repelled the enemy, there wouldn't have been such a risk. Divine theory, I won't argue with you. One pot of turbid wine, you're dead for sure. On the Nuwa, Duan Ingjun angrily walked to Ningqi's side and took out the heavenly talisman. Boss, look at this idiot. He said that you killed the wrong demon king and implicated all the immortals in the northern desolate battlefield. Damn it, if it wasn't for Boss, all the immortals on the northern desolate planet would have died long ago. At that time, wouldn't all the immortals who died in the northern desolate battlefield be blamed on you? Ningqi laughed and took the heavenly talisman. After looking at it for a while, he said, he's just a clown, there's no need to care about him. That's true. Even if I wanted to capture him and beat him up, I wouldn't be able to find him. Duan Ingjun spoke resentfully. This all heavens network is truly boring. Anyone can spout nonsense on it, and they don't even need to be afraid of being punished. Ningqi laughed in his heart. If he really wanted to capture this fellow, he could easily do so. But for a fellow like him, who only knew how to hide behind the scenes and use words to hype himself up, Ningqi really didn't have the time to bother with him. Nuwa, how much longer until we reach the Azura planet? Ningqi asked. Nuwa instantly appeared beside Ningqi as a string of data flashed in her eyes. She smiled and said, Master, we will arrive in about a day or so. Boss, what can be tolerated is intolerable. Look at this thread. This fellow is too arrogant. Duan Ingjun suddenly shouted. This time around, Ningqi could really see a trace of anger in his eyes. That was the anger of wanting to kill someone. What kind of thread could make such a heartless person so angry? Ningqi didn't use Duan Ingjun's heavenly talisman. Instead, he took out his own and opened the forum. He saw an extremely popular thread at the very top. Every second, there would be tens of thousands of new replies. I'm a pot of turbid wine. My true identity is a grand immortal. Several years ago, I was already in existence at the peak of the grand immortal realm. Recently, many people have misunderstood me, feeling that I'm boosting the morale of others and belittling my own. You guys can come in and you will know everything. This was the title of the thread. Ningqi's divine will moved and entered the thread. He saw more detailed content. Why did Ning Beixian offend the demon race and kill a demon lord when he could have stopped? I think there's a secret behind it. Maybe Ning Beixian is using this to gain everyone's trust, so he can go to the Shura battlefield and become someone above the immortals below the three immortal lords. That will give him a chance to enter the demon race. Yes, you're right, he's letting the demon race in. Don't forget why the celestial world suffered great losses in the first war of the immortals and demons a long time ago. If it wasn't for the existence of the heavenly Tao family, the celestial world would have been occupied by the demon race a long time ago. It's all because a traitor appeared in the celestial world and led the demons into the pass. That pass is the ancient heavenly court. Not long ago, Ning Beixian was listed as a wanted criminal by the Langya Celestial Emperor, a remnant of the ancient immortal race. Not long after that, the demon race appeared in the celestial world and took over the demonic sky realm. Is this a coincidence? To the demon race, the ancient heavenly court realm is the most important place. What's the most important pass in the ancient heavenly court realm? The Shura battlefield. A wanted criminal in the celestial world walking around the celestial world and no one cares about him. Why? The Langya Celestial Emperor is preparing for the invasion of the demon race, so he can't pay attention to him for now. However, I'm afraid that letting such a wanted criminal go to the Shura battlefield will repeat the same mistake. Chapter 3075. I thought that you were wrong after hearing your words. However, after seeing your analysis today, I think that you are right. This is too much of a coincidence. Senior, are you really a Grand Unity immortal? It's all just speculation. There's no evidence. Ningqi scanned through the comments below. About 50 to 60% of them agreed. He felt that what this guy called a pot of turbid wine said was reasonable. Boss, this guy is going against you even if he dies. Could he be your enemy? Duan Jun said with a dark expression. I have a lot of enemies. Ningqi smiled. He changed the topic. However, I didn't plan to care about this clown at first. But it seems like I have to teach him a lesson. What? Boss, you know who he is? Duan Jun was a little surprised. Then, a look of joy appeared on his face. He said eagerly, Boss, I want to beat him up too. Beat him up to vent my anger. Heaven Dao Pavilion. Ji, Family Grotto Heaven. Ji Sijuan put down the All-Heaven Talisman and smirked. Ning Beixian, you killed so many of my family members. I'm going to discredit you and make you a rat in the celestial world. Just you wait, this is just the appetizer. A few hundred years ago, something happened to the main branch of the Ji family. The family leader, Jiyu, and the others suddenly disappeared. Many disciples of the Ji family disappeared along with them, including many prodigies and several elders of the Ji family. After Ji Sijuan found out about this, she wanted to ask Ji Xianling to help her find out what happened to her father, Jiu. However, Ji Xianling ignored her completely. She could only use the heavenly talisman to buy information at a high price. Finally, she bought a piece of information. Ji Yu, her father, the family leader of the main branch of the Ji family, and her brother, Ji Enlai, were all killed by Ningqi. After finding out about this, Ji Sijuan's hatred for Ningqi reached a terrifying level. Every day and night, she dreamed of killing Ningqi to avenge her father and the others. However, she did not leak this news. Currently, the main branch of the Ji family was controlled by another early-stage primordial unity. Under the control of the elders, the other families only knew that Ji Yu and the others had gone missing, but they did not know that he had died. Otherwise, the Ji family would definitely be in chaos. All their old enemies would come knocking on their doors. Ji Xianling would be indifferent and would not make a move. She, Ji Sijuan, could not leave the Heaven Dao Pavilion either. Even if she did, she would only be a Xian immortal and would not be of much help. Therefore, this news had been hidden by her all along. Like a seed, it took root and sprouted in her heart, bearing the fruit of hatred. So it's her. Hee, a pot of impure wine, how unexpected. Ningqi used the All Heavens Talisman's clairvoyant and clairaudient functions to see where Ji Sijuan was. He didn't expect that the person who defamed him on the All Heavens forum would be Ji Sijuan. That's good too. Now that I know her username, I can follow the network to the Heaven Dao Pavilion directly. However, with my current strength, I will only be suppressed if I reach the Heaven Dao Pavilion. I have to think of a way to use her to go to Jiang Yu's cave abode. That way, I can enter that grotto heaven directly. Ningqi muttered to himself as he took out the meteor pendant from his chest. This was the key to Jiang Yu's grotto heaven. It was a very mysterious item, and he had yet to study it thoroughly. There was some kind of power in it that could help people recover from injuries. However, for Ningqi's current physical body, these powers were of little use. The injuries it could heal were of little value. But if there was a way to greatly increase the power inside it, it might be another powerful weapon. Oh, right, the flying dagger from the immortal slaying gourd is in the Ji family's treasury. Ningqi's eyes lit up. He felt as if he had found a glimmer of hope. Beep, beep. The king sent me to patrol the mountain? Ji Sijuan suddenly heard a soft sound from the All Heavens Talisman. She opened it and realized that someone had added her as a friend. She didn't know that her every move was being watched by Ningqi. TCH, Ji Sijuan smiled mockingly and clicked reject. Beep beep. Again? Ji Sijun frowned and clicked reject again. Beep beep. Why are you so persistent? A hint of anger flashed in Ji Sijun's eyes. Too many people had added her as a friend recently, but most of them would start scolding her and threaten to find her. Therefore, she usually rejected them directly. She couldn't be bothered to tangle with these people who were no different from ants in her eyes. Therefore, she rejected again. Beep beep, beep beep, beep beep. For a few hours, Ning Chi kept adding her as a friend. Ji Sijun finally lost her patience and clicked accept. Spit it out if you have something to say. The king sent me to patrol the mountain. It's not easy to add you. You don't have to be hostile towards me. In fact, I feel that what you said is the same as what I said. I also feel that Ning Beixian is a traitor of the celestial world. Oh! Ji Sijun raised her brows. She didn't expect that this person who kept adding her as a friend was not scolding her because of Ning Beixian. Thinking of this, Ji Sijun's lips curled up. It seemed that what she said was useful. As long as she continued to work hard, Ning Beixian's reputation in the celestial world would soar in the future. A pot of muddy wine. Fellow Taoist added me just to say this. It's rare to meet a like-minded person. Of course, I should add you as a friend so that we can communicate more in the future. In fact, I have some dirt on Ning Beixian that can prove that he's a traitor of the celestial world. However, I don't dare to take it out. I'm afraid that he will find me and kill me. After saying that, a hint of mockery flashed in Ning Chi's eyes. As expected, Ji Sijun's expression changed. She looked at the all-heavens talisman in shock, as if she was pondering the truth of Ning Chi's words. You must be joking. Ning Beixian is a very cautious person. How could you get any dirt on him? If you really have it, why don't you tell me? I'll spread it for you. If he wants to find you, tell him to find me. 2 hours later, Ning Chi didn't reply. Ji Sijun's expression suddenly became anxious. She wanted to know if the king sent me to patrol the mountains was true. If there was really something shady, then she could use this time to directly crush Ning Chi to death. A pot of muddy wine. Brother, are you busy? Ning Chi still didn't reply. In the following days, Ji Sijun would send a message every 2 to 4 hours. However, Ning Chi ignored her. She was fishing, so he had to let her take her time. If he was too impatient, the fish might escape. Chapter 3076. Isn't that Ning Beixian's immortal ship? A few groups of immortals who just flew out from Azura planet saw Nuwa floating in space. Their faces instantly revealed looks of joy. One of them boldly flew to Nuwa and clasped his hands. May I ask if Senior Ning is here? Swoosh! Nuwa vanished. Ning Chi and Duan Ingjun stood in the air. When everyone saw Ning Chi, they all went up and bowed respectfully. We pay our respects to Senior Ning. The strongest immortal in this group was only at the peak of the zenith heaven golden immortal realm, facing Ning Chi, who could beat Lucifer, who was at the peak of the early stage devil lord realm. To death, they showed sufficient respect. Dispense with the formalities. Where is immortal Lord 3 Chi and the rest on Azura planet? Ning Chi chuckled. They're in Azura sacred city. That was originally the base of Azura sect. Now, the 3 immortal lords are the main forces, and Azura sect is the support. The other party hurriedly said, Azura sect? Ning Chi's eyes flashed. Duan Ingjun smiled. Boss, that's the strongest sect on Azura planet. There are a total of 7 grand immortals in the entire Azura sect. Among them, there's even a peak stage grand immortal. They're extremely powerful and can be considered a peak power in the immortal world. Oh, then they're much stronger than the 9 great clans on the central planet. Ning Chi nodded. That's natural. The 9 great clans at most have 2 or 3 grand immortals. They can't be compared to Azura sect. Duan Ingjun smiled. Seems like There are quite a lot of immortal sects that aren't willing to be restricted by the Langya immortal emperor. Ning Qi silently mused. There was only one reason why these sects didn't head to the central planet where the resources and spirit qi were several times stronger than here. They didn't want to be controlled by the Langya immortal emperor. After all, this was the border of the ancient heavenly court. Even if the sky was high and the emperor was far away, the freedom there would definitely be much higher than on the central planet. After asking for the location of Azura's sacred city, Ning Qi brought Duan Ingjun there. The group of immortals who coincidentally met Ning Qi felt a little excited. After all, Ning Qi was considered one of the top characters in the immortal world. There weren't many opportunities to be able to get close to him. Quickly make a post and tell everyone that Senior Ning has really come to our Azura planet. This is equivalent to another immortal lord appearing on Azura planet. If that's the case, more and more existences would choose to come here to defend against the devil race. An immortal said, I already sent it. Ning Qi and Duan Ingjun used half a day's time. They took the teleportation array and made a few transfers before they arrived at the Azura sacred city. The Azura planet was simply too vast. Even if Ning Qi traveled at full speed, it wouldn't be as fast as taking the teleportation array. 2 auras. Seems like immortal monarch dragon rider really isn't on Azura planet. When Ning Qi arrived at the Azura sacred city, he immediately looked toward a building in the distance. There, he sensed 2 auras that were similar to the Hanyang celestial lords. The Hanyang immortal lord had already mentioned that the dragon-riding immortal lord had gone to the Langya immortal domain to see if he could get some reinforcements after learning that the demon race was preparing to launch a large-scale invasion. Quickly look. Someone saw Ning Beixian on our Azura planet. Are you serious? You came so fast? Let me take a look. Not far away from the teleportation array, a group of immortals was using the all-heavenly talisman to look at something. All of a sudden, one of them seemed to have sensed something. He subconsciously inclined his head and glanced over, and his expression instantly froze. You guys quickly look. Look at what? The others also inclined their heads in bewilderment and followed the gaze of that fellow. In the end, all of them were stunned as well. Is that Senior Ning Beixian? It really seems to be him. No one would dare to impersonate Senior Ning now, right? Seems like Senior Ning has really come to our Azura planet. Oh, have you guys seen the post on the pot of wine? I feel a little worried. Numerous gazes landed on Ning Qi. These gazes were filled with complicated emotions. Some were filled with surprise, some were filled with excitement, but there were also many gazes that contained traces of enmity and worry. Ever since the all-heavenly talisman was created, many mysterious existences were gradually exposed to the public. If it wasn't for the continuous live broadcasts, there would only be very few people in the immortal world who would recognize Ning Qi other than the immortals on the ancestral planet. But now, Ning Qi had already become famous after that battle on the northern wilderness planet. In the eyes of many people, not only was he ranked first on the Tai True Immortal Leaderboard, but they also treated him as an immortal lord. Everyone stared at Ning Qi, but no one dared to step forward and greet him. Ning Qi directly brought Duan Ingjun and headed towards the building where Immortal Lord 3 Qi and Immortal Lord Water were. Limacho, stop right there. This time, you stole something from my Lingxian sect. If you don't give me an explanation, I will chase you and your disciple out of Azura's sacred city today. A voice filled with anger rang out. When Ning Qi and Duan Ingjun heard this, they looked at each other and then looked in the direction of the voice. They saw Li Macho and Hu Qingzi, both dressed in purple and holding a horsetail whisk, flying through the air from afar. However, both of them seemed to have many injuries on their bodies. Hu Qingzi's face was a little pale and there were a few bloodstains on his cheeks. At this moment, Li Macho was exuding the aura of a perfected abstruse immortal, while Hu Qingzi was much weaker. But considering the time she had spent in the immortal world, her cultivation speed was also extremely terrifying. She was already an early stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, the same as Duan Ingjun. In this way, in the War God Temple, Limacho was still the person with the fastest cultivation speed apart from Ningqi. I killed the demon, so his things naturally belong to me. Does your Lingxian sect have any objections? Limacho stood in the void and said coldly in a certain direction. In the next second, more than a dozen figures flew through the air from that direction. Among them, the leader's cultivation was similar to Limacho's. They were all perfected abstruse immortals. Other than him, the rest were also abstruse immortals. When the immortals below saw this, a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. No matter what era it was, abstruse immortals were already considered super experts among immortals, let alone a dozen of them. That's Ling Xian's sect's supreme elder Ling Xuanzi. His dual cultivation partner is an elder of Shura sect. The entire Ling Xian sect is also a vassal sect of Shura sect. I didn't expect him to personally take action today. Who are those two girls? I'm afraid they will suffer for provoking Ling Xuanzi today. Chapter 3077. So it's Fairy Macho. I was wondering who would be so daring to offend Senior Ling Xuanzi. However, Fairy Macho doesn't belong to any sect and is alone. I'm afraid she has no choice but to lower her head to Ling Xuanzi today. Actually, it's good to teach her a lesson. Once, a few of my friends and I encountered a lone demon. Originally, we had already set up an inescapable net and the other party had no way of escaping. However, we encountered Limacho. Limacho killed him first and took away his universe ring. You have to know this. The devil race has occupied the Devil Sky immortal domain. The cultivation resources on each devil are extremely valuable. You guys say that she's a fairy, but I say that she's a demoness. Some people looked at Limacho with dissatisfaction, hoping that Ling Xuanzi would act quickly and teach this demoness a lesson. Opinion? My Lingxian sect has a huge opinion. Limacho, you've already snatched the prey of my Lingxian sect 9 times. A total of 9 times. Tell me, do you have a grudge against my Lingxian sect? Ling Xuanzi was so angry that his beard curled up. What a joke. My master hates evil and would kill any devil he sees. What's wrong with that? Hu Qingzi immediately retorted. Limacho calmly looked at Ling Xuanzi. Even my disciple knows this logic. As the grand elder of Ling Xian's sect, you don't know? Excuses. That group of demons fell into our Ling Xian sect's trap. They will die sooner or later. You suddenly interfered and killed them. You even stole the spoils of war that belonged to our Ling Xian sect. Is this your logic? The group of profound immortals behind Ling Xuanzi raged. As long as it's a devil, I will kill them. If you want to fight with me because of this, I won't refuse. If you want to fight, let's do it now. I don't like to talk nonsense. Limacho calmly said. A faint black aura seeped out from her body. This black aura wasn't devil chi, but not only the immortals below, even Ling Xuanzi and the others had a hint of wariness in their eyes. The immortals below all retreated, not daring to get too close to Limacho. This brother. Why does everyone seem to be very afraid of her? An immortal who wasn't too familiar with Limacho asked curiously. He had just arrived on Azura planet a few days ago. Fairy Macho cultivates a poison art. Her 5 poisons divine palm is almost invincible. Even a demon of the same level would be reduced to a pile of bones. Our bodies are not as strong as the demons. If we are accidentally infected by the demonic chi, we will die for sure. Poison technique? Seems like she should be from the Devil Path. I didn't expect that someone from the Devil Path would also come to Azura planet to defend against the Devil race. After all, this group of cultivators in the immortal world are extremely similar to the Devil race. Boss, Miss Macho's cultivation has increased a lot again. Do you think her talent will be among the best in the immortal world? Duan Ingjun said enviously. Her aptitude, A strange look flashed in Ning Qi's eyes as he nodded. Sort of. In fact, Li Macho was originally his summoned from the system. Later on, Ning Qi discovered that Li Macho also had the ability to gain experience from killing monsters. However, after so many years, even Ning Qi's own system had removed the setting of experience points. Li Macho wondered if Li Macho could still be the same as before, able to advance through killing. As he thought of this, Ning Qi glanced at Li Macho's attributes. As expected, he discovered the experience points column. It was just that her experience points were very, very high. Every time she leveled up, she would have to kill countless people. Li Macho, I will give you one more chance. Hand over the few cosmos rings you obtained earlier, and promise that you will no longer plunder the prey of my spirit mystic sect. We will forget about today's matter. It's not nice to fight and kill in the Azura sacred city. Ling Xuanzi spoke with trepidation. You are afraid. Li Macho smiled. Ling Xuanzi was startled. After that, he forced a smile and said, What a joke! This old man is a supreme elder of the spirit mystic sect. Why would I be afraid of a demoness like you? Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you are fighting against the demons on Azura planet. From what I know, many immortals have died in your hands. You clearly can't tell right from wrong. Li Macho smiled and said to Hu Qingzi, Let's go. After saying that, she held Hu Qingzi's little hand and turned to leave, not intending to care about Ling Xuanzi at all. Damn it! Ling Xuanzi's eyes flickered. He really wanted to attack, but he wasn't confident. Just now, he personally saw Li Macho kill a perfected stage Tai true demon with just a few palms. That was one of the most famous generals under a certain demon lord. Ling Xuanzi spent a lot of effort to lure him over and set up a trap. He was prepared to join forces with his sect's profound immortal elders and other good friends to kill him and divide the cultivation resources on him. But who would have thought that Li Macho would appear out of nowhere and directly kill an existence that they would need to spend a lot of effort to kill? Then, she took the Cosmos ring from the demon and left. How could they tolerate this? Hold it right there. Suddenly, a few figures appeared in the air. These people were dressed in dark red robes. There was one woman and two men, all of them emitting the aura of a perfected stage mystic immortal. They blocked Li Macho and Hu Qingzi's path. Azura sect's elders. That's Senior Ling Xuanzi's Dao companion, Dugu Yunyue. Fairy Macho won't be able to leave now. Dugu Yunyue? I heard that Dugu Yunyue's master is the 5th-ranked Grand Immortal of Azura sect, Old Ancestor Deviant Heart. She has great authority in Azura sect and has a chance to step into the Grand Immortal realm. Compared to her, Senior Ling Xuanzi is much weaker. Dugu Yunyue looked coldly at Li Macho. Hand over the item. Also, from today onwards, you have to leave Azura planet and not take a single step into it. I welcome you if you want to continue staying in the Azura battlefield. But Azura planet doesn't welcome you. Yunyue, you came at the right time. Ling Xuanzi heaved a sigh of relief. Are you bullying us with numbers? What right do you have to chase us out of Azura planet? We're here to defend against the devil race. You have no right to order us around. Hu Qingzi's face turned red as he roared in anger. That's right. Isn't it too much to chase her out of Azura planet? Even if Fairy Macho doesn't follow the rules, she still killed the devil race. Chapter 3078. Enough. Li Macho glanced at Hu Qingzi, indicating for her to shut up. After that, she looked at Dugu Yunyue with a hint of mockery in her eyes. You're here to stand up for your Dao companion? Sure, let's talk with our strength. As long as you can defeat me, I'll bring my disciple away from Azura planet. Yunyue, you have to be careful. Don't agree to her request. Her poison arts are extraordinary. Even a peak stage Tai true demon wouldn't be able to block it. Ling Xuanzi hurriedly transmitted his voice. Dugu Yunyue's expression didn't change, as though she didn't hear his warning. She nodded coldly. Fine. I'll let you know how strong a true mystic immortal is. Senior Sister Yunhua will hold the line for you. The two-peak stage mystic immortals behind Dugu Yunhua shouted in unison. After that, a wave of magic energy emanated from them. With a wave of their hands, they set up a restrictive spell. The entire street was sealed by the restrictive spell. Unrelated people, leave this street. Leave quickly. Without needing their reminder, the immortals below immediately turned and ran, only stopping when they were outside the restrictive spell. They looked at Li Macho and the rest excitedly. Very soon, only Ling Xuanzi's group, Li Macho, Dugu Yunhua, and her two junior brothers were left on the street. Wait for Master outside as well, Li Macho calmly said to Hu Qingzi. Master, be careful. Hu Cheng nodded, and then he intended to run out of the restrictive technique. After all, the aftershock of a battle between experts at the perfection stage of the mysterious immortal realm was extremely terrifying. If he didn't leave the restrictive technique, then with Hu Cheng's cultivation, he would suffer injuries in the slightest, or he would die on the spot. Before Hu Qingzi could run out of the street, she saw a hand reaching out from the shadows of a roof and grabbing her. Someone wants to harm me? Hu Qingzi was shocked and wanted to scream, but she discovered that her mouth was covered. Tongzi. Ning Qi smiled at Hu Qingzi. After so many years, this lass was still like a child. She hadn't grown up at all. Could it be that the demon race's childhood was so long? Big brother Ning? When Hu Qingzi heard Ning Qi's voice, she immediately quieted down and stopped struggling. She looked at Ning Qi in surprise and then saw Duan Ningjun. The handsome fatty is here too. Be polite. I don't like to fight, Duan Ningjun said fiercely. You are fatty. Hu Qing grinned. After a short pause, she reacted and quickly said to Ning Qi, Big brother Ning, honored master is being bullied. Can you help teach those guys a lesson? They are too hateful. What's wrong with killing demons? What's wrong with snatching the spoils of war? Ning Qi smiled and said, Don't worry. That woman is no match for your master. In other words, even if they join hands, they can't beat your master. Ah, master is so powerful. Hu Cheng was stunned. She had never had a clear idea of Li Macho's strength. Only after hearing Ning Qi's words did she realize how powerful her master was. Even if 4 people of the same level joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for her. We'll just watch. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. All right then, Hu Qing said. Since Ning Qi had said so, what else was there for her to worry about? Then the 3 continued to stand in the shadows, watching the battle that was about to happen. Besides Ning Qi's trio, there were many abstruse immortals who did not leave the forbidden field. Some sat in tea houses, leisurely sipping tea. Others stood on both sides of the street, watching calmly. Make your move. Li Macho looked at Dugu Yunhua. You're the guest, so I'll let you make the first move. Dugu Yunhua said. Their expressions seemed to be the same, but the crowd realized that Li Macho's was truly cold, while Dugu Yunhua's was cold with a hint of arrogance, the kind that looked down on others. All right. Li Macho did not waste words. She slammed her palm at Dugu Yunhua. Black mist immediately condensed on her palm. As soon as this mist appeared, the immortals outside the forbidden field shuddered. This was the power of a great Tao, and it was a poison attribute, great Tao. A great Tao like this was extremely rare in the immortal world. The more common ones were fire, wind, water, earth, and so on. Soon, the black mist condensed into a huge black palm that slammed down at Dugu Yunhua's head. Everywhere the palm passed, even the air seemed to be contaminated with poison, leaving a black mark. Yunhua, watch out! Ling Xuanzi hurriedly warned. The Tao of poison is just a minor Tao. Dugu Yunhua sneered. A dazzling golden light bloomed from her body. A divine dragon flew out of her body and circled around her, seemingly protecting her. That's the Shurasek's 7th grade defensive immortal art, 9 Dragons Protection. I've heard that the protection of the 9 dragons is extremely difficult to cultivate and requires a terrifying amount of resources. Only a primordial immortal from the Shura sect can cultivate it. I didn't expect Dugu Yunhua to be able to cultivate it with her cultivation base at the Great Circle of the Xian immortal level. It seems that Goddess Macho is no match for her. The only way to injure Dugu Yunhua is to break the 9 dragons' protection. I see. Ling Xuanzi heaved a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with joy. At this moment, he was full of confidence in his Dao companion. Ling Xuanzi knew a lot about the 9 dragons' protection. Usually, only primordial immortals could cultivate it, unlike some other immortal arts that could be cultivated and cast by force. The difficulty of cultivating it was due to the terrifying effects of the 9 dragons' protection. When one dragon was cultivated, it would possess terrifying might. Even an early-stage primordial immortal wouldn't be able to break through it without 7 or 8 hits. Although Dugu Yunhua had advanced to the primordial immortal realm, the effects of using the 9 dragons' protection with a peak abstruse immortal level would definitely be much weaker, but it was definitely not something an abstruse immortal could break through. It was equivalent to Dugu Yunhua standing in an invincible position. I said, I'll let you have one move, so I'll let you have one move. After casting the 9 dragons' protection, Dugu Yunhua's lips curled up slightly as she looked at Limacho mockingly. Limacho's expression remained unchanged. There was a loud bang. The black palm landed on Dugu Yunhua, but the dragons circling around her immediately let out a dragon roar, directly dispelling Limacho's attack. As expected, it can't break through Dugu Yunhua's defense. Fairy Macho is already very strong, but compared to a colossus like Shura sect, she's still quite lacking. Just the 9 dragons' protection alone is extremely rare. After Dugu Yunhua cultivates it, she should have few opponents among the abstruse immortals. Everyone seemed to have already guessed the ending. Hee hee, Dugu Yunhua laughed mockingly. Just as she was about to say something, her expression suddenly changed. Although Limacho's attack was dispelled, the poison still lingered on the dragon's body, and now the dragon was constantly being corroded. Chapter 3079. In less than 3 breaths of time, the divine dragon was corroded into bones, turned to dust, and dissipated between heaven and earth. Dugu Yunhua also coughed out a mouthful of blood, and her face paled a little. Usually, when a defensive celestial spell was broken, it would cause great damage to the user of the celestial spell. Senior sister Yunhua. The 2 junior brothers behind Dugu Yunhua were shocked. Yunhua, are you all right? Ling Xuanzi quickly flew to Dugu Yunhua's side and asked nervously. The way the spectators looked at Limacho had undergone a drastic change. There was a trace of fear in their eyes. Those below the abstruse immortal realm were fine. Most of them didn't know what it meant to break the 9 dragons' protection in one move. However, the abstruse immortals present were completely shocked by Limacho. Although Dugu Yunhua's cultivation wasn't at the primordial immortal realm and the 9 dragons' protection wasn't that strong, it wasn't an immortal art that a mere abstruse immortal could break. Limacho broke the 9 dragons' protection in one move. It was enough to prove that she could kill any abstruse immortal here without needing to use a second move. The eyes of the abstruse immortals that Ling Xuanzi brought along flickered. They were already regretting offending an existence like Limacho. They saw with their own eyes how Limacho killed a peak primordial immortal true demon with just a few moves, but they were still shocked by the scene before them. Your immortal art isn't too bad. It was able to block my move. Limacho smiled faintly. Then someone noticed that there seemed to be a special figure above her head. The figure seemed to have appeared the moment she attacked. However, the crowd didn't pay attention to it as they were all focused on Dugu Yunhua. Look, what's that? It looks familiar. Wait. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air. Could that be a Tao talisman? Tao talisman? A Tao talisman that only immortal monarchs could comprehend? A Tao talisman that was one of the prerequisites to enter the Emperor realm? Everyone's expression turned into one of extreme shock. Li Macho was only an abstruse immortal, but she was able to condense a Tao talisman. Wasn't her talent too terrifying? No wonder even the 9 Dragons barrier was unable to withstand that palm strike of hers. The power of Tao talismans is an existence that is a level higher than the power of the Grand Tao. Everyone's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. I'm fine. Get out of the way, Dugu Yunue said with a gloomy face. Ling Xuanzi smiled awkwardly and retreated to the side. Is this a Tao talisman? Dugu Yunue glanced at the figure above Li Macho's head, her eyes flashing with a trace of fear. Maybe, Li Macho said lightly. No wonder your poison was able to corrode my 9 Dragons' protection. So it's because you borrowed the power of the Tao talisman. However, you're still no match for me. Dugu Yunue coldly snorted. At the same time, a majestic aura of the great Tao swept out from her body. In front of Dugu Yunue, a meter-long immortal sword condensed. The aura of the great Tao came from this immortal sword. High-grade Tao artifact, as expected of the Ashura sect. Even a profound immortal elder can use a high-grade Tao artifact. Although the grade isn't considered high among the high-grade Tao artifacts, it can still multiply Dugu Yunue's battle strength. My Ashura sect is strongest in swordsmanship. Dugu Yunue sneered. Ashura Heaven Domain. Myriad swords return to origin. Boom! Within the forbidden technique, with Dugu Yunue as the center, a mysterious energy swept out in all directions. In that instant, everyone seemed to see a scene of corpses and white bones everywhere. This is the strongest 7th grade sword art of the Ashura sect. Ashura, Heaven Domain. I never thought that Dugu Yunue would have cultivated this sword art. Someone exclaimed. The scene they saw was just an illusion. However, these illusions were of the terrifying battles that they died under the Ashura Heaven Domain. This was the mystical aspect of the Ashura Heaven Domain. When the ancestors used it to kill their enemies, a trace of the scene would be left behind and passed down from generation to generation. The more people the Ashura Heaven Domain killed, the stronger it became, and the power of the sword art would increase. In Dugu Yunue's generation, the power of the Ashura Heaven Domain had been raised to the peak of the 7th grade. It was only half a step away from becoming an 8th grade immortal art. This was an immortal art that only immortal lords could use. Boom! The immortal sword in front of Dugu Yunue emitted a terrifying aura as it shot towards Li Macho. I'm afraid Fairy Macho won't be able to block this sword. Dugu Yunue is indeed the strongest genius of her generation. In the future, she will have no problem reaching the primordial unity realm. She might even reach the immortal lord realm. The crowd sighed. Just when they thought that Li Macho would definitely be defeated by this sword, Li Macho lightly flicked her horsetail whisk. The white strands on the horsetail whisk instantly expanded and wrapped around Dugu Yunue's immortal sword. How is this possible? Dugu Yunue looked at this scene in astonishment. Her strongest attack was actually blocked by the opponent. Break! Li Macho shouted. Thick black mist immediately surged from the horsetail whisk and wrapped around Dugu Yunue's immortal sword. In less than a breath's time, the immortal sword was completely corroded. Dugu Yunue coughed out a mouthful of blood, her expression extremely dispirited. Defeated, miserably defeated. The crowd already knew the outcome of this battle. The 9 Dragons' protection was broken. Even the Ashura Heaven Domain couldn't kill her, and she even lost a high-grade immortal sword. Dugu Yunue didn't have any other trump cards to last this battle. You're really weak, Li Macho said indifferently. Impossible, is the power of Tao talismans so terrifying? Impossible. If I also had the power of Tao talismans, you wouldn't be my match at all, Dugu Yunhua muttered to herself. Senior sister, are you all right? The two peak abstruse immortals she brought were a little nervous. Then they glared at Li Macho. Demoness, you're so vicious. You destroyed my senior sister's high-grade Tao talisman. My Shura sect will definitely not let you off today. Yunhua, it's all my fault. Ling Xuanzi didn't expect things to turn out this way. He felt a little guilty, and then glared at Li Macho with a trace of hatred in his eyes. Ha! Li Macho let out a rare laugh, but everyone could clearly feel the mockery in her laughter. Then she turned around and left without looking at Dugu Yunhua and the rest. Wait. A terrifying aura descended from the sky. Tai, it's Shura sect's old ancestor, Exan, Dugu Yunhua's master. No matter how strong Fairy Macho is, there's nothing she can do now. There's no way she's a match for a Tai. Furthermore, old ancestor Exan is a late-stage Tai. Chapter 3080. Sever an Arm. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed slightly. This punishment is too heavy, although severed arms could be regrown after reaching the mystic immortal realm. How could the effects be as strong as before? After all, the previous body was an immortal body that had been cleansed by the immortal Qi for countless years. I didn't expect old ancestor disloyal to be so protective. Fairy Macho only injured Dugu Yunhua. That kind of injury can be healed in a few dozen days. The magic treasure that was lost is just an external object. If we ask for Fairy Macho's arm, I'm afraid it will disappoint others. Li Macho's personality is too strong. Since I can injure her, I might as well show mercy and defeat her. There's no need to destroy Dugu Yunhua's magical treasure. Today's matter can be resolved. Everyone couldn't help but sigh, but no one dared to speak up. If they spoke up for Li Macho now, they would definitely offend the Shura sect. The Shura sect claimed to have 6 million disciples. If they offended such a powerful force, they might not be able to live in peace, even if they left Shura planet. Sever an arm. Li Macho frowned slightly. She knew that she wasn't a match for old ancestor disloyal, but it was impossible for her to sever an arm just like that. Someone as proud as her could only fight to the death and not be humiliated by others. Just as Li Macho was about to test the strength of a late-stage primordial unity, genuine celestial, Ning Qi, who was holding Hu Qingzi's arm, brought Duan Yingjun with him and stepped into the air. They appeared beside Li Macho. This is just a competition between juniors. As a senior, not only are you so narrow-minded and unreasonably protective, you even intend to use your power to oppress others. You want my subordinate to sever an arm? If the Shura sect is filled with people like you, it's really disappointing. Ning Qi smiled. Li Macho glanced at Ning Qi. Her expression didn't change, but she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. She knew that since Ning Qi was here, the matter would be resolved. Who is that? How dare he speak to old ancestor disloyal in such a manner? This is Shura planet, the territory of the Shura sect. Wait, why does he look so familiar? Doesn't he look like Ning Beixian? He doesn't look like him. He looks like Ning Beixian. Previously, I saw a post saying that someone saw Ning Beixian's immortal boat outside our Azura planet. Judging from the time, he should be arriving at our Azura holy city by now. Fairy Macho is one of his people? Actually, I should have known that Goddess Macho's talent is terrifying. All these years, she has been on the rankings for only a short period of time. Her cultivation speed is monstrous. Now, it seems like her cultivation speed is similar to Ning Beixian's, except that Ning Beixian's cultivation speed is really monstrous. Xian is obviously more monstrous and stronger. How dare you speak to my Ashura sect in such a manner? The two perfection stage mysterious immortals behind Dugu Yunhua were infuriated when they heard this. They didn't care about Ning Qi's cultivation, and they only knew that no one in Azura City could insult the Azura sect like this. Even the three immortal monarchs were courteous to their sect master and had never shouted at him. Aren't we competing for backing? So what if you're the Shura sect? Leave an arm behind before you leave. Otherwise, people will think that I, Ning Xian, am a pushover. Ning Xian? A trace of astonishment flashed on the faces of those two perfection-stage mysterious immortals, and then they looked carefully, causing their hearts to jerk fiercely from terror. How could it be him? The two of them were in a dilemma. In the end, they chose to shut their mouths. Ning Qi was an existence that could kill a peak early-stage demon monarch. That was equivalent to a terrifying immortal monarch. Although his cultivation was only at the perfection stage primordial unity true immortal, it was impossible for the entire Shura sect to defeat him. They might be his match. Dugu Yunue and Ling Xuanzi's expressions turned ugly. They never thought that Li Macho's backing would be a monster like Ning Beixian. Could it be that all the monsters in the celestial world know each other? If this demoness had mentioned Ning Beixian's name earlier, things would have been much worse. Ling Xuanzi felt a trace of regret. It's over. Ling Xuanzi set me up. Among the group of Xian immortals that Ling Xuanzi brought, there were a few who weren't from Ling Xian's sect. They were just good friends of Ling Xuanzi. Seeing the sudden change in the situation, they felt as though they had eaten a mouthful of dog sh*t, and their faces turned extremely ugly. Ning Beixian. Forefather Disloyal frowned slightly. So what? Even if you rank first on the Tai True Immortal list, your cultivation is only slightly higher than mine. We are in the Azura Holy City, the territory of the Azura sect. What right do you have to make us leave an arm behind? But since you've come forward today, I can give you face and compensate you. A high-grade Dao artifact, and I'll let this matter rest. As soon as she said that, the surrounding atmosphere immediately became very quiet. Everyone looked at Patriarch Disloyal Heart in disbelief. Could it be that she had been in closed-door cultivation previously and had no idea that Ning Beixian had crushed an early-stage demon lord? Ancestor Disloyal also seemed to sense that something was wrong. She immediately looked towards Dugu Yunue and the others, only to see their eyes flickering. Master, Ning Beixian killed an early-stage demon lord in the North Wilderness battlefield not long ago. Dugu Yunue opened her mouth with difficulty and sent a voice transmission. Killing an early-stage devil lord? How was that possible? Ancestor Disloyal Heart's first reaction was disbelief. She knew the difference between a Tai immortal and an immortal Lord the Best. On the other hand, those who had not reached the Tai immortal realm would not be able to experience such a feeling. Disciple, I think you've been tricked. Ancestor Disloyal Heart glanced at Dugu Yunue indifferently, then looked at Ning Qi. Consider my suggestion just now. There's no need to consider. I'll do it myself. Ning Qi smiled. Misunderstanding. Fellow Taoist Ning, please wait. A voice rang out from afar. Soon after, an old man in a dark red robe arrived in the blink of an eye. There was a trace of anxiety on his face, and when he saw Ning Qi, he immediately cupped his hands and bowed. I'm Ting Kong, the current great elder of the Shura sect. Someone has already reported this misunderstanding to me. Fellow Taoist Ning, please don't be angry. I'll give you an explanation. Martial uncle. Ancestor Disloyal Heart stared at Ting Kong in astonishment. Although she was also a Tai, her seniority was one generation lower than Ting Kong. It could be said that Ting Kong was the person who had lived the longest in the Azura sect. Long before she stepped on the path to immortality, Ting Kong was already a Tai true immortal. Are you muddle-headed? Is there anyone who would be so protective? Why don't you ask why your disciples are fighting? Miss Macho has killed countless devils on Azura planet all these years. Even the number of devils you have killed might not be as many as her. She is a meritorious person in the immortal world. You want her to sever one of her arms? If your master comes back to life, she would be angered to death by you. Chapter 3081. Uncle Master, this woman destroyed the superior grade Tao artifact I gave to Yunue. Now is a critical time to fight against the demons. I'm sure you know the consequences of losing a superior grade Tao artifact. Patriarch Disloyal glared at Li Macho. I'm already being merciful by only asking her to sever one of her arms. Dugu Yunue didn't dare to make a sound. She realized that her master had just come out of seclusion and hadn't watched the live broadcast. She didn't know how powerful Ning Beixian was and didn't believe her telepathic message. Dugu Yunue didn't expect things to turn out this way. She only wanted to resolve this matter immediately. As for the superior grade Tao artifact, so what if it was destroyed? If she made an enemy comparable to an immortal lord for the sect, who knew if he would secretly cause trouble in the future? You're still so stubborn. Ting Kong was enraged. Deaths and injuries are unavoidable in battles between juniors. Your disciple's life is not in danger now. She only destroyed an external object. Apologize to Taoist Ning immediately. A while ago, Ning Beixian killed a demonic lord on planet North Wilderness. Its strength was comparable to a mid-stage immortal lord. Shura's sect cannot afford to offend him. A voice rang in Patriarch Disloyal's ears. Patriarch Disloyal was stunned and looked at Ting Kong in disbelief. She knew that her Uncle Master would not lie about such things, nor would he make up such a lie just to make her apologize to Ning Qi. Could it be that her disciple's voice transmission was true? How was that possible? How could a grand unity, immortal kill a demonic lord? Although she did not believe it, Patriarch Disloyal could sense the seriousness of the matter. If it was true, then she really could not afford to offend the person before her. I was too impatient and did things rashly. Please forgive me, Taoist Ning. Patriarch Disloyal clenched her teeth and cupped her fists at Ning Qi. Patriarch Disloyal apologized. What else can he do? Can everyone in Shura sect be a match for Senior Ning? The immortals in the surroundings communicated with each other via voice transmissions. Many of them even felt that their anger had been vented. After all, Patriarch Disloyal Heart's unreasonable way of protecting his own had touched many people's heartstrings. If they had encountered such a thing, wouldn't they have lost an arm as well? For Taoist Ting Kong's sake, I won't take your arm, but they all have to leave an arm behind. Ning Qi said lightly. The expressions of Patriarch Disloyal Heart and Ting Kong changed instantly. Hiss! Everyone gasped. They finally had a better understanding of Ning Qi's character. Not only was this fellow protective, but he was even more protective than Patriarch Disloyal. Logically speaking, Li Macho had destroyed Dugu Yunue's high-grade Tao artifact, and Patriarch Disloyal Heart had apologized. All the benefits of this matter should be on Ning Qi's side. This big matter should be reduced to a small one. You. Patriarch Alien Heart was enraged. Dugu Yunue and her two junior brothers, as well as Ling Xuanzi and the rest, felt a chill in their hands. If they weren't careful today, they would lose an arm. Fellow Taoist Ning, look, Ting Kong forced a smile on his face. Cultivator Ting Kong, if you hadn't arrived in time, I would have taken action myself. Then, it wouldn't have been settled by a mere arm. I, Ning Beixian, never bully others, but I won't allow my people to be bullied for no reason either. Ning Qi said calmly. Hearing that, Ting Kong immediately shut his mouth. He could already hear the threat and determination in Ning Qi's words. If Dugu Yunue and the rest didn't lose an arm today, the matter would not end well. Ting Kong, what's going on? Why are you guys gathered here? Suddenly, a golden dragon tore through the sky and hovered above everyone's heads. On the golden dragon stood 3 figures. Dragon riding immortal lord has returned from the Langya immortal region? Seeing this, Ting Kong's face instantly revealed a hint of joy. As long as dragon riding immortal lord was willing to step forward and persuade them, His disciples and grand disciples would be spared from the pain of losing an arm. Dragon riding. What did Langya, immortal emperor, say this time? Another voice sounded. Following that, two figures tore through the sky, one after another. One of them carried a wine gourd on his back and had an obvious brandy nose, giving him a rather amiable appearance. The other wore a white robe and had a cold expression. The one who spoke was immortal Lord 3Chi with the gourd on his back. He's immortal, Lord 3Chi. Did the mortal song come from the gourd on his back? There's indeed a strong smell of alcohol. Ningqi looked at immortal Lord 3Chi curiously. At the same time, he noticed that the surrounding immortals all looked slightly tipsy after immortal Lord 3Chi appeared, as if they were drunk. Even Li Macho had a strange expression on her face. Lang, your immortal emperor, is in seclusion and won't see me. However, he sent these two immortal lords with me to guard the other battlefields. Dragon riding immortal lord said with an unsightly expression. Behind him stood two immortal lords. However, their auras were much weaker than immortal lord riding dragon and the others. Ningqi took a look at their attributes. They were only early-stage immortal lords. Naturally, such existences were not ranked in the immortal lords leaderboard. However, they were immortal lords after all. They were not primordial immortals. However, with the addition of two immortal lords at the border, the pressure would naturally be greatly reduced. Therefore, the immortals present looked much better. Li Water, immortal lord, and immortal lord 3Chi looked at each other, slightly disappointed. Others might not know, but they knew that Langya, immortal emperor, had more than 10 immortal lords under him. However, he had sent the two weakest immortal lords. They really did not know what to say. This humble one is Qin Dong. Greetings, immortal lords. I've heard a lot about you. This humble one is Yun Cheng. Greetings, immortal lords. The two early-stage immortal lords cupped their fists and greeted immortal Lord 3Chi and immortal Lord 3Chi, although they were all immortal lords. Immortal lords differed in strength. They were only early-stage immortal lords. If they really wanted to argue, they would definitely be juniors. However, because of their status as immortal lords, even if their cultivation was much weaker than theirs, they could still address them as equals. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Immortal Lord 3Chi smiled. Qin Dong, is that you? Patriarch Disloyal Heart suddenly looked at one of the early-stage immortal lords with a shocked expression. Patriarch Disloyal Heart actually knows this immortal lord? This immortal lord is not well known. He probably just advanced recently and has been in seclusion in Langya immortal domain. Disloyal Heart? Long time no see. How are you? Qin Dong moved and appeared in front of Patriarch Disloyal Heart with a complicated expression. To think that you'd already become an immortal lord when we parted that year. Patriarch Disloyal Heart sighed. Before Qin Dong could speak, her eyes narrowed and her lips moved slightly. Clearly, she was sending a voice transmission. Oh, there's such a thing. He wants you to break one of your arms. A mere perfected Tai genuine immortal dares to be so arrogant? Chapter 3082. The instant Qin Dong made his move, Ting Kong's expression changed. Amen. Dragon riding immortal lord was slightly startled, as though he didn't know what was going on. Yun Cheng, who came with Qin Dong from the Langya immortal emperor, was very calm. Isn't that not good? After immortal lord 3Chi saw Ningqi's appearance, he already knew that things were not good. However, it was too late to act now. The 9 inner hidden gates were all opened. A terrifying force flowed through Ningqi's body. He stepped forward and punched, directly shattering Qin Dong's attack. His fist accurately landed on Qin Dong's stomach. An early-stage immortal lord was directly sent flying after being punched by Ningqi. The immortals behind Qin Dong fled in panic and were almost caught in the shockwaves. Boom! 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 Qin Dong smashed through hundreds of houses before landing heavily on the ground. Blood kept gushing out of his mouth, but he did not faint. Instead, he supported himself with his hands and sat up in disbelief. He stared at Ning Qi. Too strong. Ning Beixian is truly a monster. Beating up an immortal lord just like that. How satisfying. This is most probably the strongest Grand Unity immortal in history. Did such a character appear in the ancient era? Probably not. If there was, there would have been records about it. Quick, take out the All-Heaven Talisman and start a live broadcast. Didn't you guys react when we were making money? Oh, right. The fellows who had the All-Heaven Talisman took out their talismans and started a live broadcast. Very soon, they gained quite a lot of popularity. Host, it's Ning Beixian. It's him. Seems like he's fighting with someone again. Where is this place? Everyone, this is Azura Planet. Senior Ning just defeated an immortal lord from the Langya immortal region, Qin Dong, with a single punch. After a simple explanation, the host aimed the All-Heaven Talisman at Qin Dong, who was not far away. Naturally, this action was very covert. Even if Qin Dong was a heavily injured immortal lord, he wasn't someone in existence like the host could afford to offend. See, this person is also an immortal lord. I didn't expect Ning Beixian to fight an immortal lord right after fighting a devil lord. Is he so warlike? Host, don't stop broadcasting. I'll reward you. Soon, almost all the people who had started the live broadcast had their lips curled up into a smile. It was obvious that they had obtained a considerable windfall. How could this be? Patriarch Disloyal stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. She thought that Qin Dong would definitely be able to suppress Ning Qi on the spot, but she did not expect Ning Qi to send Qin Dong flying with a single punch. This was completely different from the script she had imagined. What are you looking at? Ning Qi's voice suddenly rang in Qin Dong's ears. He turned around in shock and saw Ning Qi standing less than a meter away from him. Who are you? Yun Cheng sensed that something was wrong. He suppressed the shock in his heart and appeared beside Qin Dong with a whoosh. He looked at Ning Qi with vigilance. Haha, this must be a misunderstanding. Immortal Lord 3 Qi suddenly smiled. Immortal Lord Qin Dong, Immortal Lord Yunqing. This is Taoist Ning Beixian, who is ranked first on the Tai True Immortal list. Ning Beixian? Qin Dong's eyes flashed with a trace of disbelief. He knew Ning Beixian. After hearing Immortal Lord 3 Qi's reminder, he took a closer look and remembered that he had seen Ning Beixian a few times. Of course, that was on the live broadcast platform or through other channels. This was the first time he had seen Ning Beixian in person. But could Ning Beixian have already advanced to the Immortal Lord realm? Thinking of this, he sensed the Tai True Immortal aura on Ning Qi's body. He was sure that Ning Qi had not advanced to the Immortal Lord realm yet. However, why was his technique so terrifying? He had used 70% to 80% of his strength when he had grabbed Ning Qi casually just now. With this strength, even 10 perfected Tai True Immortals would have been killed. However, his attack had been shattered by Ning Qi with a single punch and had even seriously injured him. Misunderstanding. Before Qin Dong and Ning Qi could speak, Cloud Accomplishment Immortal Lord was the first to erupt in anger. Qin Dong and I only came to the ancient heavenly court to help out because of the Langya Immortal Emperor. But the moment we arrived, we were humiliated like this. Is this a misunderstanding? It seems like you don't need us at all. After a pause, he said, Brother Qin, let's go. After saying that, he helped Qin Dong up and was about to leave. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed. Even Immortal Lord Dragon Riding's face turned extremely ugly. Immortal Lord Yunqing's words had a hidden meaning. It was obvious that they were very reluctant to come to the ancient heavenly court. You can leave, but he can stay for now. Ning Qi said calmly. Yun Cheng's body stiffened. He slowly turned to look at Ning Qi. What do you mean? Don't you understand what I mean? This person tried to kill me for no reason. If I didn't have some ability, I would have been killed by him. Do you think that you can cancel out his attack with a single punch? If that happened, the immortal world would be in chaos. Can the weak attack the strong? Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Immortal Lord Dragon riding, what do you say? Yun Cheng looked at Immortal Lord Dragon riding angrily. I haven't sorted out this matter and don't know the cause and effect. However, it is a fact that Immortal Lord Qin Dong attacked fellow Taoist Ning for no reason. Let's settle it like a normal dispute, Immortal Lord Dragon riding said calmly. As he spoke, he glanced at Ning Qi and nodded in a friendly manner. Ning Qi had helped the Taichu Chamber of Commerce deal with a huge matter earlier, which was equivalent to helping him. As such, there was some connection between the two of them. Yun Cheng and Qin Dong, on the other hand, had occasionally shown a little arrogance along the way because their backer was the Langya Immortal Emperor. Moreover, Immortal Lord Dragon riding could tell that the two had no intention of resisting the demon race and were just going through the motions. Yun Cheng had even planned to use this as an excuse to return to the Langya Immortal Domain. He didn't like it. Settle it like a normal dispute? Yun Cheng and Qin Dong's expressions changed. They both understood Immortal Lord Dragon riding's meaning. Immortal Lord Tri Chi and Immortal Lord Rainwater did not intend to say anything. What do you want? Tell me. Yun Cheng looked at Ning Qi with a solemn expression. How about this? Since you want to stand up for him, the two of you should join forces and take a punch from me. I will let you leave regardless of your life. Ning Qi said calmly. The two of them join forces? The immortals gasped. However, when they thought about what Ning Qi had done on Planet North Wilderness, they felt relieved. He did have that kind of strength. Unfortunately, Yun Cheng and Qin Dong had not watched the live broadcast. Are you sure? A hint of joy rose in Yun Cheng's heart. While he did not know why Ning Qi's combat power was so terrifying, a Grand Immortal was a Grand Immortal after all. How could he and Qin Dong, two immortal lords, not be able to take a punch from him? That was impossible. Yes, I'm sure. All right, come at me. Bang. Chapter 3083. The scene became very quiet. Dragon riding Celestial Master looked at Ning Qi, and the joy in his eyes intensified. From the strength Ning Qi had displayed, he was already stronger than the two Celestial Masters. Moreover, he knew that Ning Qi had the intention to help the ancient Heavenly Court's immortal region. After killing the bandit who had been plundering the various chambers of commerce, Ning Qi had given the Cosmos Ring to the Taichu Chamber of Commerce and asked Xingyue to sell it to the immortals here at half price. Even the dragon that the dragon-riding immortal lord was riding on widened its eyes as it inspected Ning Qi curiously. Then it noticed the silver dragon tattoo on Ning Qi's neck. At that moment, the dragon's expression underwent a drastic change. Its eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Old Ancestor Faithheart's countenance turned pale. She didn't expect that as an immortal lord, not only did Qin Dong fail to help her suppress Ning Qi, he was even forced out of Azura planet by Ning Qi. Right now, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. In that case, it should be her turn now, right? Thinking of this, she already began to regret. Just now, if she had Duga Yunyue and the others cut off one of their arms, this matter could have been resolved. But now it's your turn. Ning Qi looked indifferently at Forefather Disloyal and the rest. Puff! Duga Yunyue decisively chopped off her left arm. Then there were her two junior brothers. Ling Xuanzi was next. The group of elders that Ling Xuanzi brought were still fine and decisive, but Ling Xuanzi's good friends chopped off their arms with incomparable grief and indignation, throwing the blame on Ling Xuanzi in their hearts. As for Ning Qi, they didn't even dare to have any resentment. Disloyal heart, don't make me attack. Ting Kong looked at Patriarch Disloyal with rage in his eyes. Just now, Qin Dong had suddenly attacked Ning Qi. It was obvious what was going on. Puff! Old Ancestor Disloyal had chopped off her own arm. Her face was slightly pale. After losing this arm, Her strength had decreased by at least 10%. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have acted in the first place. Hu Cheng snorted coldly. When Patriarch Devious Heart heard that, his heart was filled with immense resentment. However, he did not dare to express it in the slightest. Since the matter has been resolved, you guys can disperse first. Dragon-riding Immortal Monarch waved his hand nonchalantly. Yes. Ting Kong bowed respectfully. Then he left with Ancestor Disloyal and the others and flew towards Shura Sect. When the others saw this, they also dispersed. They wanted to stay for a while longer, but since the Immortal Lord had spoken, how could they disobey? Oh yeah, in the future, don't casually broadcast the battles on Azura Planet. Turn it off in case the news leaks to the Devil Race. Dragon-riding Immortal Lord spoke again. Many people's eyes flashed to the hint of surprise, and then they resentfully turned off the live broadcast. However, they were still very happy in their hearts. Just this short live broadcast had earned them cultivation resources that they would not be able to save for decades, or even centuries. They had made a huge profit. Fellow Taoist Ning, this is not the place to speak. Please follow us. Dragon-riding Immortal Sage cupped his hands at Ning Qi. The giant dragon under his feet suddenly shrank and flew to his shoulder. But his eyes were still looking at Ning Qi. To be exact, he was not looking at Ning Qi, but at the silver dragon tattoo on his body. Shura Sect. Sect Leader Palace. Ever since the 3 Immortal Monarchs took charge of the Azura Planet, the Azura Sect had temporarily become their base. Duan Ingjun, Li Macho, and Hu Qingzi had already moved to a mountain peak in the Azura Sect that was rich in spiritual energy under Ting Kong's arrangements. As for Ning Qi and the 3 Immortal Monarchs, they sat in the sect leader's hall. There were no servants around, only Ning Qi and the 3 others. To think that something like this would happen during this period of time, Dragon-riding Immortal Lord put down the All Heavens talisman and sighed. Dragon-riding, you have to change your bad habit of not using the All Heavens talisman. Immortal Lord 3 Qi smiled. Water-dripping Immortal Lord nodded in agreement. Dragon-riding Immortal Lord laughed. I'm not used to it. Looks like I have to change it in the future. After a pause, he looked at Ning Qi and cupped his fists. Fellow Taoist Ning, it's all thanks to you that Planet North Wilderness survived. Otherwise, the Northern Wilderness battlefield would have lost at least 70% of its vitality. The strongest beings in the Northern Wilderness battlefield were all on Planet North Wilderness. If they were all devoured by Lucifer, it would mean that the entire Northern Wilderness battlefield strength would have been reduced by 70%. It could be said that Ning Qi had not only saved Planet North Wilderness, but also the entire Northern Wilderness battlefield, and all the immortals and mortals behind the Northern Wilderness battlefield. Dragon-riding Immortal Lord, you're welcome. This is what I should do. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his fists. Sigh, if everyone could be like fellow Taoist Ning, the celestial world's chances of winning this demonic invasion would not be so low. Dragon-riding Immortal Lord sighed. Lang, your Immortal Emperor, sent 2 early-stage Immortal Lords. His attitude is already very clear. Lin Shui, Immortal Lord, said faintly. As he spoke, he glanced at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. Actually, they had already guessed the reason why Tiandao family had secluded themselves from the world. As the spokesperson of Tiandao family in the immortal world, Lang Immortal Emperor's actions had further confirmed their guesses. Let's not talk about this. If he doesn't want to act, so be it. We just have to do our best. Now that fellow Taoist Ning is willing to come to Azura Planet to help us defend against the Devil Race, this can already be considered a silver lining in our misfortune. Given fellow Taoist Ning's strength, he should at least be at the mid-phase of the Immortal Monarch realm. It's unknown how much stronger he is compared to Yunqing and Qin Dong. Double. Immortal Monarch, riding dragon, said with a smile. Immortal Monarch 3 Qi nodded and looked at Ning Qi curiously. Fellow Taoist Ning, your physical body is extremely strong and is comparable to a mid-stage Tai, true demon. I wonder what kind of mystical body-tempering technique did you cultivate? He wasn't trying to pry, but purely out of curiosity. Sanchi, don't ask about these things. Raindrop, immortal lord, said faintly. When immortal monarch 3 Chi heard this, he smiled awkwardly. That's true. After that, he changed the topic. Fellow Taoist Ning is already at the perfection stage of the Tai true immortal realm. If you can break through to the immortal monarch realm, your combat prowess would most probably be comparable to us, right? Dragon riding celestial master and water leeching celestial master looked at each other. 3 Chi celestial master was right. If Ning Chi could really break through to the celestial master realm, it would be of great help to the demon clan's invasion in a few years. The 3 of you breaking through to the immortal monarch realm is easier said than done. At the very least, it's impossible for you to do so within the next 10 years. Ning Chi smiled bitterly. 10 years. The 3 of them had strange expressions on their faces. They felt that if Ning Chi wanted to break through to the immortal monarch realm, he would need at least another ancient era or so. No matter how fast he was, it was impossible for him to break through during the great war between immortals and devils. However, Ning Chi said that it was impossible for him to do so within the next 10 years. Was it possible? Chapter 3084. Ning Chi opened the All-Heaven Talisman and looked through Ji Sijuan's messages one by one. Pot of wine. Big brother, are you there? Pot of wine. Big brother, can you tell me the news about Ning Beixian that you told me before? Pot of wine. Ning Chi smiled. The next 100 messages were roughly the same. He could see that Ji Sijuan was very anxious, like a starving fish. Big brother sent me to patrol the mountain. Brother Wine, I'm sorry. Something happened recently, and I didn't have time to reply. Beep beep. Almost instantly, Ji Sijuan replied. From the looks of it, she was probably waiting for Ning Chi to reply to her at all times. Pot of wine. Big brother, the news you told me before. Big brother sent me to patrol the mountain. I'm sorry, Brother Wine. I don't dare to leak this news in case I get into trouble. Pot of wine. What are we afraid of with the All-Heaven Talisman? No matter how strong Ning Beixian is, he won't know our true identities. Big brother sent me to patrol the mountain. I'm really sorry. Ji, Family Grotto Heaven. Anger flashed in Ji Sijuan's eyes. If she knew who this big brother sent me to patrol the mountain for, she wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Then she typed a few more messages, but the other side didn't reply at all. The more this happened, the angrier Ji Sijuan became. Damn it, who is he? What does he know about Ning Beixian? Ji Sijuan clicked on Ning Chi's information while thinking. She wanted to see what posts Ning Chi had made in the past. Then, she suddenly saw that the big brother sent me to patrol the mountain had posted a new post on the black market. There were hundreds of comments as soon as it was posted. An ancient Een spirit tree root in exchange for a treasure from the ancient war between immortals and demons. Regardless of rank. Come if you want to trade. Een spirit tree root? Ji Sijuan was slightly stunned. Suddenly she took out a jade scroll. This jade scroll was an encyclopedia that she had bought from the Ji family. It recorded the uses of many heaven and earth spiritual treasures, as well as all sorts of detailed information. When she first saw the spirit Een tree root, Ji Sijuan felt that it was a little familiar. When she sent her divine will into the jade scroll, she finally found detailed information about the Een spirit tree root. It's a treasure like this? Using it to exchange for magic treasures from the great war of immortals and demons? What exactly is this person's background? Why does he want those magic treasures? It's practically impossible for there to be any magic treasures from the primordial era in the immortal dimension. Perhaps. Ji Sijuan's eyes burned with passion. She thought of the Ji family's treasure pavilion. At the highest level, There were many spoils of war left behind by the remnants of the ancient immortal clans. The power of those treasures was already very weak. Some couldn't even be considered immortal treasures. After all, too much time had passed. Thinking of this, Ji Sijuan immediately sent a message to Ning Qi. A pot of muddy wine. So Big Brother wants ancient artifacts? I do have some here. If Big Brother is interested, you can trade with me. But my condition is very simple. Other than the Yin spirit tree root, you must also tell me about Ning Beixian. It would be best if it's proof that he's colluding with the demon race. According to... After Ning Qi saw this message, a smile flashed in his eyes. Brother Muddywine, are you serious? Do you really have a magic treasure from the ancient times? I don't want that kind of trash. It's best if it's a magic treasure left behind by the ancient immortal clan. A trace of suspicion flashed in Ji Sijuan's eyes. A pot of muddy wine. What does Big Brother want the magic treasure for? The king sent me to patrol the mountain. To be honest, Brother Muddywine, I am a blacksmith. The magic treasure of the ancient immortal clan is very unique. If I can use it as a reference, it will greatly improve my blacksmithing skills. So that's it. Ji Sijuan was enlightened. No wonder Ning Qi could take out the Yin spirit tree root and exchange it for an ancient artifact. So he was a blacksmith. This profession was the richest in the celestial realm. Most of the time, even alchemists couldn't compare because blacksmiths were very rare. However, even though those magic treasures aren't worth much, they are still at the highest level of the treasure pavilion. If I want to trade for them, I need a lot of contribution points. I don't have enough at all. Looks like I'm not fated with the Yin spirit tree root, but I can use this chance to get some information from him. The corner of Ji Sijuan's mouth rose. A pot of muddy wine. Big Brother, I have what you want. But before we trade, you must tell me about Ning Beixian. Only then can I trust you. The king sent me to patrol the mountain. Impossible. We haven't traded yet. How can I tell you anything? I'm not even sure if you have these magic treasures. A pot of muddy wine. If you don't believe me, I can send you a few pictures with the All-Heaven Talisman. You can see if they are magic treasures passed down from the ancient times. After you confirm it, tell me the information and we will complete the trade. I have many of these magic treasures. You can have any of them you want. Yes. Ji Sijuan sighed. If she had enough contribution points, she wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to lie to him. She could just trade directly. The Yin spirit tree root was a good thing. Even if she couldn't refine it into a pill, she could just grind it into powder and swallow it. In less than a few hundred years, she would definitely break through to the Tai realm. The Tai realm. The king sent me to patrol the mountain. Pictures won't do. How about this? You start a live broadcast. After I confirm that you have those magic treasures, I will tell you the information you want to know. After that, we will make the trade. A pot of muddy wine. Deal! Ji Sijuan walked out of the bamboo house with a smile. She would definitely make a profit from this trade. In other words, she was in an invincible position, as long as she knew the information. Even if she didn't trade, the other party would at most go to the All-Heaven Forum to scold her. But who would believe it? Thinking of this, Ji Sijuan flew into the distance happily. Why is this B** TCH so happy? Yan Zhen, who was sweeping the floor, glanced at Ji Sijuan's back and muttered to himself thoughtfully. Not long after, Ji Sijuan arrived at the Ji family's treasure vault. Because she was Ji Xuanling's personal disciple, her journey was unimpeded. Even the immortal lord who was guarding the top floor, whom Ji Xingyuan addressed as uncle, opened the door at Ji Sijuan's request. Sijuan, what brings you here all of a sudden? Do you want exchange for the magic treasures on here? An old man in a black robe looked at Ji Sijuan indifferently and said, Elder Longxiang, I have been studying the art of refining recently, so I want to observe the various magic treasures passed down from the ancient times. Ji Sijuan bowed respectfully. Chapter 3085. Seeing that Ji Longxiang was ignoring her, Ji Sijuan waited for a while before stealthily taking out the All-Heaven Talisman and opening a private live stream room. This kind of live stream room cost 30,000 All-Heaven coins. After opening it, only those who gave the room number could enter and watch. 30,000 All-Heaven coins was a huge sum of money to Ji Sijuan. However, in order to blackmail Ning Qi to the point where he couldn't make a comeback, she could only endure the pain. After opening the live broadcast room, Ji Sijuan immediately sent a private message to Ning Qi and sent him the room number. Not long after, she noticed that someone had entered the live broadcast room. Looking at the name, it was King sent me to patrol the mountain. She moved her spiritual will. Big brother, how is it? The All-Heaven Talisman scanned through the shelves. They were all magic treasures passed down from ancient times. They were the spoils of war of the Tiandao family. Each magic treasure had a great origin and proved the absolute might of the Tiandao family in the past. There are indeed a lot of things. However, these magic treasures seem to be dead. Big brother, what other requests do you have? How long has it been since the ancient times? Even magic treasures can't be preserved forever. Ji Sijuan's eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure. She then walked while recording. On the other side, Ning Qi was not observing Ji Sijuan through the live broadcast room. Instead, he had the clairvoyance ability, so he could see a wider range. When Ji Sijuan walked past the shelf where the flying dagger was stored, Ning Qi's figure instantly disappeared. In less than half a breath's time, he appeared once again. However, this time, he appeared in Duan Ingjuan's room. Duan Ingjun looked at Ning Qi's sudden appearance and departure with a dumbfounded expression. In the room, Ning Qi looked at the ordinary flying dagger in his hand and sighed in his heart. With a cheat, I can even obtain such a rare item so easily. So, a gourd flew out from Ning Qi's glabella and rolled on the ground, instantly turning into a fat baby. Little White, is that Little White? The small gourd looked at the flying dagger in Ning Qi's hand in shock. You slept so soundly, but you still woke up. This should be the Little White you are looking for. Ning Qi passed the flying dagger to the gourd. The moment the small gourd took the flying knife, a terrifying aura seemed to grow in the small gourd's body. Ning Qi cursed inwardly and put the small gourd into his divine thoughts. Then he moved and appeared in the top cultivation training field. The moment he arrived at the top-tier cultivation training ground, Ning Qi spat out a mouthful of blood, and his consciousness seemed to be surging with raging waves. The suppressed demon ancestor's heart, the prison suppression gate guarded by the four spirits, the immortal slaying bow, and the statue formed by the ancient immortal Joss flame body tempering technique seemed to have changed due to the aura of the immortal slaying gourd. Without hesitation, Ning Qi threw the celestial slaying gourd out of his sea of consciousness. Only then did his sea of consciousness gradually calm down. The power of the heart of the devil patriarch that was sealed by the silver dragon had crack on it, and it almost broke. If that happened, Ning Qi would repeat the same mistake and become a demon again. Fortunately, Ning Qi reacted extremely quickly and avoided a disaster. After leaving the sea of consciousness, the celestial slaying gourd floated high in the sky. Golden ripples, like smoke, circled around it. The celestial slaying gourd kept growing bigger and bigger. 1 zhang, 10 zhang, 100 zhang, 1,000 zhang, 100,000 zhang. It almost turned into a star that almost covered the entire sky. The giant gourd's aura also skyrocketed wildly. Ning Qi's sharp eyes saw that there seemed to be a sword-shaped, white light at the mouth of the gourd, faintly discernible. Is it going to restore the power of the connate numinous treasure? This way, even an immortal emperor can kill it. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with excitement. Over the years, few things could make his emotions fluctuate as much as today. The celestial slaying gourd's aura continued to rise. Ning Qi did not know how long this process would take. He could only hope that it would be completed within a few hundred years, or he would miss the deadline that the Blood Pool Demon Monarch had mentioned. A year in the top cultivation training ground was equivalent to a day in the outside world. Oh, what aura is that? Ji Longxiang had already closed his eyes and was ready to cultivate. Suddenly, he sensed that other than Ji Sijuan, there was another unfamiliar aura. However, it only appeared for a very short period of time, so short that he could not catch it. Ji Longxiang stood up with a solemn face and walked towards Ji Sijuan. Big brother, are you done looking? Tell me which item you want to trade. But according to our previous rules, you have to tell me what I want to know first. Ji Sijuan transmitted her voice impatiently when she saw that Ning Qi did not respond. She did not know that Ning Qi had already gotten what he wanted and went to the top cultivation training ground. She and Ji Longxiang were not killed by Ning Qi because Ning Qi wanted to use her to enter the Heaven Dao Pavilion next time. Sijuan, what did you do just now? Ji Longxiang's voice was heard. Ji Sijuan was shocked and quickly kept the All-Heaven Talisman. She turned around and bowed to Ji Longxiang. Elder Longxiang, I didn't do anything just now. You didn't do anything? Ji Longxiang looked suspicious. Then he looked around casually and was stunned. Then Ji Longxiang flew into a rage, and a terrifying aura swept out from his body and enveloped Ji Sijuan. Elder Longxiang. Ji Sijuan was dumbfounded. Was she discovered when she secretly used the All-Heaven Talisman? I have been stationed here for many years. I can remember the position of every speck of dust here. You didn't do anything? Then tell me, where did the flying dagger go? Ji Longxiang pointed at a shelf with a gloomy expression and said coldly. He did not expect Ji Sijuan to be so bold as to steal something under his nose. If this got out, how would the immortal emperors of the clan look at him? Would they say that he, an immortal lord, could not intimidate a Xian immortal junior? If it was not for Ji Xianling, Ji Longxiang would have slapped Ji Sijuan to death. Ji Longxiang wanted to slap Ji Sijuan to death on the spot. What? Ji Sijuan was shocked. She looked in the direction that Ji Longxiang was pointing and said in a panic, Elder Longxiang, you've misunderstood me. I really didn't take anything. She did not remember if there was a flying dagger there at all. You're not going to take it out? Then I'll do it myself. Ji Longxiang sneered and slammed his palm on Ji Sijuan's chest. She immediately screamed miserably and flew out. After a while, Ji Longxiang's expression was uncertain. He did not find the flying dagger that disappeared from Ji Sijuan's body. Looks like you'll only be willing to take it out if I ask Patriarch Xianling to come. Chapter 3086. Ji Clan Grotto Heaven. In the meeting hall, Ji Xianling, Ji Xianshu, Ji Xiandao, Ji Xianzhu, and the other immortal emperors were all summoned here. Since the Tiandao clan was in seclusion, the immortal emperors who had been outside returned to the Grotto Heaven one after another. In the middle of the meeting hall sat an emperor whose cultivation was no lower than Hanbei Demon Emperor. Ji Xianling and the others stood on both sides of the hall. Ji Longxiang and Ji Sijuan stood together in the middle of the hall. What happened today hadn't happened in the Ji clan for many years. A disciple of the Ji clan dared to steal from the treasure pavilion. Although they didn't suffer any losses, the matter was very serious. If word got out, the Ji clan would lose all face. Sitting in the middle of the hall was the strongest emperor below the 3 elders of the Ji clan. He was also the current head of the Ji clan, Ji Hanyuan. There were 2 late-stage great emperors sitting next to Ji Hanyuan. One of them was Ji Xingyuan's father, Ji Kong. Ever since Ji Xingyuan's mysterious death, no one knew who the murderer was. Ji Xingyuan's face had never been pleasant to anyone. Xianling, your good disciple dared to steal treasures from the Ji clan's treasure pavilion. Who gave her the courage to do so? Ji Kong shouted coldly all of a sudden. Ji Sijuan's eyes flashed with fear. She wanted to defend herself, but didn't dare speak. She could only look at Ji Xianling for help. Ji Kong, the matter hasn't been cleared up yet. What right do you have to say that she stole treasures from the treasure pavilion? Ji Xianling glanced at Ji Kong coldly and then looked at Ji Longxiang. You said my disciple stole treasures. Do you have any proof? Big brother, tell me what you saw. Ji Kong said indifferently. Ji Longxiang nodded and said in a deep voice. Ji Sijuan said that in order to study the Tao of artifact refining, she wanted to observe the magic treasures handed down from the Great War of Immortals and Demons, which were also the spoils of war that our Ji family obtained from the hands of the ancient immortals. I didn't expect her to steal them, and the treasure pavilion lost a flying knife in the blink of an eye. I swear that the flying knife was still on the shelf before Ji Sijuan came in. No, I didn't steal it. Ji Sijuan waved her hand with a pale face. You said I framed you? Ji Longxiang suddenly looked at Ji Sijuan, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Wait, I have proof. Ji Sijuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and she took out the All-Heaven talisman. I was live streaming at that time, so the scene should still be preserved. Live broadcast? Everyone looked at each other. The celestial talisman was rarely used by the great emperors. After all, it was a new item. Most of them used it for communication. As for the live broadcast and other functions, almost none of them had ever seen it before. Let me have a look. Ji Hunyuan said indifferently. Yes, Patriarch. Ji Sijuan quickly nodded and fiddled with it for a long time until she was sweating profusely before finally playing the video. This was the scene when Ji Sijuan first entered the top floor. Soon, the missing flying knife appeared on the screen. Everyone's expression suddenly became more focused. Not long after, Ji Longxiang walked over. Everyone knew what happened after that. During this period of time, my disciple didn't do anything. Ji Xianling said calmly, could it be that the flying dagger will disappear by itself? Ji Longxiang frowned. Disappear by itself? Ji Hunyuan's expression changed slightly. Quickly go and check if there's anything special about these Dharma treasures that have been passed down from ancient times. Because of that battle, there's almost no record of how these Dharma treasures were obtained and what grade they were. If it's a connate numinous treasure, it will indeed act on its own. Apart from that, seal the Ji family's grotto heaven. As for this girl, Ji Xianling will take her back and discipline her. She's not allowed to leave before the matter is concluded. Connate numinous treasure? Everyone's expression changed. If it really was a connate numinous treasure, that would be incredible. Not to mention them. Even the Dharma treasures used by the Ji family's elders were only the best among supreme-grade Tao treasures. They were completely incomparable to connate numinous treasures. However, after the Great War between immortals and demons, connate numinous treasures were either destroyed or disappeared. Some were taken away by Jiang Tianshu. Until now, even the powerful Tiandao family did not have a single connate numinous treasure. It had been 100 years. It had been a full 100 years since Ning Qi entered the top-grade cultivation training ground. However, the immortal slaying gourd was still the same as before, occupying the entire sky. Ning Qi's spirit consciousness would be devoured by the immortal slaying gourd occasionally. At that moment, its might had far surpassed that of a supreme-grade Tao treasure. Even if it had not fully recovered to the might of a connate numinous treasure, it was probably not far off. Another 50 years passed. One day, a dazzling white light suddenly shone from the skies. The white light filled the entire world and turned the entire space white. Even Ning Qi could not open his eyes, as though he would be blinded by the white light the moment he opened them. Before long, when the white light disappeared and Ning Qi opened his eyes again, a palm-sized gourd hovered before him. Unlike before, there was a faint white light emanating from the mouth of the gourd. The white light resembled mist and water, but it gave off an extremely dangerous aura. The next moment, a small face appeared on the gourd and said to Ning Qi with a smile, Xiaobai is recovering. Although I'm not as strong as before, I'll be able to return to my peak as long as I have enough time. Are you considered a connate numinous treasure now? Ning Qi heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the gourd did not turn on him. Of course. Tell me who you want to kill. Kill anyone below the Emperor realm. The gourd said immediately. What about the Emperor realm? Ning Qi's eyes lit up. Kill anyone you want. The gourd's tone was filled with arrogance. After a pause, it changed the topic. But because Xiaobai needs to recuperate and your cultivation is too low, I'll have to sleep for 100 years every time you invite me. Moreover, the energy in your body will be sucked dry. After inviting me, you'll temporarily lose your combat strength. So think twice before using it. Sleep for 100 years? My energy will be sucked dry? Ning Qi pondered for a moment, but the corners of his lips curled up slightly. It was only 100 years. If he stayed in the top-notch training ground for 100 years, only 3 months would pass in the outside world. That was equivalent to using it once every 3 months. That was enough. When I want to kill someone, I can just throw you out, right? Ning Qi smiled. Of course not. You have to say respectfully, Baby, please turn around. The gourd said. Can't you say something else? No, there's no room for discussion. Do you believe that I won't make a move? Chapter 3087. Ning Qi stayed in the top-grade training ground for over 5 months. Initially, the disciples of the Azura sect thought that Ning Qi was in seclusion. In the end, one of the disciples accidentally barged into Ning Qi's cave dwelling and discovered that there was no one inside. Very soon, there were rumors saying that Ning Qi was afraid of the devil race and had already escaped. Duan Ingjun Limacho and the others naturally didn't believe it and continued to stay in the Azura sect. Qi Long and the other 2 immortal monarchs also didn't say anything. In addition to Ning Qi's fame, the disciples of the Azura sect only dared to spread rumors privately. No one dared to say anything publicly. When a few disciples of the Azura sect passed by Ning Qi's cave dwelling, they suddenly stopped. AI, the time is getting closer and closer. There are slightly more than 2 years before the devil race invades. I wonder if the immortal monarchs have come up with a plan. If Ning Beixian didn't chase away those 2 immortal monarchs, the pressure at the borders would be much lighter. Lower your voice. Be careful not to be heard. So what if they heard? An Azura sect disciple glanced at Ning Qi's cave dwelling in disdain. They just happened to pass by this place, but Ning Qi wasn't around. Hence, there was nothing to be afraid of. Have you forgotten how old ancestor Disloyal Heart lost his arm? The others had worried looks on their faces. They glanced around and heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that there was no one around. Ning Beixian has already escaped from Azura planet. What are you still afraid of? You guys haven't seen the post by Pot of Liquor on the All Heavens forum. I feel that what he said is correct. That Azura sect disciple coldly laughed. But soon after, his face suddenly became deathly pale, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. When the others saw this, they felt that something was wrong and quickly looked in the direction he was looking at. They saw a figure walking out from the cave that should have been empty. Coincidentally, it was right in front of them. Coincidentally, that figure was looking at them. Ning Beixian. When they discovered that the figure was Ning Beixian, they lost control of their bodies and almost fell from the sky. Although their voices weren't loud and they were several miles away from Ning Qi's cave dwelling, they knew that given Ning Qi's cultivation base at the peak stage of the Tai True Immortal Realm, he must have heard everything. Interesting. You said that I escaped from Azura planet? An indifferent voice sounded. The bodies of the Azura sect disciples immediately stiffened. There was no longer any trace of Ning Qi in the cave abode. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared in front of them. We greet Senior Ning. The few of them hurriedly bowed. The fellow who had spoken rudely just a moment ago was now the most afraid. When he bowed, his whole body was trembling. you should know that a loose tongue can cause trouble. Don't be so rash next time, Ning Chi said lightly. Then he turned around and walked towards the cave where Limacho and the others were. The foreheads of the Azura sect disciples were covered in sweat. In just a short period of time, they were completely drenched, as if someone had fished them out of the water. That's a close call. It seems that Senior Ning is very magnanimous. You're really lucky this time. Based on your words, any Tai old ancestor would slap you to death with one palm strike. One of the Azura sect disciples felt a lingering fear. When he looked at the fellow who had spoken rudely just now, there was a hint of anger in his eyes. Who knew that Senior Ning didn't leave Azura planet? That guy said bitterly. All right, let's go. We still have a mission. Why aren't the 3 immortal monarchs in the Azura sect? When they arrived at the cave where Duan Ingjun and the others were, Ning Chi suddenly frowned. From the moment he exited seclusion until now, he hadn't sensed the auras of Immortal, Monarch, Dragon Rider, and the others. Ingjun, where did Macho and her disciple go? Ning Chi saw Duan Ingjun coincidentally walking out of the cave and asked, Miss Macho brought Hu Chung to kill the devil race. Boss, you have no idea, but she already has an incredible title on Azura planet. Duan Ingjun grinned when he saw Ning Chi. Title? What title? Ning Chi was slightly curious. Devil Slayer Fairy Li Macho. Duan Ingjun sighed. So it turns out that when we first arrived on Azura planet, Miss Macho had already killed countless devils. During these few months, quite a few mystical devils died in her hands. In addition, with Boss's protection, there were people who unknowingly started to call out her name. Actually, even earlier, they liked to call Miss Macho a demoness. Ning Chi smiled when he heard this. Without a backer, one would be a demoness. With a backer, one would be a fairy. Regardless of mortals or immortals, there was no exception. Where did the 3 immortal monarchs go? Do you know? Ning Chi asked. Duan Ingjun started. The 3 immortal monarchs haven't returned yet. Ning Chi shook his head. Strange, some time ago, the 3 immortal monarchs left Azura planet. I heard that they went to deal with a devil army. I initially thought that the 3 of them would have returned long ago. Who would have thought that 2 months have passed and they still haven't returned to the Azura sect? Duan Ingjun had a strange look on his face. 2 months. Ning Chi's expression instantly turned heavy. If it wasn't for something major happening, it was impossible for Immortal, Monarch, Dragon Rider, and the others to leave Azura planet for so long. Suddenly, a figure flew over with extreme speed. Ning Chi's eyes were sharp and could see that this figure was none other than the Supreme Elder of the Azura sect, Ting Kong. Moreover, Ting Kong was heavily injured. Boom! Ting Kong smashed into a mountain peak. The frightening impact caused the mountain peak to shatter into pieces. When the elders and disciples of the Shura sect heard the commotion, they raised their heads in astonishment. Immediately, they rushed over to where Ting Kong was. Ning Chi and Duan Ingjun exchanged glances and also flew in the direction of Ting Kong. So. The elders of the Azura sect arrived, one after another. These elders were all mystic immortals. They didn't know what happened, and no one dared to get close to the destroyed mountain. Behind them, there were many golden immortals, heavenly immortals, and other disciples of the Azura sect. Not long later, the old ancestors of the Azura sect also arrived. Old Ancestor Disloyal was among them, a total of 6. What happened? One of the grand immortals glanced at Ning Chi and Ting Kong in bewilderment. After that, his gaze turned heavy as he stared at the huge crater beneath his feet. Earlier, this place was still a beautiful immortal mountain. But in the blink of an eye, not only was the mountain gone, there was even a huge crater in the ground. Old Ancestor Disloyal only dared to sneak glances at Ning Chi. It's Taoist Ting Kong. Ning Chi lightly waved his hand, and a surge of immortal chi entered the crater. After that, a figure appeared. When everyone saw this, their faces instantly turned pale with fright. Martial uncle. Grand elder? Chapter 3088. Lin Shui, Immortal Lord, was not as badly injured as Ting Kong. After he landed, he soared into the sky and looked at the sky with a solemn expression. Lin Shui, Immortal Lord. Patriarch Disloyal Heart and the rest were dumbfounded. Lin Shui, Immortal Lord's appearance was obviously a result of a beating. Could it be that Ting Kong was telling the truth? Was Han Bei Demon Emperor here? Lin Shui, Immortal Lord, what happened? Ning Qi asked. Some time ago, we received news that a demon lord was killing immortals at the border. Hence, we joined forces with dragon-riding Immortal Lord and Tai-Chi Immortal Lord to kill that demon lord. Unexpectedly, Lin Shui, Immortal Lord's expression turned ugly. The other party is Han Bei Demon Emperor. Han Bei Demon Emperor. Everyone's expression turned ugly, and there was a trace of fear in their eyes. It was impossible for these words to come from Li Shui, Immortal Lord's mouth. Boom! Another figure landed heavily in front of everyone. After the dust settled, Tai-Chi Immortal Lord coughed and flew to Lin Shui, Immortal Lord's side. Everyone saw a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The most obvious feature of Tai-Chi Immortal Lord, the wine gourd on his back, was not there. Damn it! Han Bei Demon Emperor took the gourd. Tai-Chi Immortal Lord smiled bitterly. Two Immortal Lords. Why did Han Bei Demon Emperor suddenly come to the border? Is the demon race planning to attack our ancient heavenly court in advance? Patriarch Disloyal Heart asked with a pale face. He's looking for someone. Tai-Chi Immortal Lord said with a strange expression. Looking for someone? Lin Shui, Immortal Lord, glanced at Ning Qi and said telepathically, Daoist Ning, leave this place quickly. Han Bei Demon Emperor is looking for you. Looking for me? Because I killed a demon monarch? Ning Qi frowned. It was at this time that another figure flew into the Shura sect. It was the dragon riding Celestial Lord. He was in a slightly better state than the previous two, and he did not look as battered. However, his body was riddled with injuries. Even his mount, which was also a Celestial Lord, had several dragon scales missing, revealing the red flesh underneath. At the same time, a young man in a black robe appeared in front of everyone in an instant. Behind him stood Li Macho and Hu Cheng. Hu Cheng's face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. Although Li Macho was calm, her expression was not good either. As soon as the black-robed young man appeared, a terrifying aura pressed down on everyone, causing them to almost suffocate. At this moment, all the Azura sect cultivators could guess the identity of this person. Han Bei Devil Emperor. Tai Old Man swallowed his saliva as a hint of panic flashed across his eyes. Hee, it really is here. You've made me search for it. Han Bei Demon Emperor looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. You're Ning Beixian, right? Give me the demon ancestor's heart. Dragon-riding Immortal Master's expression turned ugly. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he exchanged glances with Rainwater Immortal Master and Immortal Master before turning to Ning Qi. Are you here for him? The demon ancestor's heart. Damn, I suspect that they are acting in concert. No wonder people say that Ning Beixian is colluding with the devil race. If not, how could it be so coincidental? His appearance on the northern wilderness planet attracted the Devil Lord, and his appearance on our Azura planet attracted the Devil Emperor. The expressions of the cultivators of the Azura sect turned extremely ugly. When they looked at Ning Qi, a hint of anger could be seen in their eyes. Among them, old ancestor Disloyal Heart was the most obvious. She originally hated Ning Qi for forcing her to sever her own arm. Now that she knew that the Han Bei Devil Emperor was here for Ning Qi, the hatred in her heart grew even deeper. Be careful. His strength is extremely terrifying. Even if the three immortal monarchs join forces, they won't be a match for him. Li Macho's voice rang out in Ning Qi's ears. Big Brother Ning. He wants to turn Master into a devil. At the same time, Hu Qing also transmitted his voice to Ning Qi. What do you want the demon ancestor's heart for? Do you want to use it to step into the third step? After Ning Qi heard the words of Li Macho and Hu Cheng, his gaze landed on the Hanbei Devil Emperor as he calmly spoke. You don't have the qualifications to know what I want the demon ancestor's heart for. You just have to hand it over to me. Such a thing isn't something an ant like you can possess. Today, I came here not to kill people, but to obtain the demon ancestor's heart. If you don't hand it over to me, I will turn all the immortals and mortals on this planet into slaves. But don't worry, the 3-year agreement I told the Blood Pool Devil Monarch earlier is still in effect. The time for the devil race to invade has not arrived yet. The Hanbei Devil Emperor calmly spoke. If the 3-year agreement is up, you should be the one leading the devil race to invade the ancient heavenly court, right? Ning Qi suddenly laughed. The Hanbei Devil Emperor frowned. He suddenly discovered that Ning Qi was somewhat calm. The cultivators of the Azura sect felt their hearts pounding violently when they saw the Hanbei Devil Emperor frowning. After that, they immediately turned to glare at Ning Qi in anger. Was Ning Qi trying to harm everyone on Azura planet? Ning, fellow Taoist Ning, it's best if you hand the thing the Hanbei Devil Emperor wants to him. All of a sudden, a grand immortal from the Azura sect spoke in a low voice. Yeah, just hand it over to him. If not, all the immortals and mortals on Azura planet would face a great calamity today. The other grand immortals also agreed. Ancestor, disloyal heart, coldly stared at Ning Qi. These people are still able to see the big picture. The Hanbei Devil Emperor laughed. The expressions of the people from the Azura sect turned unsightly. But what could they do now? They could only get Ning Qi to hand the thing over to the Hanbei Devil Emperor. Only then would they have a chance to live. If the 3-year agreement is up and the Devil's Sky Immortal region no longer has a Devil Emperor, I wonder, would they still dare to invade the ancient heavenly court? Ning Qi ignored the people from the Azura sect. He calmly stared at the Hanbei Devil Emperor as he smiled. The dragon-riding immortal and the other two started. They exchanged mutual glances, feeling that there was a hidden meaning in Ning Qi's words. No more Devil Emperors? How arrogant! The Hanbei Devil Emperor laughed. Since you are so arrogant, I will devilize all of them first. After that, I will slowly deal with you. A faint devil qi gushed out from the Hanbei Devil Emperor's body. From the point of view of everyone, this was like a dam that was about to collapse. It could drown them at any moment. Ning Beixian, you don't care about our safety. If we are all devilized today, it will be your fault. Damn it, quickly hand the thing over to the Hanbei Devil Emperor. The Grand Immortals from the Azura sect roared in rage. At this moment, they basically didn't care about how strong Ning Qi's combat strength was. They only knew that their lives were more important. Resisting the devil race was one thing, but facing the wrath of a devil emperor was another. Before a devil emperor, they had no way to retaliate. Even if they died, their deaths would be meaningless. All of a sudden, the immortal slaying gourd flew out from Ning Qi's consciousness. Treasure, please turn around. Ning Qi respectfully bowed. A beam of white light shot out from the immortal slaying gourd, flying towards the Hanbei Devil Emperor. Chapter 3089. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing a demon emperor. The system's notification sounded. Ning Qi's merit points increased by another 1,000,000. The scene was very quiet. Even Dragon riding Immortal Lord and the other 2 Grand Immortals stared at the Hanbei Demon Emperor's decapitated corpse, speechless. It was only when Ning Qi waved his hand and put away the Hanbei Demon Emperor's corpse that they reacted. When Forefather Disloyal and the other primordial immortals of Shura sect looked at Ning Qi again, the fear in their eyes was greater than their heads. That was because they realized that they had said something that they should not have. They seemed to have offended Ning Qi. It really drained all my strength, Ning Qi thought to himself. His body was empty with nothing left. If he were to fight now, Not only would he not be able to use any immortal techniques, but he would also need to catch his breath after taking a few more steps. Li Macho pulled the shocked Hu Cheng and landed in front of Ning Qi. She looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. She wondered about the origin of that gourd. A dignified demon emperor had been killed so easily. Holy shit! Duan Yingjun suddenly roared and looked at Ning Qi excitedly. Boss, you just killed the Hanbei demon emperor? Before Ning Qi could answer, he laughed wildly. Ha! Unlike Duan Yingjun's ecstasy, the Shura sect cultivators should have been happy too. However, because the Grand Immortals had asked Ning Qi to hand over the item, Shura sect had completely offended Ning Qi. They could not be happy no matter what. Their faces were ashen, and they trembled in fear. They only hoped that Ning Qi would not. Thinking about this, Taoist Ning, I really didn't expect you to be able to kill a demon emperor. Dragon-riding immortal lord walked in front of Ning Qi with a bitter smile. If they had known this, the three of them would not have made a move. They could have just sat here and waited for the Hanbei demon emperor to come. That gourd just now shouldn't be a supreme-grade Tao artifact. Immortal Lord 3 Qi muttered to himself. Li Shui, Immortal Lord, seemed to be recalling the scene of the immortal slaying, Gourd's attack, and nodded subconsciously. How could a supreme-grade Tao artifact have such power? No matter what, with Hanbei Demon Emperor's death, the strength of the demonic sky immortal domain plummeted. Even if the 3-year deadline is up, without Hanbei Demon Emperor's leadership, we can still fight against the demons. What's more, with fellow Taoist Ning here, it would be impossible for those demons to attack the ancient heavenly court immortal domain. Immortal Riding Dragon said happily, I can only use this move once. I'll need to recuperate for a period of time. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. The three of them could see that Ning Qi seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. However, the side effect of releasing such a big move and killing a terrifying existence like Hanbei Devil Emperor in a second was nothing to them. If they had the means to do so, it would be a waste of energy. Lifespan didn't matter. Apart from that, the Hanbei Demon Emperor should only be a small fry among the devils. There's definitely more than one Demon Emperor like him. There are ancient transformation realm devils and even third step devils above him. I can only hope that the death of the Hanbei Demon Emperor can buy us some time. Ning Qi spoke. Originally, the Blood Pool Devil Monarch said that it would take 3 years. Right now, there were only slightly more than 2 years left. But because the Hanbei Demon Emperor died, it was very possible that this 3-year promise would be nullified. Most probably, Ning Qi would be able to safely pass the 10-year requirement of the advancement mission. At that time, Ning Qi would be able to break through to the immortal monarch realm, and his ability to protect himself would be greatly boosted. With the immortal slaying gourd, unless he encountered an existence at the ancient transformation realm, immortal emperors wouldn't be able to threaten him. In fact, they would be threatened by him. Ning Qi's words instantly caused the 3 immortal monarchs and the immortals present to fall silent. That's right, although the Hanbei Demon Emperor died, this was only the beginning of the devil invasion. After the death of the Hanbei Demon Emperor, there would most probably be even more devil emperors descending on the devil sky immortal realms. If those ancient transformation realm devils appeared and the heavenly Tao clan still didn't appear, would the immortal world still be able to fight? What will come will come. In any case, our immortal world has the upper hand now. This time around, we should have a good celebration. I'll send a message to the Hanyang Immortal Monarch, Sky River Immortal Monarch, and Kuanping Immortal Monarch, asking the 3 of them to come to Azura Planet and drink together. Immortal Riding Dragon forced a smile. Since we're going to celebrate, there must be wine. Dao Friend Ning, do you think... Immortal Monarch 3 Qi smiled sheepishly at Ning Qi. His gourd was snatched away by the Hanbei Demon Emperor. In the end, the Hanbei Demon Emperor was killed by Ning Qi, and his corpse was kept by Ning Qi. His gourd fell into Ning Qi's hands. If Ning Qi didn't return it to him, it would be very reasonable. Ning Qi smiled. With a thought, The ring in Hanbei Devil Emperor's hand appeared in Ning Qi's hand. When Ning Qi glanced at the contents of the ring, his eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment that was difficult to detect. The resources in this ring were extremely terrifying. They were the resources of the Devil Emperor that he had killed. Even the combined wealth of those 4 immortal emperors couldn't compare to 1/10 of the resources in this storage ring. One must know that the 4 immortal emperors were originally from the heavenly Dao clan. How terrifying was their wealth! It was equivalent to the wealth of the Hanbei Demon Emperor alone, which was equivalent to 40 emperors. Looks like the resources in here were looted by the Hanbei Demon Emperor from the Devil's Sky immortal domain over the years. Ning Qi sighed inwardly. This was a pleasant surprise. He found the gourd of Immortal Monarch 3 Qi and handed it to him. Thank you, thank you. Immortal Monarch 3 Qi quickly took the gourd and rubbed it a few times with a loving expression before putting it on his back. This gourd has been with me for many years. I would definitely be heartbroken if I lost it. It's all thanks to Dao Friend Ning that I was able to regain it. How about this? I still have 100 jars of mortal songs. I'll keep 10 to celebrate the death of the Hanbei Demon Emperor and give the rest to Dao Friend Ning. Immortal Monarch 3 Qi gently waved his hand. Wine jars appeared in front of Ning Qi. In an instant, an enchanting fragrance of wine spread out. It smells so good. Duan Ingjun took a deep breath and said with an intoxicated expression, 3 Qi, you're finally generous for once. Immortal Monarch Riding Dragon couldn't help but smile. He was afraid that Ning Qi didn't know how precious the mortal songs were, so he said to Ning Qi, Dao Friend Ning, this mortal song was brewed by Immortal Monarch 3 Qi using his gourd. There's only 1 jar every 500,000 years. Even we find it hard to drink it. 1 jar every 500,000 years? Then these 90 jars would take at least half an epoch to brew, right? Coupled with the magical effects of the mortal songs, Immortal Monarch 3 Qi was indeed very generous. Then it would be impolite of me to refuse. Chapter 3090. Earlier, when the Hanbei Devil Emperor came to ask for the item, the 3 of us didn't even say anything, and you guys asked Dao Friend Ning to hand it over. If the Hanbei Devil Emperor obtained the item, his strength would increase by a level. Do you think it's good or bad for the immortal world? After Ning Qi left, Dragon Riding Immortal looked at old Ancestor Disloyal and spoke with a cold expression. Cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of old Ancestor Disloyal and the other Grand Immortals. They didn't dare to say anything. Who knew that the Hanbei Devil Emperor would die so suddenly? If they knew that Ning Qi had the means to kill emperors, they wouldn't have dared to say such words, even if they were given 100 guts. I don't wish to see such a thing happen a second time. If you are afraid of death, you can leave. I won't stop you. Staying on Azura planet means that you are prepared to die. Dragon Riding Immortal snorted coldly and left with Immortal Monarch 3 Qi. AI, although we offended Senior Ning this time, we learned that Senior Ning's means are so terrifying. It can be considered a blessing for our Azura sect. An Azura sect Grand Immortal wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and sighed. Old Ancestor Disloyal had an ugly expression and didn't speak. Let's bring Marshal Uncle down to recuperate first. In the cavern. Boss, that gourd you took out earlier, what's it called? It can even kill a Devil Emperor. In that case, should we kill our way into the Devil's Sky immortal region and strike while the iron is hot? Duan Ingjun just sat down and asked impatiently. Li Macho nodded slightly, expressing her agreement with his suggestion. The Devil's Sky immortal region no longer has the Hanbei Devil Emperor. Now, only the Devil Lords are left. This is a good opportunity. Li Macho spoke. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. If there are still immortal emperors, there's no harm in making a trip. But the remaining ones are only Devil Lords. There's nothing to worry about. Every time he used the gourd, he would need to sleep for 100 years. This meant that he would need to stay in a top-grade training ground for 100 years, which was equivalent to 3 months in the outside world. The most important thing was that these 3 months would not be counted in the advancement mission. The most important thing now was to break through to the immortal monarch realm. At that time, he could casually kill devil lords. If he encountered immortal emperors, even if he didn't use the immortal slaying gourd, his ability to protect himself would be greatly increased. After a short pause, Ningqi took out 3 jars of mortal song and smiled at Duan Ningjun and the other 2. Each of you can have a jar of this wine. It's beneficial for your cultivation. You can drink it slowly or finish it all at once. Thank you, boss. Duan Ningjun immediately hugged a jar. He loved wine, and when he heard that this wine could only be brewed after 500,000 years, he knew it was good stuff. When Limacho heard that it was good for cultivation, her eyes lit up and she took 1 jar. Big brother Ning, do I also have a share? Hu Qing looked at Ning Qi shyly. You're still young. Don't drink too much at a time. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Thank you, big brother Ning. Hu Qingzi immediately put away the wine and looked at Limacho with a guilty conscience. He met Limacho's eyes and quickly said, Master, Big Brother Ning said that I also have a share. Would I rob your things? Limacho frowned. Hu Cheng smiled sheepishly and said, Of course not, hee. After the 3 of them left, Ningqi once again entered the top-level cultivation training ground. In the depths of the universe, 2 figures, one in front of the other, floated in the starry sky. Occasionally, some immortal beasts would fly by, wanting to go up and take a look, but when they sensed the aura unintentionally coming from these 2 figures, their hair stood on end and they immediately fled. After some time, one of the figures seemed to be the first to wake up. Ouch! The first thing Qin Dong felt when he opened his eyes was pain all over his body. Then his memory gradually surfaced, and his expression became extremely ugly. He and Yunqing had joined forces, but they were knocked out by a single punch. Most importantly, the opponent's cultivation was only at the perfected Tai, perfected immortal stage. Thinking of this, Qin Dong's eyes flashed with hatred. He glanced at the unconscious Yunqing and gently waved his hand. A strand of immortal qi entered Yunqing's body. Not long after, Yunqing slowly woke up. Hiss! When Yunqing woke up, the first thing he felt was his wounds. He gasped and said in a daze, Where are we? I don't know. Qin Dong shook his head. I remember we were. Damn it. Yunqing felt a trace of anger in his heart. Let's go back to the Langia celestial region. I will definitely get my revenge. Qin Dong said with a gloomy face. Just as the 2 of them set off for the Langia celestial region, a post on the All Heavens forum exploded with tens of millions of replies. Hanbei, demon monarch, died in the Ashura sect. Senior Ning Beixian only used 1 move to kill Hanbei demon monarch. The celestial world has won a great victory this time. The person who posted the post was called Cute Rabbit. When the post was posted, the replies were mostly insults and doubts. Everyone felt that the person who posted the post was fooling everyone. What kind of joke was that? A demon monarch that even immortal Emosia, who was ranked first on the Celestial Duke's leaderboard, was hunted down by Ning Beixian? Opie, you will be beaten up if you continue to play to the gallery. You will be finished if I find out who you are. How dare you fool the All Heavens Forum? Hurry up and delete the post. What if the spies of the demon race see it and infuriate Hanbei demon monarch? What if he attacks the ancient heavenly court in advance? Opie, you said that Ning Beixian killed Hanbei demon monarch. Do you have any video evidence? The person who posted the post was a female disciple of the Ashura sect. She saw the scene of Ning Qi killing Hanbei, demon monarch, with her own eyes. She didn't expect that no one would believe her. However, no one would dare to take out the heavenly talisman to record the scene. Seeing that no one believed her, the female disciple became angry and posted another post. Believe it or not, the Hanbei demon monarch is dead. The post naturally attracted a lot of criticism, but not long after, more and more disciples of the Ashura sect showed up and replied to support Cute Rabbit. I am a disciple of the Ashura sect. I can prove that the Hanbei demon monarch is dead. His body is in Senior Ning's hands. If you don't believe me, come to the Ashura sect. I will tell you myself. Now is the best time to fight against the demon race. The Hanbei demon monarch is dead, and the demonic sky mystic realm has lost its backbone. I hope the Langya Immortal Emperor can take action and kill his way into the demonic sky mystic realm. Because of the appearance of these posts, the people who didn't believe it at the beginning gradually became skeptical. However, there was no video evidence, so they couldn't believe it. The Langya mystic realm. Langya Immortal Emperor sat face to face with an old man who was wearing a Taoist robe but had countless chains pierced through his body. He held a heavenly talisman in his hand, and the last post he browsed was posted by the Cute Rabbit. Chapter 3091. Lang? Yeah. The Taoist-robed old man looked at Lang, your immortal emperor, with a smile that didn't seem like a smile, and sighed. Those who sat in your position all died one by one. Do you think they didn't have any designs on me? Lang, your immortal emperor, smiled. They probably tried, but they didn't succeed, right? But it's different this time. Many immortals and mortals died during the demon invasion. Doesn't the old lord have any compassion? The Taoist-robed old man shook his head. Life and death is up to the heavens. Isn't it in charge of everything? Back then, the ancient immortal clan cared too much about this, which is why the Tiandao clan took advantage of it. If that's the case, do you think you have a chance to become an emperor? Lang, your immortal emperor's expression changed slightly. After that, he smiled bitterly. If it wasn't for that war between immortals and demons, maybe I would still be a small mystic immortal. I wouldn't be able to live until today. The old lord's lesson is right. Pausing, he changed the topic. This time, the Tiandao clan requested me to watch from the sidelines, not allowing me to head to the ancient heavenly court to defend against the demons. Because in the Tiandao clan, there are many existences that are stronger than me. But if I can obtain the old lord's inheritance and become stronger, I can fight against the Tiandao clan and save the world. Your talent is too poor. Even if you obtain my inheritance, you'll only be able to reach the ancient transformation stage at most. You're still far from taking that step. The Taoist-robed old man smiled. My talent is too poor? Lang, your immortal emperor, looked at the Taoist-robed old man expressionlessly and left. But I hid some things before I became an emperor. If I give them to you in exchange for a chance, are you willing? The Taoist-robed old man's voice sounded again. Lang, immortal emperor, stopped and turned to look at the Taoist-robed old man. Is what the old lord said true? Of course. The Taoist-robed old man smiled. What are those things? Are they useful to me? Lang, immortal emperor, asked. They're not too good either. The recipe for the ancient transformation pill. The Taoist-robed old man said casually. The recipe for the ancient transformation pill? Lang, immortal emperor's expression changed. This is not good. This was clearly what he had been yearning for all these years, but was unable to obtain. After consuming the ancient transformation pill, a great perfection emperor realm expert could take half a step forward and become an existence between the second and third step. Although they couldn't truly take the third step, such an existence was still very terrifying. The heavenly Tao clan's elders were all in the ancient transformation realm, and they could advance to the ancient transformation realm. This was because the heavenly Tao family had a pill recipe called ancient transformation. However, even if the direct descendants of the elders had reached the perfection emperor realm, they still wouldn't be able to obtain the ancient transforming pellet, much less the pill recipe. This was because the number of elders was controlled. Only when all the elders agreed would a new elder appear in the heavenly Tao clan. Although he, the Langya immortal emperor, was working for the heavenly Tao clan, he was still an outsider. How could an outsider like him have the chance to obtain something that even their own people would have a hard time obtaining? Old Lord, even with the pill formula, I'm afraid I won't be able to gather all the spiritual materials with my current strength. The current immortal world is lacking in resources. Even the Tiandao family would find it difficult to gather all the spiritual materials. The Langya immortal emperor tried his best to calm himself down. The old man in Taoist robes smiled faintly and said, "Back then I left these little things behind for the fated person. Therefore, there is also a set of spiritual materials for refining the ancient transformation pill. However, there is only one set. If the refinement fails, there is no more. Old Lord, I agree to help you once." "Old Lord, please tell me, where are they?" The Langya immortal emperor immediately clasped his hands and agreed. With the ancient transforming pellet and the spiritual materials, this deal wasn't a bad deal. "Swear a heavenly Tao blood oath first." The Taoist robed elder smiled. The Langya immortal emperor didn't hesitate to swear a heavenly Tao blood oath and obtained a name from the Taoist robed elder. "I've told you the location. When I need you to help, I'll call you. You may leave." The Taoist robed elder waved his hand. "Many thanks, old lord." The Langya immortal emperor nodded and left the cave in excitement. However, as soon as he left the cave, the Langya immortal emperor's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. A puppet-like object flew out from his brow. This puppet was exactly the same as the Langya immortal emperor. Although the life substitution immortal art can only be used once, it has accepted the heavenly Tao blood oath for me. If the task that the old lord wants me to do is too difficult, I'll use the life substitution immortal art to sacrifice myself once. The Langya immortal emperor turned to look at the cave and laughed before leaving. The cave was surrounded by countless restrictive spells. He knew that the Taoist robed elder's spirit sense couldn't penetrate it, let alone use the life substitution immortal art. What he didn't know was that after he left, the Taoist robed elder's eyes also flashed with a hint of mockery as he looked at the Langya immortal emperor's back. "The gourd has appeared. It will bring this generation's master there. Langya, a top-grade cultivation training ground." The immortal slaying gourd had slept for 100 years. Ning Qi had also been meditating for 100 years. Although his cultivation could increase, he could still build a foundation. "Little gourd, I can invite you again now, right?" Ning Qi's spirit sense moved, and the immortal slaying gourd flew out. It was unknown if it was because of the fusion with the flying saber, but the little gourd no longer transformed into a human. Instead, facial features grew directly from the body of the gourd. 100 years passed so quickly. The little gourd seemed to be a little sleepy and said reluctantly, "What do you think?" Ning Qi smiled. "Oh, right." Ning Qi seemed to suddenly remember. "You said that if I found Xiaobai for you, you would bring me to the old lord's inheritance. Did you forget?" The little gourd looked at Ning Qi. "If you didn't remind me, I would have forgotten. Do you want to go now or wait for a while?" "How far is the journey?" Ning Qi asked. "It should take 20 to 30 years to set off from here." It will take 20 to 30 years to go back. The old lord hid things too far away." The little gourd said. "Then let's wait." Ning Qi pondered. 20 to 30 years. By then, he didn't know if the ancient heavenly courts would have fallen. He might as well advance to the immortal lord realm here first, and then consider this matter. If there's nothing else, I'll continue to sleep. Xiaobai has killed too many demons and consumed too much energy. If she doesn't sleep for a while, she won't be able to recover to her peak strength." The little gourd said. "Killed too many demons?" Chapter 3092. Demonic Sky Realm. There were more than 40 demonic lords sitting in the hall where Hanbei, Demon Emperor, had his speech. But this time the central seat was empty. On the left side of the central seat was the Blood Pool Devil Monarch. During this period of time, more Devil Monarchs had arrived in the Devil Sky Immortal Domain. There was no lack of peak experts among them, but compared to the Bloodpool Devil Monarch, they were still slightly weaker. Therefore, when Hanbei Devil Monarch wasn't present, the Bloodpool Devil Monarch was still the leader. Bloodpool Demon Lord, are you planning to launch an all-out attack on the ancient heavenly court? One of the demonic lords said with a smile, Planet North Wilderness is mine. Lucifer Dawnlight's face darkened. The other demonic lords laughed when they heard that. Demon Lord Dawnlight, I know that your second brother died on Planet North Wilderness, so I won't fight with you this time. You should know that Planet North Wilderness is very rich in resources. If it's just you, Demon Lord Dawnlight, you won't be able to conquer Planet North Wilderness, right? Do you need me to help? Why would the Lucifer tribe need your help? Morning Light of Lucifer snorted coldly. His gaze swept across the faces of the demon monarchs like lightning. Those demon lords were not to be outdone. They also stared at Lucifer's Morning Light. Everyone was a demon lord, and everyone had their own background. All right, I didn't ask you all to come here to talk about this. Some of you know that I took in a subordinate some time ago. He was a grand Unity Immortal, and he made some of the most popular heavenly talismans in the immortal realm. Take a look at this. The Bloodpool Demon Lord looked at the demonic lords with a dark gaze. They shut their mouths when they saw that the Bloodpool Demon Lord's attitude was a little serious. Then the Bloodpool Demon Lord took out a heavenly talisman, and a shadow was projected in the center of the hall. Hanbei Demon Emperor died in a Shura sect. Senior Ning Beixian killed Hanbei Demon Emperor with just one move. The immortal realm has won this time. What is this? Hanbei Demon Emperor died in a Shura sect? Ha ha ha. Do the immortals intend to use this news to boost their morale? Even if the Langya Immortal Emperor made a move, he wouldn't be able to kill the Hanbei Demon Emperor. He's a heaven's chosen of the heaven, destroying demon, Lord's bloodline. I've already received news that as long as the Hanbei Demon Emperor beautifully conquered a few immortal domains, the heaven-destroying demon lord will grant him the ancient transformation realm the day he descends. A fiend lord shook his head and said, What? Everyone was shocked by the news of this devil monarch, and they all looked at him. Among them, Lucifer Chengwang was the most shocked. There was a devil monarch in his race who had an extremely bad relationship with the Hanbei devil monarch. Chiyama, is what you said true? Where did you get this information? The Bloodpool Demon Lord looked at the demon lord with a pale face. The Grand Patriarch of my Chiyu race is one of the 9 devil marshals under the Baitian Devil Lord. Although I'm just a disciple of a branch, I'm still well informed. When I descended to the Devil Heaven Immortal Realms, someone already reminded me to listen to the orders of the Hanbei Devil Emperor. In the future, he will surely enter the ancient transformation realm. Chi Yamo said rather proudly. Clearly, he was very proud of the clan he was born into and the bloodline that flowed through his veins. So that's how it is. It seems like the news is true. The devil monarch sighed. They were still working hard to enter the Emperor realm, but the Hanbei devil monarch was already on the verge of entering the ancient transformation realm. If he really took that step, he might become the 10th devil marshal under the Baitian Devil Lord. At that time, the Hanbei devil monarch status would be far from theirs. Many devil monarchs looked at Lucifer Chengwang when they thought of this. Everyone knew that the Hanbei devil monarch had a grudge with the strongest ancestor of the Lucifer race. Lucifer Chengwang's face was slightly pale. If the Hanbei devil monarch really became an ancient transformation realm expert, then their race would most likely be the first to be slaughtered. If that's the case, it's going to be troublesome. The Bloodpool Demon Lord smiled bitterly. Why? Chiyumo and the rest were puzzled. Could it be that the Bloodpool Demon Lord believes this nonsense? This heavenly talisman was invented by the celestial race. The celestial race is the most cunning. I'm afraid that it's just to disrupt the morale of our army. A devil monarch said. After knowing the news, I immediately contacted the Hanbei Devil Monarch through the heavenly talisman. However, I didn't get a response even after a long time. It's been a few months now, and there's still no news of the Hanbei Devil Monarch. My subordinates also caught a few celestial captives. Hanbei Demon Emperor was killed by this immortal called Ning Beixian. The Blood Pool Demon Lord waved his hand as he spoke. A demonic chi shot out and turned into the shape of the immortal slain gourd in the center of the hall. The Hanbei Devil Monarch was killed by this gourd. I heard that when Ning Beixian shouted, "Treasure, please turn around," a white light swept out and took the Hanbei Devil Monarch's head. I've searched the soul of that celestial. He didn't lie. The Blood Pool Demon Lord said with a solemn expression, "Treasure, please turn around." Chi Yuma was startled at first. Then he stood up in shock. Immortal Slaying Gourd. That must be the Immortal Slaying Gourd. Chi Yuma, what's the Immortal Slaying Gourd? The Blood Pool Demon Lord frowned. The others also turned to look at him. The Chiyu clan was a clan with a very long history in the demon race continent. It was said that their first ancestor appeared even earlier than the Demon Lord and came to the demon race continent from somewhere else. The Chiyu clan had also experienced the Great War of the Immortals and Demons. At that time, there was a terrifying existence in the Chiyu clan that was not weaker than the current heaven-destroying Demon Lord. Unfortunately, that person died in the Great War of the Immortals and Demons, along with the rest of the higher-ups, causing the Chiyu clan to decline. Now, there was only one rank, 3 existence, and he was a demon general under the heaven-destroying Demon Lord. On the other hand, the heaven-destroying Demon Lord did not have a high position in the Great War of the Immortals and Demons. His cultivation was not top-notch either, but he luckily survived and became the current top expert of the demon race continent. The secrets that such a race knew were naturally extraordinary. Chi Yuma's body trembled slightly, and his expression turned ugly. During the Great War of the Immortals and Demons, my ancestor died under the Immortal Slaying Gourd. My ancestor was even stronger than the heaven-destroying Demon Lord back then, but he still died. Even his essence, spirit, did not escape. The Immortal Slaying Gourd is one of the 10 great connate spiritual treasures of the Immortals, and is comparable to my clan's divine artifact. Comparable to a divine artifact? The demon lords were shocked. They had heard of divine artifacts before, but ever since the Great War of the Immortals and Demons, all divine artifacts had been destroyed. Until now, there had not been a new divine artifact appearing in the demon race continent. Chapter 3093. The expressions of the other demon lords turned solemn. On the contrary, Lucifer and Dawnlight heaved a long sigh of relief. An imperceptible hint of joy flashed in the depths of their eyes. If what Chiyuma said was true, then Hanbei Demon Emperor might really be dead. Then his Lucifer clan would have lost a great enemy. Whether it's a connate spiritual treasure or not, we can't conclude for now. Don't let such news shake our state of mind. Bloodpool Demon Lord shook his head. The only thing we can be sure of is that Hanbei Demon Emperor is indeed dead. I suggest that we don't act rashly before a new Demon Emperor descends. Seconded. The Bloodpool Devil Monarch's suggestion was quickly passed. All the Devil Monarchs were old monsters that had cultivated for many years, and their thoughts were deeper than anyone else. No one would die for the sake of the Hanbei Devil Emperor. They only knew that if the Hanbei Devil Emperor wasn't a match for them, they naturally wouldn't be able to do so as well. Therefore, Bloodpool Demon Lord's suggestion was approved by everyone. By the way, is there still no news of Sky Demon Lord? Bloodpool Demon Lord frowned. Why does that Baldy care about him? He probably trespassed into the immortal world and wants to find the inheritance that he kept talking about. A Demon Lord smiled and shook his head. Forget it. Everyone be careful during this period of time. In the beginning, our demon race had the upper hand. Now, the immortal race has the upper hand. Bloodpool Demon Lord waved his hand. It hasn't even been a year. After Ning Chi returned to the Shura sect from the top-notch cultivation training ground, he glanced at the details of the quest panel. His advancement quest had only been completed for a few months. Calculating the time, he had spent about 5 months in the top-notch cultivation training ground, and another 3 months in the Shura sect. If he was in Shura sect during this period, the advancement mission should be almost a year away. For the next 9 years, unless there are special circumstances, I won't go to the training field. Ning Chi muttered to himself. Is Senior Ning here? A female voice suddenly came from outside the door. Ning Chi walked out of the cave abode and saw a female Shura sect disciple looking at him with fear. Her eyes were filled with curiosity, admiration, and a trace of fear. What's the matter? Ning Chi laughed. It's good that Senior Ning is here. Sir Dragon Riding Immortal Monarch asked me to inform Senior Ning that Han Yang Immortal Monarch, Sky River Immortal Monarch, and Kuan Peng Immortal Monarch have arrived. They have arranged a banquet and are waiting for Senior Ning. Li Yun hurriedly said. Banquet? Ning Chi was stunned for a moment before he recalled that Immortal Lord Riding Dragon had mentioned it before. However, he had almost forgotten about it after spending hundreds of years in the top-grade cultivation training ground. Let's go. You lead the way. Ning Chi smiled. Yes. Li Yun quickly nodded. She brought Ning Chi and flew towards the Shura sect's banquet hall. Along the way, Li Yun would steal glances at Ning Chi from time to time. Every time Ning Chi noticed her gaze, she would be like a kitten that had stolen a fish. She would look ahead in panic, and her body seemed to stiffen. Am I that scary? Ning Chi was slightly speechless. They didn't speak along the way, and soon they arrived at the banquet hall. Ning Chi discovered that this place was extremely lively. Not only did Immortal Lord Riding Dragon invite Ning Chi, he also invited the other sect leaders on Azura planet. However, those people could only walk. Only Ning Chi and Li Yun could walk in the air. Hence, the moment Ning Chi arrived, countless gazes swept over. When they saw Ning Chi's appearance, they all respectfully lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Senior Ning, this is the place. You can go in yourself. I won't be going in. Li Yun brought Ning Chi to the entrance and disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Ning Chi smiled and walked into the banquet hall. He discovered that there were hundreds of tables inside. At the table in the center, Immortal Lord Riding Dragon and the others were seated. There were also 2 other Immortal Lords that Ning Chi had never seen before. Other than them, the other tables were filled with Grand Unity Immortals and Mystic Immortals. The lower their cultivation, the closer they were to the side. Duan Ingjun sat at the table beside the Immortal Lords. The Azura sect leader Ting Kong and the other Grand Unity True Immortals were at the same table as him. Li Macho and Hu Chung were nowhere to be seen. Most probably, they had gone to kill the devil race. Ning Chi understood Li Macho's personality the best. If it wasn't for the fact that she was a cultivation maniac, even with the system support, it would be impossible for her to reach the peak stage of the mystic immortal realm in such a short period of time and even condense her own Dao Talisman. The moment Ning Chi entered the hall, someone noticed him. Dao friend Ning, you are finally here. I thought that you were in seclusion and would miss this celebratory banquet. Immortal Lord Riding Dragon stood up and smiled. The other Immortal Lords stood up as well. With a swoosh, all the cultivators in the banquet hall stood up and looked at Ning Chi with respect. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. Please take a seat. Ning Chi amiably clasped his hands at everyone. At the entrance, the few mystic immortals closest to Ning Chi had agitated expressions on their faces. They didn't look old and should be considered geniuses. They came to Azura planet for the sake of meeting Ning Chi, and also staying here to defend against the devil race. One could say that from the moment Ning Chi killed Lucifer Morningstar, he gained a lot of fans. This point could be seen from the divine statue in his consciousness. Senior Ning is so kind. He doesn't put on any airs at all. This time around, I must find a chance to seek guidance from him. Let's go together. I'm afraid I won't dare to go alone. Countless gazes followed Ningqi until he sat at the main table. Only then did they retract their gazes. Dao friend Ning, let me introduce to you. This is the Grand Elder of the Divine Artifact Sect, Dao friend Luo Yan. He's a late-stage Immortal Lord, but because he isn't willing to be under the jurisdiction of the Langya Immortal Emperor, he doesn't have the title of Immortal Lord. He usually keeps a low profile and not many people know of him. Immortal Lord Riding Dragon smiled. The Immortal Lord he introduced looked to be in his 50s or 60s. There was a hint of fire chi around him. This fire chi wasn't ordinary fire chi. It was because he cultivated some kind of fire attribute cultivation art. Divine Artifact Sect? It seemed like he was a grandmaster blacksmith. Ning Chi's eyes flickered. Dao friend Ning, it's an honor to meet you. Luo Yan smiled and clasped his hands at Ning Chi. There's no need for Immortal Lord Riding Dragon to introduce me. I'm Ziqing. Greetings, Martial Uncle Ning. The other Immortal Lord, who looked younger, stood up and bowed to Ning Chi. The hall immediately became deathly silent. Martial Uncle Ning? This Immortal Lord, who didn't reveal his true strength, actually called Ning Beixian Martial Uncle? What was going on? Isn't Senior Ning's master, the ancestral planet's clear jade ancestor? Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment. Even Immortal Lord Riding Dragon and the others were dumbfounded by this scene. You're calling me Martial Uncle? A strange look appeared in Ning Chi's eyes. He had seen people randomly call someone a godfather, but he had never seen someone randomly call someone Martial Uncle. Chapter 3094. Daoist Ziqing. I'm afraid there's some misunderstanding here. Dragon, Riding Immortal Lord, looked at Ning Chi, then at Ziqing. He knew how long Ziqing had lived. He was someone who lived in the same era as Immortal Lord 3 Chi, Immortal Lord Emosia, and Immortal Lord White Emperor. Although he might be slightly younger than the three of them, in the current immortal world, there was no one who could live from that era to now. There weren't many Immortal Lords. Tri Chi Immortal Lord and the others were surprised. Ziqing, what's going on? Luo Yan, who seemed to be on good terms with Ziqing, asked in surprise. Martial Uncle Ning, my name was given by the Great Master and Second Master. Don't tell me you've forgotten about it. I only found out about the divine might you revealed in Immortal Monarch Shingong's estate that day. Ziqing smiled. Ning Chi already knew Ziqing's background at the mention of Great Master and Second Master and Shingong Immortal Lord. He was likely one of the disciples that Li Xian and Ying Jinchuan had taken in for fun. Back then he had thought that if he lived to this day, he would at least be a Grand Immortal Lord, if not an Immortal Lord. But after so many years, no disciples had come to contact him, so he had thought that they were all dead. But now, Ziqing Immortal Lord suddenly appeared, and his cultivation wasn't low either. He was a perfected Immortal Lord like Dragon Rider Immortal Lord and the others. I see. Ning Chi nodded with a smile and asked casually, what about your senior and junior brothers? I remember there was a pair of brother and sister called Bei Shao. Oh, I don't remember the younger sister's name. It's senior brother Bei Shao and senior sister Bei Meng. But both of their lifespans ran out and were reincarnated. As for the other senior and junior brothers, they didn't live to this day. Only this disciple was lucky enough to survive. Ziqing sighed. Ning Chi was now sure that Ziqing's background was real. Otherwise, how would he know that there were two little fellows called Bei Shao and Bei Meng? What's going on? The other Immortal Lords were confused. Ning Chi naturally couldn't explain. After all, when the Immortal Tomb sent people back to the past, many people thought it was just an illusion. Only a few thought it was real, but they couldn't find out. This disciple saw Martial Uncle in the All-Heaven Talisman and rushed to Shura Sect. I wonder if Master and Second Master, are they well? Ziqing was a little nervous. Your master and the others are doing well. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. Qing heaved a sigh of relief. Actually, after so many years, he already felt that Li Xian and the other two girls had already died of old age. Otherwise, how could he not know that their cultivation levels were extremely high? Now that he had received Ning Qi's affirmation and learned that the two women were still alive, he felt extremely gratified. Martial uncle, I wonder when I can pay my respects to the two masters. Qing looked at Ning Qi expectantly. From Ning Qi's background, he had already guessed that the two ladies must be in the ancestral planet. However, the ancestral planet was a forbidden land for primordial immortals, immortal monarchs, and immortal emperors. If they went there without permission, they might be killed with a sword. It's too troublesome to travel back and forth. How about this? There's no hurry to meet them. Let's see what's going on in the Devil Sky immortal domain. I'm prepared to stay here for 10 years. If the Devil Sky immortal domain still hasn't attacked the ancient heavenly court after 10 years, I'll personally bring you back. Ning Qi laughed. Thank you, martial uncle. Seeing that Ning Qi had agreed, Qing immediately cupped his hands. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Qing and fellow Ning to have such a relationship, Dragon riding immortal Lord lamented. Then the seniority is going to be messed up. Hanyang immortal lord chuckled. Fellow immortal lords, let's go our separate ways today. In terms of seniority, I'm only a peak primordial immortal, so I'm naturally the youngest. Ning Qi smiled. The crowd's expression turned solemn. Kuan Peng immortal lord said with a stern expression. Fellow Taoist Ning killed the Hanbei demon monarch with a single strike. If you're the youngest, doesn't that mean we're the grandchildren? Ha ha ha! The crowd was startled at first, before bursting into laughter. Kuan Peng immortal lord seemed a little confused as to why his words would provoke such laughter. As fellow Taoist Ning said, let's go our separate ways. Come, let's drink. Today, immortal Lord 3 Qi is being generous, so everyone will have a mortal song to drink. You guys come. Let's give a toast to fellow Taoist Ning. If it weren't for him, the demon race would have invaded in 2 years. Dragon riding immortal lord raised his cup and said with a smile, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the hall, regardless of whether they were grand immortals or mystic immortals, all of them stood up and toasted Ning Qi. This banquet could be said to be a drunken stupor. Only after immortal lord 3 Qi's stock was completely emptied and Ning Qi took out another 20 jars of mortal songs did everyone return. Speaking of which, after the demon race's invasion, this was the first time in several hundred years that people felt the most relaxed on Azura planet. After the banquet ended, the various immortal lords returned to their respective battlefields. Qing also came here because he planned to guard a battlefield. Before he and Luo Yan left, Ning Qi and the others went to send them off. Fellow Taoist Luo Yan, please wait a moment. Seeing that Qing and Qing were about to enter the teleportation array, Ning Qi suddenly spoke. What's the matter, fellow Taoist Ning? Luo Yan smiled. I've done some research on the Tao of weaponsmithing, but I've reached a bottleneck and don't have a good spiritual land. I wonder if fellow Taoist Luo Yan has any suggestions? Ning Qi clasped his hands. He had cultivated the 9 hells tempering art all the way to the 6th level and had reached a bottleneck. If he could break through to the 7th level, he would be able to condense the immortal slaying 4 swords into high-grade Tao weapons. At that time, once the immortal slaying sword formation was established, regardless of devil or immortal lords, only death would await them. Help! Fellow Taoist Ning has also done some research on the Tao of weaponsmithing. Luo Yan looked at Ning Qi with some astonishment. Dragon riding immortal lord and the other 2 were also very surprised. Usually speaking, if one was proficient in alchemy and weaponsmithing other than cultivation, their cultivation speed would definitely be slowed down. Ning Qi was able to become a grand unity true immortal in such a short period of time. They didn't expect that he also had the talent in weaponsmithing. Maybe he only has a superficial understanding of it The three of them silently mused. That's right. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. From what I know, fellow Taoist Ning is from the ancient immortal race. Could it be that fellow Taoist Ning has inherited the weaponsmithing arts of the ancient immortal race? Luo Yan's attitude towards Ning Qi could be considered normal. But now his gaze when he looked at Ning Qi contained a hint of passion. Who didn't know that weaponsmithing arts originated from the ancient immortal race? Even the legendary Xiantian treasures could be forged by the ancient immortal race. Zi Qing, I won't be going with you. During this period of time, I want to stay on Azura planet and exchange pointers with fellow Taoist Ning. Chapter 3095. Over the next few months, Luo Yan visited Ning Qi's cave abode every day, sometimes staying for half a month at a time. As soon as Ning Qi revealed a bit of the Nine Hells tempering art, Luo Yan, a grand elder of the Divine Artifact sect and one of the top 3 artifact forging grandmasters in the world of immortals aside from the Heavenly Dao clan, was shocked. With Ning Qi's current artificing skills, refining a mid-grade Dao artifact was a piece of cake. As long as he had the spiritual materials, he could refine a mid-grade Dao artifact in no more than a year. Luo Yan also had the ability to refine mid-grade Dao artifacts, but every mid-grade Dao artifact would take at least hundreds or even thousands of years. If he wanted a better quality Dao artifact, it would take at least 10,000 years. So runes can be engraved in this way. This way, the power of this Dao artifact has increased by at least 30%, as expected of the ancient immortal clan's artificing skills. Luo Yan sighed. Ning Qi used immortal qi to demonstrate his artificing method, but it only took up less than 1% of the 9 hell tempering art. Luo Yan was amazed. Fellow Taoist Ning, I heard that you have reached a bottleneck in your artifact refining technique. I have a good suggestion. The immortal flames that you have integrated with are not of high quality. They can only be regarded as above average in the ranking of immortal flames. Through my observations over the past few days, your bottleneck has been stuck here. If you have an even better immortal flame, you might be able to make a breakthrough. Luo Yan suddenly said, Please enlighten me, Taoist Luo. Ning Qi smiled. He knew that Luo Yan's words might have some other meaning. In fact, my artifact sect has some connections with the ancient immortal clan. Before the Immortal Fiend War, we had a third step Almighty who was extremely skilled in the art of artificing. Legend has it that the third step Almighty even refined a connate numinous treasure. Luo Yan said with a serious expression, Connate numinous treasure? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with surprise. Did you succeed? Luo Yan smiled. I think I failed. There's no record of it in the sect. Later, the old ancestor died in the Immortal Fiend War, and our sect declined. But after all these years, no matter how much we declined, our artificing skills have always ranked among the top in the immortal world. Taoist Ning, do you know why? Why? Because of the inheritance? Ning Qi smiled. Inheritances can also be lost. Luo Yan said meaningfully, It has nothing to do with the inheritance. In the forbidden area of my divine artifact sect, there is a divine mountain. That divine mountain is shrouded in flames all day long. Forging around the divine mountain can increase the chances of success and quality. If you can enter the center of the divine mountain and use the magical flames around it to forge. However, up until now, I've only been able to reach the waist of the mountain with my cultivation. If I want to reach the center, I'm afraid I'll need to reach the Emperor Realm or even take that step. A divine mountain shrouded in flames, Ning Qi's eyes flickered. This should be the core of the artifact sect. This was a spiritual land that was extremely helpful for alchemy and refining weapons. He just didn't know if the flames inside could help him break through to the 7th level of the 9 hell tempering technique. There are records in my sect. It said that a long time ago, this divine mountain was just an ordinary mountain. Later on, the heavens descended and turned the mountain into what it is today. I'll be blunt about that flame. Even the number one immortal flame in the immortal world, the heavenly divine flame, isn't much stronger than it. It's just that I can't enter until now. I can't enter the center of the divine mountain and experience it for myself. Luo Yen sighed. Taoist Luo, may I ask if this mountain has a name? Ning Qi felt that what Luo Yen said sounded so familiar, so he asked subconsciously. This mountain is called the Blazing Mountain. It's been named since a long time ago. Because the name might have been given by my sect's patriarch, the descendants didn't dare to change it. Luo Yen smiled. Blazing Mountain. Ning Qi had a strange look in his eyes. Was it a coincidence? Or was it the Blazing Mountain that he knew of? If it was the latter, then the flames on the Blazing Mountain were indeed not ordinary flames. They were immortal flames that fell from the old Lord's cauldron when Monkey knocked it over. Taoist Luo, you should have something else to say. Please go ahead. Ning Qi said with a smile that was not a smile. That it's like this. I feel that this Blazing Mountain can be of help to Taoist Ning. However, the patriarch said that other than cultivators of my divine artifact sect, outsiders are not allowed to enter the Blazing Mountain. However, as the grand elder of my divine artifact sect, the patriarch shouldn't blame me for breaking the rule once in a while. It's just that... Luo Yen looked at Ning Qi with some embarrassment. I wonder if Taoist Ning can impart some of the ancient immortal clan's weaponsmithing arts to me. Is that so? The weaponsmithing arts I have are also a secret that can't be passed down. If the Blazing Mountain can't help me, Ning Qi muttered. It's fine. I can let Taoist Ning enter the Blazing Mountain first. If it's of help, it won't be too late for Taoist Ning to impart it to me. If not, just treat it as me doing Taoist Ning a small favor. Taoist Ning, just remember this favor, Luo Yen hurriedly said. That's possible. Ning Qi nodded slowly. If the Blazing Mountain was of help to him, he could impart the first 3 levels of the Blazing 9 hell tempering art. That would be sufficient for him to cultivate. If it wasn't of any help, he would impart the next level to repay the favor. I wonder how far is your sect from Azura Planet? How long would the round trip take? Ning Qi asked. It's not far, not far. My divine weapon sect is located at the border of the ancient heavenly court. However, that place is a grotto heaven, so it's hard for ordinary people to find it. With me leading the way, a round trip of 3 to 5 months should be sufficient. Luo Yen immediately spoke. Right now, he was in a rush to learn Ning Qi's weaponsmithing arts. He naturally hoped that Ning Qi would immediately follow him to the Blazing Mountain. At the border? That's good. There's no time to lose, let's set off now. Ning Qi smiled. If the Blazing Mountain was also considered the border, this wouldn't conflict with his advancement mission at all. As for the devil race, Ning Qi believed that there wouldn't be too many changes within a short period of time after the Hanbei Devil Emperor died. Even if there was, he could use the all-heavenly talisman to instantly return to Azura Planet. Upon thinking of this, Ning Qi's eyes flashed as he spoke to Luo Yen. Taoist Luo, is there anyone in your sect who can use the all-heavenly talisman? Yes. Luo Yen nodded. The all-heavenly talisman is quite useful. Although it can't be compared to a Tao artifact, to those disciples, its function is comparable to a Tao artifact. That's good. Ning Qi smiled. Even the journey of 3 to 5 months could be saved. After that, he released Kong Xian and Mo Qian from his creation domain. Miss Kong Xian, this place is the Azura sect. There are 3 immortal lords guarding this place. From now on, you can stay in my cave abode. Ning Qi smiled at Kong Xian. Kong Xian's eyes flashed. She glanced at Luo Yen and nodded. You should stay here as well. If you can contribute, I can consider restoring your freedom in the future. Ning Qi then glanced at Mo Qian, who was dressed like a maid. Chapter 3096. Taoist Ning, why aren't you using the teleportation array? Luo Yen was rather surprised. I have a way to reach the artifact sect quickly. Do you trust me, Taoist Luo? Ningqi smiled. A hint of suspicion flashed through Luo Yan's eyes, but he smiled calmly. Why wouldn't I trust you? What can I do even if you want to harm me? Taoist Ning. You can even kill the Hanbei Demon Emperor. I'm just a late-stage immortal lord. I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand a single blow from you. Taoist Ning. You must be joking, Taoist Luo. Since you trust me, let's enter. Ningqi cast the creation domain. Luo Yan was an immortal lord, and his cultivation was higher than Ningqi's. Even if Ningqi's combat strength was stronger than his, it was impossible for him to force him into the creation domain. He had to enter willingly. Luo Yan pondered for a few breaths. Seeing that Ningqi's expression was calm without a hint of gloominess, he nodded and entered the creation domain, the forbidden area of the artifact sect, the Volcano of Flames. The artifact sect was an artificing sect, which was why it did not have many disciples. Even with an immortal lord like Luo Yan, there were only slightly more than 1,000 disciples. Right now, there were several hundred disciples surrounding the volcano, using the immortal flames to refine artifacts. Their cultivation was too low, and they were only profound immortals, which was why they could not enter the volcano. Even grand immortals were only a few dozen feet away from them, still at the foot of the mountain. Grand Luo, on the other hand, did not have the right to enter the forbidden area, mainly because their cultivation was too low. Even if they were around the volcano, they would not be able to withstand the terrifying fire chi and would be burned to ashes immediately. Senior Brother Bai's strength has improved again recently. Several profound immortals who had just arrived at the forbidden area subconsciously looked towards a profound immortal dressed in white. Although profound immortals like them could not enter the volcano, the closer they were, the higher their cultivation was. That profound immortal dressed in white was the closest to the foot of the volcano, and there was no one around him. Even the closest one was a few dozen feet away. Senior Brother Bai seems to be trying to refine a mid-grade Tao artifact. From the looks of it, it won't be long before he succeeds. That's impossible. In our sect, aside from the sect master and the few elders, only the Grand Elder can forge mid-grade Tao artifacts. Although Senior Brother Bai is talented, he can't enter the Flame Mountain without reaching the primordial immortal realm. He can't use the immortal flames of the Flame Mountain to forge Tao artifacts. It is extremely difficult. A divine artifact, sect disciple, shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, an enormous bang resounded from afar. The refinement of the Tao artifact before the white-clothed mysterious immortal had failed, and it caused an enormous explosion. When the smoke dissipated, the white-robed Xian Xian stood there in a sorry state. There was a hint of contemplation in his eyes, as if he was thinking about why he had failed this time. At this moment, an even louder explosion came from the foot of the mountain. Following that, 3 figures flew out one after another. They looked even more wretched than the white-robed Xian immortal. The 3 of them were all on fire. When the disciples around the divine mountain saw this, they all retreated, not daring to approach the 3. They were afraid of the 3 people. Immortal flame, just a little bit more, Sai. After the 3 extinguished the flames on their bodies, they looked at each other. One of the black-faced elders laughed bitterly. Just a little bit more, and that high-grade Tao artifact would have been forged. It's a pity that our cultivation is too weak. If we could have walked another 7 or 8 feet, with the help of a stronger immortal flame, we might have succeeded. First Senior Brother, you're too impatient. Eldest Senior Brother, you're too anxious. 7 or 8 zhang, isn't that easy? Even Master can only walk halfway up the mountain. Another person looked at the Flame Mountain and sighed. Wait, I felt something strange in the Flame Mountain just now. Otherwise, our Tao artifact would not have exploded even if it had failed. The last person said with a serious expression. When the white-robed Xian Xian heard this, he immediately took a step forward. Uncle Masters, I also sense such a strange movement. I was at a crucial point in the refinement process just now. Because of this strange movement, I failed at the last step. Oh, when the three heard this, their expressions suddenly changed. Without waiting for them to speak, the sound of howling wind suddenly came from the direction of the mountain of flames. Then the flames that were slightly thin compared to the mountainside suddenly rose several feet and instantly emitted a terrifying heat. The three people immediately reacted, waved their hands, and laid down a restrictive spell to protect the surroundings. Otherwise, they would not have been able to escape in time and would have been burned to death by the soaring heat. What's going on? Everyone, including the three elders of the artifact sect, looked at the flame mountain in shock. The flame mountain had not changed for countless years. Why would it suddenly become so restless today? The flames at the foot of the mountain were comparable to the flames halfway up the mountain, and the flames halfway up the mountain were dozens of feet higher. As for the changes at the top of the mountain, with their cultivation, they could not detect it at all. But from this, they could infer that the entire flame mountain must have strengthened several times. The flame mountain is the foundation of our artifact sect. We must immediately inform Master of such a strange movement. The three elders looked at each other. One of them took out the All-Heaven talisman and was just about to inform Luo Yan when Ning Qi appeared beside them. Who is it? An enemy has invaded the forbidden area of our artifact sect. How dare you? The three elders were the first to react. The rest of the artifact sect disciples also stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. They did not know how Ning Qi had come in. This was the forbidden area of the artifact sect. Ordinary people could not even find the artifact sect, let alone find this place. Ning Qi stared blankly at the burning divine mountain in front of him. An extremely strong premonition told him that this divine mountain could definitely help him break through the bottleneck of the 9 hell tempering technique and reach the 7th level. After the change in the flame mountain, perhaps even a primordial unity could not reach the foot of the mountain. The current aura was many times more terrifying than before. That was why Ning Qi had such a strong premonition. Seeing that Ning Qi was ignoring them, the three elders of the artifact sect were immediately furious. Just as they were about to join forces, they saw Ning Qi wave his hand lightly, and Luo Yan appeared in front of them. Master, Grand Elder. Everyone looked at Luo Yan, dumbfounded. This is the Flame Mountain? Daoist Ning, what kind of immortal art did you use to arrive here in an instant? Luo Yan looked at Ning Qi in astonishment. He had entered Ning Qi's creation domain for less than 3 to 5 breaths of time. Just as he was about to take a look, he appeared at the foot of the Flame Mountain. It's just a small trick. Daoist Luo Yan, please excuse me. Ning Qi smiled. Luo Yan was not annoyed when he saw that Ning Qi did not say anything. Such an immortal art was very powerful. If it was him, he would not casually reveal it to others. Master, weren't you at Azura Planet? Why? The three elders of the artifact sect hurriedly took a step forward. Chapter 3097. Master, earlier we were forging artifacts inside. In the end, the Tao artifact exploded and we came out. After that, Flaming Mountain became like this. Yes, there were no signs. The three quickly said. The explosion of the Tao artifact is already a sign. Luo Yan's expression was solemn. For many years, the Flaming Mountain has not changed. I don't know if this is good or bad. Fellow Taoist Luo, you mean the Flaming Mountain was not like this before? Ning Qi asked. Yes. Luo Yan nodded. I could walk to the waist of the Flaming Mountain before, but in this situation I'm afraid I can only walk to the foot. If I go any higher, I'll probably be burned to death. Luo Yan's disciples were concerned about how Ning Qi addressed him. Fellow Taoist Luo, was he also an immortal lord? Thinking of this, the three elders broke out in a cold sweat. Thinking of how they almost attacked Ning Qi, they were terrified. I see. I think this change should be in a good direction. Although you can't walk to the waist of the mountain, as long as you're at the foot, you'll have the same effect. If your cultivation gets stronger in the future, you'll be able to walk to the waist of the mountain, which is equivalent to the peak. Ning Qi said, "That's true." Luo Yan nodded slowly, but he was still a little worried. The flame mountain, which hadn't changed in countless years, suddenly had such a change. It was always worrying. If something happened to the flame mountain, then the artifact sect's artifact forging standards would greatly decline. The monkey cultivated the indestructible body of Vajra and the eyes of fire and gold in the pill furnace. I wonder if the flames on the flaming mountain will have the effect of tempering my body. Thinking of this, Ning Qi did not want to waste any more time. He smiled at Luo Yan. "Fellow Taoist Luo, then I'll go in." "Fellow Taoist Ning, please, but be careful. Don't be rash. If you can't bear it, don't continue," Luo Yan warned with a smile. "Master?" When the three elders of the Divine Tool sect saw Luo Yan walk into the flame mountain, they immediately looked at Luo Yan with shock and doubt in their eyes. According to the rules of the artifact sect, outsiders weren't allowed to enter the forbidden area, let alone enter the flame mountain. Wasn't this breaking the rules set by the ancestor? Stay here and don't ask about anything else. Desperate times call for desperate measures, Luo Yan said calmly. "Yes, master." The three of them nodded like chicks pecking at grains, not daring to say anything else. The other disciples of the divine artifact sect did not dare to speak either. From this, it could be seen how powerful Luo Yan's influence in the divine artifact sect was. Hot. So hot. As soon as Ning Qi entered the flame mountain, he felt an extremely hot aura rushing towards him. This was only the edge of the flame mountain, not even the foot of the mountain. The ground was burning with translucent flames. These flames burned Ning Qi's body, but they couldn't cause any harm to him. However, when Luo Yan and the others saw this scene, they were greatly astonished, because Ning Qi did not use any celestial arts to isolate the flames from invading his body. Even though this was not the foot of the mountain, the flames were still extremely terrifying. Even Luo Yan did not dare to directly use his physical body to resist them. Back then, the reason why he was able to walk halfway up the mountain was because his cultivation was high enough to release a fire that could isolate it, a barrier that was invaded by flames. Fellow cultivator Ning's body is extremely terrifying. Luo Yan could not help but exclaim, "Master, who is this senior? His body is comparable to the sun adamantine?" "No. Even if the sun adamantine was placed at the foot of the mountain, it would melt in an instant. Let alone the sun adamantine. Even a mid-grade Tao artifact would melt if he didn't use a celestial art. This senior's body is already comparable to a mid-grade Tao artifact? That's terrifying. Master, is this senior an immortal lord who specializes in body tempering?" Luo Yan's three disciples quickly asked. The disciples of the divine artifact sect pricked up their ears and looked at Ning Qi's back in shock while focusing their attention on Luo Yan. "This is fellow cultivator Ning Beixian, the one who killed a demon lord on planet North Wilderness. Apart from being powerful, fellow cultivator Ning's crafting skills are also top-notch. You don't have to ask too many questions. If fellow cultivator Ning is willing to give you a few pointers when he comes out, it would be an opportunity for you." Luo Yan smiled. "Ning Beixian? He's Ning Beixian. I didn't expect our grand elder to be acquainted with Ning Beixian. Oh, right, Ning Beixian is on Azura planet. Our grand elder went to Azura planet before, so it's not surprising that we know each other." Luo Yan's three disciples were shocked, but the disciples of the divine artifact sect behind them were shocked and excited. After the white-robed immortal learned of Ning Qi's identity, a hint of jealousy appeared in his eyes when he looked at Ning Qi. Very soon, Ning Qi arrived at the foot of the mountain. After the transformation of the blazing mountain, the fact that Ning Qi was able to reach this place proved that his strength was comparable to an immortal lord. Moreover, he wasn't someone who had just broken through to the immortal lord realm. Fellow cultivator Ning is still using his body to resist. How can his body be so strong? Luo Yan's expression changed. Ever since he became an immortal lord, he had seen countless existences. He had even interacted with a few body-tempering cultivators, but none of them could reach Ning Qi's level. Maybe only the demon race that specializes in body tempering can be compared to him. Luo Yan thought, not bad, not bad. At the foot of the mountain, the immortal flames on the blazing mountain can actually temper my body. Looks like my guess was right. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with joy. The flames were burning on his body, just like devil Qi, constantly tempering Ning Qi's body, and the effect was even better than devil Qi. This was only the foot of the mountain. What if he reached halfway up the mountain, or even the top? With this thought in mind, Ning Qi didn't stop and continued to walk up. Fellow cultivator Ning wants to go to the mountainside? That's a little dangerous. Luo Yan's eyes flashed with worry. He was extremely confident in the blazing mountain. He believed that even immortal emperors could at most reach the peak in the past. After the transformation, even immortal emperors might not be able to reach the peak. If something happened to Ning Qi here, he wouldn't be able to explain it to the various immortal lords. 1 step, 2 steps. Ning Qi's footsteps became slower and slower. He was still a long distance from the mountainside, but Ning Qi felt that this was the limit of his body. Just when everyone thought that Ning Qi wouldn't go any further, he suddenly let out a low roar. Then, his body suddenly transformed into a giant ape. Boom! Boom! With 2 continuous steps, Ning Qi crossed an extremely long distance and arrived at the waist of the mountain. He's at the mountainside. Chapter 3098. This is the limit! Feeling the burning sensation on his skin, Ning Qi did not dare to go any further. This was the limit of what he could endure. If he walked a few more feet, he would probably be burned to ashes by the immortal flames. Boundless flames enveloped Ning Qi. He didn't even need to circulate his cultivation technique, as his body was constantly tempered by the burning flames. If it's really the immortal flames that fell from the Elder Supreme Lord's pill furnace, if I were a monkey, I would probably be burned to ashes the moment I entered the furnace. Thinking of this, Ning Qi was about to take out the immortal vanquishing 4 swords to see if he could break through the 9 hell tempering technique, when a roar came from the top of the mountain. Roar! The terrifying sound wave swept out in all directions. Luo Yan's expression changed drastically as he looked at the top of the flaming mountain in shock. How was this possible? This was clearly the roar of some kind of creature, but after so many years, he did not know that there was a creature living in the flaming mountain. Immortal? Demon? Demon? Luo Yan's disciples, as well as the artifact sect cultivators present, were all shocked by this roar. What's that sound? It can't be. There's some kind of existence living on the flaming mountain? The change in the flaming mountain must be because of this existence, just as everyone was pointing at the flaming mountain. The flaming mountain changed again. Boom! The terrifying flames rose again, and it was not limited to the flaming mountain, but swept in all directions. What's going on? Quick! Everyone, retreat from the forbidden area. Luo Yan's expression changed drastically. With a wave of his hand, he set up a restrictive technique that temporarily stopped the surging immortal flames. His 3 disciples didn't have time to say anything. With a wave of their hands, they led the disciples of the artifact sect away from the forbidden area. Fellow Taoist Ning, come out quickly! Luo Yan roared. The surging flames became more and more terrifying. Even he could only last for about 10 breaths of time. At this moment, Luo Yan was very shocked. If the flames of the flaming mountain filled the forbidden area, then ordinary disciples would not be able to enter this place in the future. Luo Yan roared angrily. Ning Qi did not respond. Luo Yan's expression became extremely ugly. He had already guessed that Ning Qi might have been burned to death by this sudden change of the flaming mountain. Originally, halfway up the mountain was equivalent to the peak, but after this change, the foot of the mountain was equivalent to the peak and halfway up the mountain. I'm sorry, fellow Taoist Ning. Luo Yan's eyes flickered with a hint of guilt. He could no longer stop the surging flames, so he turned around and left the forbidden ground. At that instant, the entire forbidden ground was engulfed in raging flames. Outside the forbidden area, his 3 disciples stood side by side, looking at Luo Yan nervously. Master, what's going on? You don't have to ask. I don't know either. Luo Yan's complexion turned ugly as he shook his head. This time, I've harmed fellow Taoist Ning. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to learn Ning Qi's refining skills, he wouldn't have allowed Ning Qi to go to the Blazing Mountain. However, the Blazing Mountain just had to change at this time. Even a celestial emperor would be burned to death by that kind of fire, let alone Ning Qi, who was only a perfected Tai, perfected true immortal. Apart from that, there was also that roar. Luo Yan suspected that this was an old monster who had been hiding in the Flame Mountain since the Great War of Immortals and Demons. Such an existence was most likely a third step almighty. Blazing Mountain. Ning Qi stared blankly at the sky. As for the flames, they were swaying 3 feet away from his body. They couldn't touch him, and even the heat was isolated. 5 feet above Ning Qi's head, there was a pale furnace spinning around. It was this pale furnace that protected Ning Qi, preventing him from dying on the spot under the raging flames. Taishang Laojun Elixir Furnace? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with surprise. Ever since he had obtained it in the central mainland, Ning Qi had been using it to refine pills. In terms of alchemy, the elixir furnace had many advantages. Today was the first time he had seen such a scene on its own. Roar! Another roar came from the top of the mountain. Accompanied by this roar, the surrounding flames became more intense. Ning Qi's expression gradually became serious. He was ready to leave this place at any time. However, he was very curious about what kind of existence could survive in this blazing mountain. Could it be an ancient immortal who had escaped here to hide during the Great War of Immortals and Demons? That was why Ning Qi didn't use the All-Heaven Talisman to leave this place immediately. He wanted to see if that existence would show up. About 5 breaths later, Ning Qi didn't see that existence, but he discovered an incredible change. The surrounding flames were constantly rushing into the Taishang Laojun elixir furnace. This, Ning Qi was slightly stunned. He didn't expect things to develop to this point. He had already guessed that the blazing mountain was really that blazing mountain. The fire on the mountain was originally pouring out from the Laojun elixir furnace. Now it was just returning. The speed at which the elixir furnace absorbed the flames was getting faster and faster. Ning Qi could only see the flames from all directions, surging towards him like rolling waves. However, they couldn't touch him and directly rushed into the elixir furnace. Roar! The roar came again. This time, Ning Qi saw with his own eyes a thing burning with flames, rising from the top of the mountain. Qilin! As soon as Ning Qi saw this creature, 2 words automatically appeared in his mind. Lion head, antlers, elk body, dragon scales, oxtail. Except for the flames all over its body, no matter how you looked at it, it was some kind of immortal beast in Ning Qi's memory. Fire Qilin. So there was a fire Qilin hiding in this blazing mountain. It had been sleeping all this time, so there were no changes to the blazing mountain. Today it woke up. When Ning Qi's eyes landed on the fire Qilin, the other party also looked over. However, it wasn't looking at Ning Qi, but the elixir furnace. Its eyes seemed to be bursting with anger. Dissatisfied with the elixir furnace absorbing the flames here, Ning Qi subconsciously checked its attributes and discovered that it might not be a real Qilin. This was because in the attributes it wrote Mystic Realm Spirit. Mystic Realm Spirit. It was the same as the divine mountain he had encountered during the Tiandao family's trial. Just like the stone that gave birth to the monkey, this blazing mountain had actually given birth to a mystic realm spirit. This was a natural third-step existence. Roar! The fire Qilin let out an angry roar and stepped on the air. In an instant, it arrived in front of the elixir furnace and swallowed it. Ning Qi sat below the elixir furnace and clearly felt a terrifying pressure coming at him. The fire Qilin's target was not him, but the elixir furnace. However, the aura that leaked directly injured Ning Qi, causing a trace of blood to seep out from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 3099. Found it. Ning Qi moved his spiritual force and found Duan Ingjuan's name. When he was about to leave with the Laojun elixir furnace through the All-Heaven talisman, the Laojun elixir furnace emitted an even more terrifying aura that directly overshadowed the fire Qilin. This made Ning Qi's actions slow down. There seemed to be a flash of horror in the fire Qilin's eyes. It turned around and was about to escape, but it was too late. Its body suddenly shrank and was sucked into the elixir furnace like the surrounding flames. Then, the flames on the flame mountain seemed to be flowing faster without the fire Qilin. In less than 5 breaths, the flames of the entire flame mountain were absorbed by the elixir furnace. Revealing the dry brown surface, the Laojun elixir furnace was still spinning, and sparks of flame sputtered out from time to time. At the same time, the elixir furnace became extremely red, as if it was about to melt. Ning Qi looked at this scene with a solemn expression. He knew that he couldn't move at will at this time. Otherwise, if the elixir furnace exploded, he would be burned to ashes immediately. Time ticked by. For hours later, the color of the elixir furnace gradually returned to normal. At the same time, the waves of heat disappeared instantly as if the flames had been completely tamed. That's it. The spirit of the mystic realm, the fire Qilin, is at least at the 3rd step, right? I just don't know if it's at the early stage, mid-stage, late stage, or perfected Tao, querying realm. Ning Qi looked at the elixir furnace with a sigh. This elixir furnace was just a fragment of the genuine Laojun elixir furnace, but it could easily suppress the spirit of the mystic realm. Its strength was somewhat terrifying. The sacred mountain of the Tiandao family was far inferior to the flame mountain. The flame mountain had truly nurtured the spirit of the mystic realm, but the sacred mountain had not been able to nurture a complete spirit of the mystic realm until the mystic realm was about to shatter. Even so, the silver dragon had expended a lot of effort to suppress it. However, the silver dragon's strength was obviously not at its peak. It was difficult to distinguish which was stronger between the elixir furnace and the silver dragon. Ning Qi moved his mind, and the Laojun elixir furnace landed in front of him, cooperatively. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. At least after this mutation, the Laojun elixir furnace was still his Dharma treasure. I can't use my spiritual force. Should I open it and take a look? Ning Qi stood in place and looked at the Grand Supreme, Lord Pill Furnace, hesitantly. Not only did the cauldron contain flames that could kill a group of celestial emperors, but it also contained a secret realm spirit that could even kill an ancient transformation realm cultivator. This thought just flashed by. Who knew that the Grand Supreme Lord Pill Furnace seemed to be aware of it and directly opened the lid. With a boom, a surging heat wave swept directly towards Ning Qi. At the same time, it was accompanied by an unwilling roar. The fire Qilin's massive head emerged from the pill furnace. Ning Qi could clearly see that its eyes were filled with panic. The arcane realm spirit was still inside. Cover it. Ning Qi shouted and covered his face with both hands. In just a moment, both his arms were almost cooked. The charred skin peeled off piece by piece, and then new skin immediately grew out. This was because Ning Qi had a strong body. If it were any other primordial immortals, they would have been severely injured. He might even be burned to death by the heat wave. After all, this was not an ordinary immortal flame. The pill furnace suppressed the fire Qilin, but at the same time, it also took in all the immortal flames. If I want to use the immortal flames to advance the 9 hell tempering technique, I can only take out a little. Ning Qi felt a headache. The current situation was very awkward. The Grand Supreme, Lord Pill Furnace, suddenly showed its power and took in the arcane realm spirit of the Blazing Mountain, along with all the immortal flames of the Blazing Mountain. This was indeed very beneficial to Ning Qi. If he could subdue this fire Qilin, he might even have an additional third step Almighty as his subordinate. However, the reality was that he did not even dare to open the lid of the pill furnace. Firstly, the heat was unbearable. All the immortal flames were condensed in the small pill furnace, and its power was extremely terrifying. Secondly, he did not know if the fire Qilin would escape after opening it. Ning Qi was not sure if the pill furnace could be used a second time. Suppress the fire Qilin. Wait, these immortal flames are originally from the Grand Supreme, Lord Pill Furnace. I'll use it to refine the fire Qilin. Maybe I can get an incredible immortal pill. Ning Qi muttered to himself. Don't! An extremely pleasant female voice came from the Grand Supreme, Lord Pill Furnace. Don't refine me into an immortal pill. It wasn't easy for me to give birth to spiritual consciousness. Please, the voice continued. And you are the fire Qilin? Ning Qi was startled. He did not expect the spirit of the secret realm to be female, and her voice was very delicate and pleasant to listen to. Yes, interesting. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a smile. You can't come out now. The fire Qilin did not say anything. It seemed to be puzzled by Ning Qi's question. She was suppressed. How could she come out? If I open the lid, can you come out? Ning Qi smiled. This thing is too terrifying. It trapped me inside. I can't get out even if you open the lid. Please let me go. I can give you my home. Ugh, can't get out? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with suspicion. He was not sure if this was the trick of the fire Qilin. However, the fire Qilin's words revealed a trace of childishness. It was very likely that it was born recently. I'll ask you. Answer me honestly, and maybe I won't refine you into a pill. Ning Qi smiled. Speak. When did you gain consciousness? Ning Qi said lightly. 3 days ago. You lied to me. I'm going to refine you into a pill. Why? I didn't lie to you. Then why do you speak the common language of the immortal world? Ning Qi's voice gradually turned cold. I could speak since I was born. In my memory, there are many languages. Believe me. Then do you understand the sentence? Ning Qi's eyes flickered as he used the common language of the demon race. I understand. The fire Qilin also used the common language of the demon race to reply. Is it a memory inheritance? Or is it a natural talent of the spirit of the secret realm? Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a trace of contemplation. It's impossible to let you go, but I promise you that I won't refine you into a pill. However, you have to help me with a small matter. Ning Qi said. You can't let me go. Then that's fine. Anyway, this place is like my home. I can cultivate here. Tell me what you want me to help you with. When I need it, send me some immortal flames. Just a little, about the size of my pinky. Remember, it's my pinky, not yours. Ning Qi said. Okay. The fire Qilin agreed without hesitation. Ning Qi felt that it was necessary to test it. With a slight thought, he brought the pill furnace to the top cultivation training ground. As expected, it doesn't have any hostility towards me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to come to the training ground in battle. Chapter 30-100. For safety's sake, the lid of the Grand Supreme, Lord Pill Furnace, was only slightly opened. Then a fingernail-sized spark floated out. This immortal flame was condensed by the Grand Supreme, Lord Pill Furnace. When this immortal flame appeared, it instantly expanded and exploded. Then, Ning Qi was surrounded by raging flames. See, this temperature is almost the same as when we were halfway up the mountain. Ning Qi's eyes moved, and the lid was already closed. The fire Qilin did not do anything else. The 4 immortal execution swords broke through the air. Ning Qi was in this raging flame, and with the help of the flame, he frantically used the 9 hell tempering technique to forge the 4 immortal swords. It was originally difficult to advance the 9 hell tempering technique, but under this environment, the proficiency was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Ning Qi's physical body was also tempered. 10 years later, a little more, another spark floated out. Another 10 years passed. "Give me 2 sparks this time," Ning Qi said. In these 10 years, not only did his physical strength increase a bit, but he also developed some resistance to the flames in the pill furnace. Ning Qi wanted to try 2 sparks to see if he could rush to the 7th level of the 9 hell tempering technique in one fell swoop. Time was like water quietly passing by. After more than 300 years, finally, one day, the 4 immortal execution swords let out a buzzing sound, and their bodies shone brightly. They advanced to high-grade Dao tools. The 9 hell tempering technique also advanced to the 7th level. During this period of time, Ning Qi did not count how many sparks he had borrowed from, but the place he was standing at now was several times more terrifying than when he was halfway up the mountain. Ning Qi's basic physical strength had doubled, and at the same time his resistance to fire had increased by many times. At least, in the future, when he encountered immortal flames that were of a lower level than the flames in the pill furnace, Ning Qi did not have to care. Immortal execution sword array, rise. The 4 immortal slaying swords broke through the air and floated around Ning Qi. The horrifying sword essence swept out in all directions. With such power, even if an immortal lord or demon lord enters, there is only death. Ning Qi was somewhat satisfied. However, he had not become a celestial lord yet, and the energy in his body was not enough to support the celestial eradication sword formation for too long. This method could be used as a trump card when the demon race invaded in the future. Coupled with a chance from the immortal slaying gourd, Ning Qi felt that his advancement mission had gone from hell difficulty to medium difficulty. The premise was that the other party did not have a 3rd step or an ancient demon. Again, Ning Qi intended to continue forging to see if he could break through to the 8th level and refine the 4 immortal banishing swords into top-grade Dao artifacts. The flames flew out. When the flames reached the peak that Ning Qi could withstand, Ning Qi realized that the current situation was no different from having no flames. This bit of temperature seemed to no longer be able to enhance the 9 hell tempering technique. I do have the means to improve the 9 hell tempering art, but my body is not strong enough. Ning Qi sighed and put away the pill furnace and the 4 immortal slaying swords. His figure flashed, and he returned to the forbidden area of the artifact sect. In fact, this could no longer be called a forbidden area. The immortal flame was taken away by the old supreme elder pill furnace, and the fire Qilin was suppressed. This space became useless. It's been more than a year. I wonder what the situation in the forbidden area is like. A few days ago, Immortal Lord Dragon Rider sent a message asking about fellow Daoist Ning's situation. Sai, Luo Yen stood outside the forbidden area with some melancholy. The disciples of the artifact sect had accompanied Luo Yen outside for more than a year without saying a word. They also wanted to know the situation in the forbidden area as soon as possible. After all, this concerned the future of the entire artifact sect. Forget it, let's go in and take a look. Whether fellow Daoist Ning is alive or dead, there has to be a result. If he's really dead, I'll go and apologize to Immortal Lord Dragon Rider and the others. Luo Yen gritted his teeth, moved, and entered the forbidden area again. As soon as he entered, he set up a restrictive spell to prevent himself from being engulfed by the flaming mountain. What's going on? Luo Yen looked at the scene in front of him, dumbfounded. The space that was originally burning with endless flames now had no sparks at all. Instead, there was a trace of coolness. He hurriedly looked at the flaming mountain, and his expression suddenly became extremely shocked. There was not a single spark on the flaming mountain. Then a figure appeared in front of him. Wasn't that Ning Chi, whom he thought was dead? Fellow Taoist Ning, what's going on? Why do you look like you're fine? Luo Yen appeared in front of Ning Chi in a flash, and said with some surprise, I don't know either. Ning Chi shook his head. He couldn't say that the fire in the flaming mountain had been absorbed by the pill furnace, could he? Even if he explained that the fire came from the pill furnace, Luo Yen probably wouldn't listen. Now that the forbidden area of the artifact sect was gone because of him, it would definitely have a huge impact on the artifact sect. When the flaming mountain moved, I was instantly burned and seriously injured. It took me a long time to recover, but when I woke up, I found the flaming mountain in this state. Ning Chi sighed. This, Luo Yen looked at the incomparably unfamiliar flaming mountain in front of him, completely speechless. Could it be that the forbidden area of the artifact sect that had been passed down for countless years was destroyed in his hands? After he died, how would he face the ancestors of the artifact sect? Fellow Taoist Luo, although this matter has nothing to do with me, since I entered the forbidden area of the artifact sect, I have to show my gratitude. This is the 9 hell tempering art, the refining method of the ancient immortal clan. Take it, it should be enough to make up for the loss of the artifact sect this time. Ning Chi took out a jade slip and handed it to Luo Yen. Ning Chi had engraved this jade slip with his divine will in advance. It contained the cultivation methods of the 1st to 3rd levels of the 9 hell tempering art. Just these 3 levels alone had already surpassed the concept of refining the artifact sect by countless times. In the future, even without the addition of the flaming mountain, the artifact sect's strength in refining would still greatly increase. Greatly increase. How can I accept this? This time, not only did I not help fellow Taoist Ning, but I also almost harmed fellow Taoist Ning. Luo Yen looked at Ning Chi with some surprise, then smiled embarrassedly and reached out to take the jade slip. He was a little excited. Although he didn't know what had happened to the flame mountain this time, and it had become an ordinary mountain. With Ning Chi's artifact refining skills, he could make up for the losses of the divine artifact sect. Even if he died in the future, he would have the face to meet his ancestors. Anyway, I'm fine. It's just a superficial wound. You don't have to worry about it, fellow Luo. Ning Chi smiled and shook his head. It's all thanks to Brother Ning's strong physique. Otherwise, I would have harmed Brother Ning this time. I wouldn't be able to explain myself to Ziqing. Luo Yen sighed. He felt that the reason Ning Chi was able to survive was definitely because of his fleshly body. However, Luo Yen did not know how strong the flames of the blazing mountain were at that time. If not for the protection of the old Lord Pill Furnace, even if Ning Chi's body was 10 times stronger, he would still have been burned to ashes. Dao friend Luo, I plan to return to Azura planet first. What about you? Ning Chi laughed. I'll wait a little longer, Luo Yen said as he glanced at the flame mountain. He wanted to stay behind to see if the flame mountain would return to its original state, and at the same time investigate the cause. All right then, I'll take my leave first. Ning Chi cupped his hands. After speaking, his silhouette directly vanished from the spot. Dao friend Ning's methods are truly brilliant. Even I couldn't see how he left. Chapter 30, 101. Azura Sect. It had been several months since Ning Chi returned from the Divine Artifact Sect's forbidden area. In these few months, Ning Chi would occasionally go out to patrol. Slowly, not only him, but the other immortals also realized that something was amiss. Ever since Han Bei demon Thearka's death, the number of demons at the border had decreased. Originally, some planets would encounter one or even several battles every day, but now there might not be a single provocation from the demons in a month. Such a change had a very good publicity effect in the All Heavens Forum, making many low-level immortals think that the demons were about to be defeated again. The most direct effect was that more and more immortals came to the border of the ancient Heavenly Court's immortal domain because they felt that it was not as dangerous as before. Occasionally, they could fight with the demons. Not only did it broaden their horizons, but it could also train themselves. Immortals above the grand heavenly immortal realm, however, did not have such a simple mindset, especially those from the mystic immortal to the primordial immortal realm. They had a nagging feeling that a storm was brewing, and that the temporary peace would be replaced by a sudden desolation. After all, it was less than a year away from the 3-year deadline. Azura Sek's highest peak, Chi-Ri Peak. Every morning, Ning Chi would appear here. His cultivation level had already reached the peak, and there was no way for him to improve further. Next, he had to wait for the deadline for the advancement mission. He slowly opened his eyes. Ning Chi used the truth listening spell to intercept a lot of information. There was no lack of information related to the Langya immortal domain and the heavenly Dao family, but most of it was useless. How can I use the fire Qilin to deal with the upcoming immortal fiend war? Ning Chi's eyes flashed with a hint of contemplation. After returning from Flaming Mountain, he had experimented several times. The current state of the Elder Lord Pill Furnace was very strange. Ning Chi could open it, but he couldn't use it at all. Even if he wanted to refine pills, a handful of spiritual materials would be burned by the flames. Ning Chi suspected that throwing a supreme-grade Dao artifact in would also result in the same outcome. The Fire Qilin had already treated the Elder Lord Pill Furnace as her new home. Ning Chi would occasionally chat with her. Ning Chi had experimented. The Elder Lord Pill Furnace was in the dominant position when the Fire Qilin was suppressed. Even if he wanted to release the Fire Qilin, he didn't have the ability. It was like holding a nuclear bomb, but having no way to use it. Maybe I can only wait for the Silver Dragon to wake up and ask it. The Fire Qilin is the spirit of the arcane realm. There must be a way to make a contract. With this thought in mind, Ning Chi turned around and walked down the mountain. There were many disciples who came to Chi-Ri Peak in the morning to cultivate their spirit energy, and whenever Ning Chi passed by, these Shura sect disciples would cast him a look of admiration. They were already used to Ning Chi's presence at Chi-Ri Peak. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. Shura Sect Leader Palace. Ning Chi, the dragon riding immortal lord, and the others sat side by side. Several figures emerged from the dragon-riding immortal lord's heavenly talisman. They were the Sky River immortal lord, the Hanyang immortal lord, the Kuanping immortal lord, the Violet-Green immortal lord, and the Luo Yen immortal lord. There's only 1 month left until the 3-year period that the Bloodpool Demon Monarch mentioned. Have you guys noticed any unusual movements from the demons recently? Dragon riding immortal lord said, "There were no unusual movements in the northern wilderness battlefield. I purposely went to the border of the demonic sky mystic realm and found that the demons on many planets had retreated, leaving only mindless demonic creatures." Hanyang immortal monarch said, "The same goes for the Netherland battlefield." The Sky River immortal lord said, "The same goes for the Azure Rainbow battlefield. There have been fewer demons recently." Kuanping immortal lord said, "The 3 of them were in the 3 most important battlefields among the 12 remaining battlefields in the ancient Heavenly Court mystic realm, excluding the Azura battlefield. The Violet-Green immortal lord and the Luo Yen immortal lord also reported the recent situation. The situation was the same. The demons were basically nowhere to be seen. If they did not enter the demonic sky mystic realm, it would even give the illusion that the demons had retreated from the demonic world. Looks like the death of the Hanbei demon monarch has indeed disrupted the demons' plans." Dragon riding immortal lord smirked and looked at Ning Chi. "Fellow Taoist Ning, you've saved countless living beings in the ancient Heavenly Court mystic realm. You've done a great deed. Dragon riding immortal lord, you're too kind. The demons are just not making any moves for the time being. We'll have to prepare for a fierce battle when a new demon monarch descends." Ning Qi smiled. That's true. The immortal monarchs nodded with wry smiles. They might have the upper hand at the moment, but it was only temporary. The demons would make their move as soon as a new demon monarch descended. 9 demon monarchs have descended from the demons. 5 early-stage demon monarchs, 2 mid-stage demon monarchs, 1 late-stage demon monarch, and 1 on par with the Hanbei demon monarch, a great perfection demon monarch. A figure suddenly walked into the hall. His words took everyone by surprise. You are. Dragon, riding Immortal Lord, frowned and looked at the figure. The rest of the immortal monarchs looked at him too, but their eyes were filled with confusion, as if they did not know who the person was. Ning Qi smiled when he saw the person. He rose to his feet and went to greet him. The crowd let out a relieved sigh. Since Ning Qi knew him, he should be a friend instead of an enemy. Brother Ji, it's been a while. Where have you been? Ning Qi walked up to Ji Fei and brought his fists together. Brother Ji? The crowd was still confused. They could sense that Ji Fei's cultivation was not weaker than any of the immortal monarchs present. But they had never seen him before, excluding the immortal monarchs of the Tiandao family. How many immortal monarchs were there in the immortal world? Everyone had lived for so long. They should have more or less known each other. Even if they did not, they should have seen each other once or twice. Ji Fei was the only one they had never seen before. Brother Ning, I went to the demon continent during this period. Ji Fei smiled. Ning Qi was slightly startled and looked at Ji Fei in surprise. The demon continent must be filled with demon qi. Ji Fei could actually go to such a place and not be demonized? Dragon, riding Immortal Lord, and the others were also shocked. Brother Ji, do you want to keep your identity a secret? Or should I introduce you? Ning Qi said with a solemn expression. Ji Fei wouldn't joke about this kind of thing. Since he said that he went to the demon race's continent, then he really went to the demon race's continent. And the news he brought was probably true. There were 9 demon sovereigns. It seemed that the 3 years agreement was unavoidable. Let me do it. Ji Fei smiled, then brought his fists together and said to Dragon riding Immortal Lord and the others, I am Ji Fei, the sect master of the Yixian sect. I have known you for a long time. We finally meet today. Chapter 3102. The Yixian sect was extremely famous in the immortal world, even stronger than all the forces created by immortal monarchs. For many years, the news that spread from the Yixian sect was proven to be true and effective. Countless low-level immortals and mid-level immortals had obtained opportunities because of these news. So in the middle and lower levels, Yixian sect was an extremely terrifying and mysterious existence. However, these middle and lower level immortals did not know that in their eyes, the Yixian sect was mysterious. In the eyes of the upper echelons of the immortal world, the Yixian sect was also very mysterious. Dragon riding Immortal Lord had once asked the Lang, the immortal emperor, about the situation of the Yixian sect. In the end, even the Langya immortal emperor did not know where was Yixian sect located, and who was the sect master. Just based on this point, Yixian sect could be ranked as a force second only to Langya immortal emperor. Is he really Yixian sect master? 3 Qi Immortal Lord and Lin Shu A Immortal Lord looked at each other, still in disbelief. Hanyang Immortal Lord and the others also stared at Ji Fei. Are you really Yixian sect master? Dragon riding Immortal Lord was a little suspicious, subconsciously looking at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. I can prove that Brother Ji is indeed Yixian sect master. Quick, take a seat. Dragon riding Immortal Lord immediately invited Ji Fei enthusiastically. After Ji Fei sat down, all the Immortal Lords focused their attention on him. They were curious as to what method Ji Fei had used to be able to maintain his mysterious face for so many years. Even they who were immortal lords could not see him. However, curiosity was curiosity, and the main point today wasn't this. The news that Ji Fei brought earlier was truly too shocking. Taoist Ji, You just said that 9 demon emperors had descended from the devil's sky, immortal domain. Is that true? Dragon riding immortal lord asked solemnly. I saw it with my own eyes. Ji Fei smiled and nodded. 9 demon emperors. Everyone's expression turned a little ugly. There were only 9 immortal lords willing to guard the border, including Ning Qi. However, the other party had 9 demon emperors. The number of immortal lords would probably increase exponentially. If it's true, we can't fight this battle at all. Let's retreat. Hanyang Immortal Lord said solemnly, while the demon race hasn't made a move yet, take as many people as possible. Try to minimize the losses. A hint of hesitation flashed in everyone's eyes. If they retreated, at least half of the immortals and mortals in the ancient Heavenly Court Immortal Realm wouldn't be able to escape. In this way, they would either die or become mindless monsters. You can't leave. Where can we go? If the ancient Heavenly Court's immortal domain were to be given to the devil race like this, I'm afraid that our backbones will be broken by others. Dragon-riding Immortal Monarch shook his head and rejected Hanyang Immortal Monarch's suggestion. The immortal realm is only so big. If we flee without fighting, we won't be able to fight the next battle. Are we supposed to flee to the ghost realm? Even if we possess cultivations at the immortal monarch realm, we'll probably be unable to survive for long in the ghost domain. Immortals were also humans. Humans needed to eat to survive. If they didn't eat for a few days, they would become as thin as firewood. Although immortals didn't need to consume the food that mortals ate, immortal spirit chi was the most basic energy that their bodies needed. Not to mention immortal lords. Even immortal emperors were no exception. Only then could it be different. The amount of immortal spirit chi in the ghost domain was extremely thin. If they were to stay here for a long period of time, they wouldn't be able to replenish their immortal spirit chi. This would affect their lifespan. We still have Tao friending. Even if the devil emperor came, we would still have the strength to fight. What does everyone think? Dragon riding immortal monarch spoke in a low voice. I wonder what Tao friend Ji plans to do? It's rumored that the mystic sect can calculate everything in the world. Is there a path of survival for us now? Immortal Monarch 3 Chi suddenly looked at Ji Fei as a look of anticipation flashed in his eyes. That's right. Ji Fei was the sect leader of the mystic sect. It was rumored that his Tao of divination couldn't even be compared to an immortal emperor. Since he came here, he should have some suggestions. Everyone came to their senses and glanced at Ji Fei. As for Ji Fei, he was looking at Ning Qi. The path lies with Brother Ning. If not, I wouldn't have come to Azura planet this time around. The path lies with Ning Qi? Could it be that Ning Qi would be able to stop the 9 devil emperors? Everyone sank into contemplation. Brother Ning's gourd can't be used frequently. After using it once, his body would weaken. How would he be able to stop the 9 devil emperors? Tao friend Ji, please enlighten us. Immortal Monarch Dragon Rider spoke. As for the specifics, I have yet to calculate it. In my eyes, the entire immortal world is dark. There are only 3 places with a trace of light. The first is the Tiandao clan. Ji Fei smiled. The second is the ancestral planet. The third is Brother Ning. I can't go to the Tiandao clan, and I don't dare to go to the ancestral planet either. I'm afraid I might be killed by that old man. The hall fell silent. Immortal Monarch Dragon Rider and the others looked at Ning Qi. He stood up and said, Tao friend Ning, this time around, the ancient heavenly court will have to depend on you. Ning Qi didn't reply. He looked at Ji Fei instead. Brother Ji, tell me honestly, compared to the Tiandao clan and the ancestral planet, which is brighter? The ancestral planet is first, the Tiandao clan is second, and you are third. Ji Fei said, the ancestral planet was first. Didn't that mean that in Ji Fei's eyes the ancestral planet was stronger than the Tiandao clan? Everyone was somewhat shocked. As expected, it is the weakest. Ning Qi smiled bitterly. Everyone, I will do my best. He wasn't afraid of facing any of the Emperor Realm existences, But if there were two of them at the same time, unless he could release the fire Qilin, and the fire Qilin had to listen to his orders to have a chance of winning. Ning Qi felt that even he would have to pack his things, call Dongfang Haojie and the others, and flee. Go to the ancestral planet to lie low for a while. The ancestral planet is actually first. If that's the case, the ancestral planet is our last resort. A hint of joy flashed in the depths of everyone's eyes. They had thought that the Tiandao clan was the safest, followed by the Langia Immortal Domain. But unexpectedly, the Langia Immortal Domain was not even comparable to Ning Qi in Ji Fei's eyes, while the ancestral planet became the safest place in the immortal world. Many of the immortal monarchs were already regretting it. If they had known, they would have cultivated on the ancestral planet. Many of the immortal monarchs here were born on the ancestral planet, but they left one after another after finding the immortal Qi there too thin